Chapter 76. With a snap, he was about to turn Spider-Man into a meat patty, but he had already jumped high, shooting out spider silk, and his figure leaped high up to the elevated platform of the bridge. Unexpectedly, the infinitely elongated mechanical claws followed closely behind and came to the viaduct, setting off the figure of Dr. Octopus standing in place. But suddenly, sniff sniff. Little Spider-Man reacted quickly, continuously shooting out spider silk to hit Dr. Octopus. Even the next moment, he just jumped up and kicked Dr. Octopus, almost knocking him down. The two men were just about to continue fighting. Suddenly, help! Someone please save me! The black car that was just knocked away by little Spider-Man was about to fall onto the bridge. Spider-Man ran towards it without any hesitation. But at this moment, two mechanical claws grabbed Spider-Man's arms and lifted his body high. A mechanical claw suddenly grabbed the fighter in the sky and forcibly pulled him down. Below the fighter plane is a propeller that is constantly rotating. Dr. Octopus forcibly lifted Spider-Man up and kept approaching the propeller, determined to press the little Spider-Man's body against the propeller and rub it hard. This moment is extremely dangerous. Especially when making such a decision, a person's potential can be unleashed. DB. Little Spider-Man gritted his teeth and stretched out his arms, and both of his arms simultaneously ejected spider silk tightly, pulling the steel pipe in front of Dr. Octopus. Use all your strength to gently pull it in an instant. Bang! The tens of tons of steel were directly torn apart by the terrifying strength of little Spider-Man. Dr. Octopus staggered. The claws that were grabbing the fighter jet in the sky quickly fell off, and little Spider-Man also broke free. He suddenly kicked his legs and jumped high. The other car on the 250 side had already fallen off the bridge. Little Spider-Man Alliance threw out a spider silk and wrapped it around the car, and then another spider silk was ejected at the bridge. This fixed the car in mid-air, and below was the water. If the car fell, I'm afraid the people in the car will be in danger. Little Spider-Man's body jumped back onto the bridge. Opposite, Dr. Octopus gently extended his sharp claws, and pierced through the huge cement pipe on the bridge. He swung the cement pipe on his claws and smashed it toward the ground in the distance. Boom! In an instant, countless dust rose from the ground, and the car hit by the cement pipe was a raging fire immediately ignited, and it was instantly destroyed. Seeing this, little Spider-Man moved left and right. He jumped to avoid it, but the mechanical reversal in the sky continued to attack him. Dr. Octopus, who was mechanically reversed and forced into the sky, tracked Spider-Man step by step, and his claws turned into sharp weapons. Little Spider-Man put away his bone claws, and the small figure quickly dodged. He finally saw the car about to fall into the river. Wait for me! Coming right up! Little Spider-Man often roared. He grabbed the cars on both sides with his hands, and pulled the spider silk hard. Pop your body out! Snap! Dr. Octopus's two sharp claws had already slapped the car away. Spider-Man fell down and stood up again. Dr. Octopus was chasing him closely. His body was in the air, the four sharp claws behind him kept stabbing at the ground, and the ground of the bridge in front of him was full of holes. Just then, Spider-Man ignored the danger behind him and immediately stretched out his right hand, ready to shoot out the spider silk to grab the car. Suddenly, bang! A thick cement pipe hit Spider-Man hard, knocking his body sideways. Hit the car next to you, Peter! The woman in the car screamed, and the black car was out of control and was about to fall under the bridge. The rear tire is stuck there. Click! The woman in the car quickly unbuckled her seatbelt and was about to escape from the car, but at this moment, whoosh! The body of the pursuer was hit hard and flew backwards, but he also stretched out his arm at the same time, and the spider silk in his hand stuck to the back of the car. Crash! The car crashed uncontrollably under the bridge. 20 meters ahead is a river. If it crashes into the river, at least there is a chance to cushion the impact, but under the bridge in front of us is the train track. SS. The spider silk stuck tightly to the rear of the car, and Spider-Man's figure was out of control, being pulled by a powerful force and dragged on the ground. Countless sparks flew between the steel armor and the ground. The momentum could not be stopped at all, and the car fell to the ground. Spider-Man fell to the ground at this time, so he couldn't use any strength at all, and his body slid forward uncontrollably. About to fall to the ground, and at this moment, hiss! The mechanical claws on his limbs stabbed out from behind him again, and the sharp claws grabbed the bridge fiercely. Stop this crazy momentum! Click! The train on the track whizzed by, and the remaining white car swung gently back and forth in the air, with the figure of Spider-Man. He held on to the bridge and held the car. The lady sitting in the car before now had a terrified look on her face, with her blonde hair hanging down on her face. Bang! A stone unexpectedly fell from the bridge and hit the rear of the car, causing the car to shake again. From a distance, the cars on the bridge were burning with flames and emitting countless black smoke, and traffic was completely paralyzed. Traffic on the ground was safe, and no one knew what happened on the bridge. Spider-Man still held on to the edge of the bridge, his sharp claws piercing the concrete. He quickly broke free and stretched out his hands to shoot out spider silk, which formed a strong pull and replaced his support. His figure pulled up a spider thread from the moonlight in the sky, and stood upside down as he fell. He looked inside the car. "Calm down, ma'am, take a deep breath, are you okay?" Spider-Man comforted patiently. The woman in the car was completely face down, and she had to lift her head with all her strength, her hair hanging down and her face full of fear. The next moment, he shook his head gently, "No." And at this moment, bang, bang, bang. Dr. Octopus appeared in the distance, and the sharp claws of the octopus behind him were firmly rooted in the bridge above his head. The bridge was made of reinforced concrete, and its vertical rotation could easily penetrate it. At this moment, it moved towards this side step by step. Snap! Before Spider-Man could react, he immediately grabbed Spider-Man's Iron Man suit. Drag it forcefully, swing it up into the sky, swing it back and forth in the sky, even. Boom! The terrifying force threw Spider-Man from under the bridge to the top of it, and his body smashed through the bridge. Then he was dragged by Dr. Octopus again and dragged to the bridge by Dr. Octopus's claws. Rooted in the reinforced concrete bottom of the bridge, Spider-Man dragged it forward step by step, and smashed it somewhere on the bridge. "Everything is under control." It was only at this time that the lady's voice was heard. She looked at the scene in front of her with horror. But the car was indeed pulled and could not fall for a while. On the other side, the mechanical claws hit Spider-Man's chest again. Unexpectedly, this time, the iron armor on his chest was torn apart, revealing the countless delicate electronic structures inside. Even the suit Spider-Man is wearing. All exposed blue shirt. Tie on the neck. All of them are falling down towards the bridge. "Prisoners destroyed, prisoners destroyed." The voice of artificial intelligence came from inside, and right above the claws. The piece of armor that was just grabbed turned into countless insect-like structures and changed. Like a stream of liquid water, it quickly covered the claws, changed its shape, and then spread rapidly. The sharp claws of Dr. Octopus turned red, and even the steel body on the claws turned red. And it keeps spreading. 4. Dr. Octopus took a look. As soon as he saw what was in front of him, he said in a shocked tone, "Awesome, Peter." Before he could react, all the octopus claws on his body have been infected by the red nanostructure. Base on one of the claws, 3 steel claws separated and quickly extended out extremely sharp needles. The long march is extremely sharp and has barbs and thorns. "I underestimated you." Dr. Octopus spoke in a cold voice, and he controlled the claws in his hands and flew towards Spider-Man. "Now, you are dead." But just as the claws flew out, countless red nanostructures quickly and completely infected all the claws. Suddenly, Crash Spider-Man's iron helmet is like a stream of water, redrawn with a nanostructure covering Spider-Man's exposed chest. He transformed into a perfect battle armor, but his head was exposed, revealing his true appearance. "Tis." Spider-Man groaned as he felt a strong thrust but no stinging sensation. Dr. Octopus looked at the claws that had been retracted with a look of disbelief on his face. The sharp needle had already bent and pierced Spider-Man's tie. The reversal made a sound of steel colliding, and Dr. Octopus looked at the man in front of him with shock. He drew back his claws. The next moment he suddenly took off his glasses, with a puzzled look on his face. "You are not Peter Parker." The little Spider-Man, who was in a chaotic fight, licked his lips and looked at Dr. Octopus. "I'm a little confused now." He couldn't figure out what was going on. Suddenly, bah! The iron machinery reversed and collided lightly, then swayed slightly in front of Dr. Octopus, as if it was out of control. What happened? Dr. Octopus looked confused. "New device detected," the voice of the artificial intelligence on Spider-Man's suit sounded. He raised his head slightly. "Stretch out your right hand. Gently tap the golden steel part of your left arm." A blue light emerged, and even countless data appeared. An external cable was connected to Spider-Man's suit. Whoosh! The line flashed red, revealing the appearance of 4 mechanical claws. Adapting to new equipment. The voice of artificial intelligence sounded again, and Spider-Man had completed the deployment. The next moment, little Spider-Man looked at the steel mechanical claw behind him. Dr. Octopus's steel mechanical claws have completely lost control, and each one is shrinking and closing. The outside is set off by the red nano coating. The mechanical claw is fully artificially intelligent, but it is out of control at this moment. Dr. Octopus panics and says quickly, "Don't listen to him, listen to me," but this was of no avail. Spider-Man gently stretched out his right hand and waved it, but he didn't expect the mechanical claw on Dr. Octopus's back. Following his movements, little Spider-Man swayed gently, and his 5 fingers slightly closed. "Hey, hello." Click. The mechanical claw made the same move, and the next moment, little Spider-Man suddenly stretched out his hand. A mechanical claw behind Dr. Octopus quickly stretched out and stretched infinitely. With a click, it grabbed onto a car in the distance, dragged the car, and lifted him up from under the bridge. With little Spider-Man controlling the car, he slowly placed it on the bridge. Dr. Octopus wanted to punch Spider-Man, but he couldn't reach him, and his mechanical closet has been completely controlled. Driven by little Spider-Man, Dr. Octopus, and the black car, back on the bridge, little Spider-Man lightly jumps on the ground. With an excited look on his face, he stretched out his hand to pull out the spider silk and opened the car door. He looked at the lady in front of him, and her iron suit automatically retracted. Peter Parker looked at the woman and said anxiously, "Are you okay? Ma'am, hurry up, maybe you can still catch the plane." Dr. Octopus behind him was driven back to the bridge by the mechanical claws, but at this moment the mechanical claws were out of control. This scene. It also came to an abrupt end at this moment. On Earth. AAA. Countless people saw this scene and couldn't help laughing. It's so funny. The first 2 generations of Spider-Man showed off their cool strength and speed, while the 3rd generation of Spider-Man showed off his powerful technological background. Iron Spider's suit, I want to make one now, it's so strong. The extremely sharp needle just now had already pierced Spider-Man's body, and even his tie was pulled off, but it was completely blocked by nanotechnology. It's so scary. With this kind of nanotechnology, not only can we replicate the Iron Man suit infinitely, but we can even infect other mechanical structures. It's invincible. Why does it feel a bit similar to Iron Man's suit? Little Spider-Man is also a tech geek. But this boy looks more immature and innocent. I recognize him as the 3rd generation Spider-Man. No, I think Maguire's Spider-Man is more handsome, just like the real one. Garfield's Spider-Man is not bad either. Not only is he handsome, but the spider silk shooter he developed is also very cool. Oh right. Did the original Spider-Man also use web shooters? Why didn't I see him developing one? Yes, oh. At this moment, countless people asked the same question. Avengers Tower. Looking at the little Spider-Man who was fighting in a mess, Captain America couldn't help but hold his forehead slightly. Before the battle, you didn't know what the functions of your suit were. Yes, the battle suit is your weapon. If you are not familiar with your own weapon before going to the battlefield, how can you fight the enemy? Colonel Rhodes beside him also said righteously, just like firearms, the first thing a soldier should do is to familiarize himself with his firearms. Even familiar and proficient, able to perfectly disassemble, assemble, and maintain their own firearms. Weapons are also important. Black Widow next to him nodded in agreement, her eyes serious. The brown hair sways gently, the face is like a femme fatale, and the temperament is like a goddess. This made little Spider-Man completely speechless. Hawkeye crossed his arms and looked at little Spider-Man. Although he didn't say anything, he was also an expert in martial arts. Silence is better than words at this time. Feeling everyone's gaze, little Spider-Man shook his head in surprise. My hen. I have never seen that iron armor, and I never thought that it could be created. My current battle suit was made by myself. He scratched his head as he spoke, and his look became more and more embarrassed. And at this moment, Iron Man, who had been silent all this time, finally felt something. He looked at the video in front of him and seemed to finally understand where the problem was. Little Spider-Man is indeed a student, but he is not like Maguire's Spider-Man and Garfield's Spider-Man, both of whom are top students. Both of them are excellent students, able to make their own spider suits, and able to develop powerful spider silk. And what about little Spider-Man? Chapter 77. It only has a leather battlesuit and a homemade spider silk launcher, and its strength and toughness need to be improved. With his knowledge, they can all make up for these shortcomings perfectly, and the cheapness or value of any material makes no difference to him. Iron Man touched his chin, build him an iron spider suit. And a more powerful spider silk weapon. He thought about what happened just now in his mind. The moment the second-generation Spider-Man leaped between the buildings and fell, spread your arms, is it possible to add a wingsuit and jump from a high altitude, and maybe even need a spider parachute? Zax. When he falls from the sky, he lands in a cold and helpless environment, creating a heater for him. Now that he has joined the group, let's make him a spider suit that can withstand the cosmic environment. At this moment, Iron Man is inspired again. Video continues. What happened next went very smoothly. Dr. Octopus, who had lost his source of power, no power to resist, before Spider-Man could react, Doctor Strange appeared in front of everyone with a red cape. Doctor Strange, with the Sorcerer Supreme, appeared on the scene. I glanced at the little Spider-Man next to me speechlessly. Doctor Strange waved his right hand, and orange magic energy surged, turning into countless rays of light, slowly rotating in the space before him, presenting a portal. After they stepped in, Doctor Strange moved his hand and Dr. Octopus disappeared suddenly. He reappeared in a transparent wall. This place looks like a prison. Looking at this scene, little Spider-Man was very surprised. But, Doctor Strange calmed down and explained everything that needed to be done. It is to send all those who have entered this universe and know Spider-Man's identity back to their original universe, because, during the previous crisis, Spider-Man accidentally exposed his face, so the people of the entire universe. Everyone knows Spider-Man's identity. He is Peter Parker. Because his identity is exposed, it is likely to cause danger to the people around him, so Spider-Man, find out that Doctor Strange uses his magical powers to make everyone in the universe forget that he is Spider-Man. 13b. Unexpectedly, due to Spider-Man's God-level operation, things went against one's will. People from other universes who knew Spider-Man's identity actually traveled to this universe. Spider-Man not only encountered Dr. Octopus, but also encountered the Green Goblin flying in the sky on a skateboard. Doctor Strange was speechless and told the story of what happened before. When he was catching in silence, caught a wet lizard monster in the sewer, Spider-Man leaned his head back and looked back. Through the transparent glass, he saw the monster in the prison. Opening its fanged mouth, it's totally a lizard. It has a human head and a long tail behind its limbs. For a moment, his hair stood up. Then Spider-Man asked him what the two of them should do. Doctor Strange did not explain. Just stretch out your hand and shoot out the magic thread, and the nano bracelet on Spider-Man will fly out when it is pulled. The nano bracelet was wrapped around Doctor Strange's hand. He used his magic power to see the program set on the nano bracelet. The next moment, a strand of spider silk was ejected and hit Spider-Man's paw. Orange sparks flash, Spider-Man's figure disappeared and reappeared at the same place. Having arrived at the prison, he slapped the transparent glass in confusion, but he couldn't leave here at all. But, Doctor Strange told Spider-Man that this was his next mission, and he needed to collect all the existence that breaks into other universes of this world, quickly captures them, and then sends them back to other universes. Otherwise, because of Spider-Man's God-level operation, the universe they live in may face a devastating collapse. At this moment, Spider-Man was also shocked. Earth. Somewhere. Eddie looked at the wet and sticky green lizard in the video and felt a little nauseous. It has a human face, but its hands have turned into claws, its feet have turned into lizard claws, and it is constantly dripping with slime. It looks just like a real lizard, but the pupils can't fool people at all. Disgusting, so disgusting. Human perception is simply unable to accept such a scene. Eddie's senses are very clear. The reason why Venom was not allowed to eat human brains before was because he could also taste the taste of human brains. After Venom has eaten, the senses are completely shared with him, and Venom's behavior, it was tantamount to making him feel physically uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, Venom in the video, seeing this scene, actually stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Eddie couldn't hold it anymore. Little did they know, Venom watched. Actually, it is the iron suit of little Spider-Man in the video. Garfield Spider-Man World. After seeing this Spider-Man's God-level operation, as a result, his own world was almost destroyed, and even disasters from other worlds poured into the world before his eyes. Parker couldn't help but shake his head slightly, speechless. But when I think of the young Spider-Man in front of me, who is only passionate about everything, he couldn't imagine how to solve the next problem. But, seeing Dr. Octopus, he was not very familiar with him. But, the Green Devil? No way. His expression immediately became solemn. He thought of the existence that destroyed his entire world. The one who was supposed to be his friend, but ended up becoming his enemy. The character who destroyed his life and everything. Crunch! Parker clenched his fists immediately, and even stood up in anger. Finally. The moment the green lizard appeared, his entire world seemed to collapse. Parker immediately said excitedly, "Doctor." That's right. The monster in front of him was Dr. Connors from his previous school. He had been researching limb regeneration technology. It's the lizard gene. The ability developed is similar to that of lizards, which can regenerate their own bodies at will. But unexpectedly, something unexpected happened. This gene did allow him to regenerate his limbs, but the regenerated limbs were like those of a lizard. His character has undergone a great change as a result. In his crazy ambition, he even activated the rain system of the entire city, and then used the genetic medicine he developed. After being injected with this system, countless people throughout the process became terrifying beings like lizardmen, and they released the evil thoughts in their hearts. At the beginning, he also fought a fierce battle with the doctor, and finally put the antidote into the city's rainfall system. Only then did we resolve the lizardman crisis. Modetai. How could it be possible, to go to the little Spider-Man's universe? Parker's face was full of disbelief. Maguire Spider-Man world. Watching the three generations jumping around in the video, Spider-Man Maguire looked very pleased. At least in his middle-aged eyes, little Spider-Man is just a child, and successfully continues the tradition of Spider-Man. The powerful jumping ability and the ability to spit spider silk seemed to use some kind of launcher, and then when he saw Spider-Man's Iron Man suit, he was even more envious. Bang! The huge steel claws fell from the sky and took root in the reinforced concrete road surface. Peter's mouth twitched and his eyes widened with a look of disbelief. His guess was correct, the person who appeared before him was King Otobo. Dr. Otto's original intention was to develop an artificial sun, which would be beneficial to the entire city. And the global energy system will create a powerful impetus. This is artificially controllable wireless energy. For this reason, he clamped 4 mechanical octopus claws with artificial intelligence in his spine. Just when some people were wondering whether artificial intelligence would control Bo in turn. The doctor group has everyone, don't worry, asterisk. He even developed and suppressed the electronic chip. Unexpectedly, an accident occurred during the experiment, the experimental site collapsed, and the artificial sun was indeed developed. The terrifying gravitational force directly pulled all the surrounding steel. All of them rushed towards the artificial sun, and that scene was completely powerless to stop the flying of steel and sparks in the laboratory. The machine that first produced the artificial sun was also destroyed at that moment. And he had no way to tear down the wall directly, open the water injection system, and forcibly stop the continued bursting of the artificial sun. But unexpectedly, the doctor's chip that suppresses artificial intelligence actually encountered an accident. In turn, his mind was taken away by artificial intelligence, and his evil personality was awakened. The previous train battle. It's because of Dr. Octopus's dark personality. Mob. When Spider-Man heard about the Green Devil, his eyes were filled with deep solemnity. Asterisk. The Green Devil may represent one person, or two people. Norman Osborn. Or Harry Osborn. In the video, Spider-Man lived up to expectations and found the Green Demon at an extremely fast speed. Ha 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 ha. The Green Devil was flying in the sky on a glider, and the pumpkin bombs he threw were extremely powerful. It's easy to blow up any vehicle. There was even wild laughter coming out of his mouth. Maguire Spider-Man world. Peter finally confirmed that it was not his friend Harry Osborn, but Harry Osborn's father. Norman Osborn, the first Green Goblin, is also the scariest Green Goblin. Like himself, he has a strengthened physique, and his second personality is extremely evil. Wasn't he killed and punished by himself? Garfield Spider-Man world. Hearing the Green Devil's crazy laughter, Parker finally loosened his fist. This is no longer the demon that destroyed his world. If it is really that guy, he doesn't know how to face him. Video continues. The two fought and caused a lot of damage, but Spider-Man didn't expect. In the end, with his strength, he successfully captured the Green Goblin. But, no one expected that when Norman Osborn was defeated, his kind personality would awaken. A weak look. And told little Spider-Man that if they returned to their original world, they would definitely die, and no one could stop them. So he prayed to stay in the world before his eyes. The soft-hearted little Spider-Man didn't know how to respond when he heard this. But, at this moment, Norman Osborn finally said, he is just sick. Once his disease is cured and the evil Osborn is killed once and for all, he will return to normal. You don't have to worry about the evil Green Devil appearing anymore. Little Spider-Man just approved of this idea, but Doctor Strange appeared and without hesitation, he locked up the Green Goblin. At this moment, everything is done. Doctor Strange is preparing to let everyone return to their own universe's magic. Unexpectedly. Snap snap. In a certain area, a flash of lightning appeared out of nowhere. Finally, he turned into a blue figure in the air, and as he slowly condensed, his black skin emerged. Garfield Spider-Man World. BX8. Seeing this, Parker's defense broke down immediately, and he reached out and grabbed his hair tightly. He looked at the little Spider-Man in the video and really wanted to ask, what on earth did this guy do? 270 Why did the Electric Man also travel to the world of the third generation? This existence should have been destroyed, but it appeared again. It's incredible. This is probably the only word that can explain this phenomenon. When thinking of this word, Garfield Spider-Man showed helplessness on his face. Soon, Peter Parker rushed to the scene at an extremely fast speed. At this time, Electro felt unfamiliar with everything around him. But seeing Spider-Man immediately aroused his fighting spirit. The two men fought each other. Finally, at the substation, Spider-Man successfully subdued Electro with his cleverness. Finally, everyone gathered together. The Green Devil was still kind-hearted, with a pleading expression on his face. Soft-hearted Spider-Man. And asked Doctor Strange's last question. If they return to their own timeline, will they die like in the real ending? Doctor Strange nodded, this statement could not be denied. Multi-universe is impossible. After all, they know very little. But if there are people from other universes, then it means that the multi-universe Spider-Man can definitely defeat them. Compared to Spider-Man, all villains are self-evident. But at this moment, little Spider-Man looked at the praying Osborn and himself in his cage. Dr. Lizard curled up in a ball, even the bewildered Electric Man. Finally, he made a decision that went against his ancestors. Since he is in public, right in front of Doctor Strange, took away the magic props created by Doctor Strange. At this moment, 119-0855. Doctor Strange was so angry that the two of them went outside and actually came to the outside of the sanctuary in London. Mott. Two people are right in front of you, a fight is about to begin. Earth. Avengers Tower. Hiss. Doctor Strange, who saw this scene, taking a deep breath, he looked at the little Spider-Man sitting next to him with an expression of disbelief. The others all looked over with strange expressions. Kid, your sense of justice is too strong. Iron Man looked disappointed. Maybe, I don't want them to die like that. Little Spider-Man argued in a low voice. What? Captain America asked back immediately. Spider-Man immediately lowered his head like a quail, not daring to speak again. Give me the box. Doctor Strange walked out of the sanctuary, folded his arms, looked at Spider-Man, and said calmly. At least in his opinion, the little Spider-Man in front of him is just a child who may be deceived by evil words. This child has great strength, kindness, and a serious sense of responsibility, so it is no surprise that he is bewitched by others. They. Chapter 78. At least he didn't blame the little Spider-Man in front of him. Even if the magic had gone wrong before, resulting in the current situation, he would not blame the little Spider-Man in front of him. Just solve the problem and send these people away as soon as possible. Then it won't hurt to spend some time to learn about multi-universe. F. Little Spider-Man immediately shook his head and stretched out his right hand, trying to use his nano bracelet to shoot out spider silk, trapping Doctor Strange in that barrier, but I didn't think. Whoosh, there was a flash of orange magic. His nano bracelet disappeared on his arm. Spider-Man had no time to hesitate, because Doctor Strange's magical attainments were too high. He immediately stretched out his right hand, aimed at the building in the distance, and used his spider silk launcher to shoot spider silk. The body suddenly bounced high into the distance. Pa! Shoot the spider silk again. Just when I was about to ricochet onto the building, but I didn't think, whoosh, the teleportation magic circle was already open, and its silk was stretched directly on me, entangled around my feet, and I couldn't move. Kaz. Seeing this strange situation, the doctor no longer hesitated, and gently rubbed his hands in front of his chest, and a magic rope appeared. Throw it into the sky. Wrapped around Spider-Man and dragged him in front of him. And just in Spider-Man. Before he could react, Doctor Strange suddenly stretched out his left hand. Boom! An extremely terrifying force burst out from his left hand, and the next moment, an identical Peter Parker appeared. It was ejected from his body and floated behind him, 3 meters in the air. At this moment, Peter Parker looked at his hands in disbelief. His body was actually translucent and floating in the air. He looked surprised. The tone was filled with fear. Oh my God, I'm dead. No matter when or who you are, you will always have an unimaginable fear of death. And he is still so young. Looking at this guy, Doctor Strange immediately explained, you are not dead, it's just that your spirit has been pushed out of your body. After explaining, Doctor Strange reached out and grabbed the magic weapon he had created. My body. Little Spider-Man looked around in confusion, then looked at his own body in front of him and Doctor Strange standing opposite him. His body seemed to have lost consciousness. No matter how he moved his hands and feet, he could not control his body. But suddenly, Doctor Strange, who originally thought he could easily get the magic weapon in his hand, was stunned. At this moment, he actually miscalculated. Spider-Man's body actually automatically grew higher. Then he grabbed the weapon again. The most incredible scene happened. Little Spider-Man's body automatically took the magic weapon away again in the opposite direction. His body was lowered with his head down, and the red and black uniform on his body was completely different from the red and blue uniform before, and it had a very textured feel. This feeling is simply full of the beauty of the streamlined muscles, especially the bulging muscle bags on the upper arms. What? Seeing this scene, little Spider-Man's eyes were full of disbelief. Doctor Strange saw this scene and was puzzled. How did you do it? Phil. He quickly reached out and grabbed the direction where Spider-Man was holding the magic weapon. But, whoosh! Spider-Man's body reacted automatically, and he once again brought the weapon farther away from Doctor Strange and lowered it. I don't know either. The spirit floating in the air, little Spider-Man waved his hand. Doctor Strange went completely crazy. He stretched out his hands and grabbed the magic weapon in Spider-Man's hand. Left, right, left, right. At this moment, the movements seemed to slow down, but Doctor Strange just couldn't catch the magic weapon in Spider-Man's hand. Just like children playing. You can't possibly do that. Doctor Strange said it casually, but he still didn't believe it. Grab the weapon in Spider-Man's hand at a faster speed. But every time Spider-Man's body would subconsciously hold the weapon further away from him. It's like this every time. It feels great. Spider-Man didn't care about his body, but saw his spirit clearly. His eyes were full of wisdom and intelligence. 2 ratio. Then he was surprised, stretched out his hands and swam forward, toward his body, as if in water, but his movements slowed down infinitely, and finally after swimming for a while, he approached his body, outside. Snoring. The figure immediately disappeared from the spot, and he was completely integrated into his body. Bah! Just as he integrated into his body, his soul and body became one, and his body fell uncontrollably to the ground behind him. But as we all know, Spider-Man, a fall is no big deal. He flipped over and immediately jumped up from the ground, looking at the strange bawang in front of him. Little Spider-Man said excitedly, that was the coolest thing I've ever experienced, but don't do it again. At this moment, he has made up his mind to help the villains in other universes. If he can cure everyone's disease, then they can be live in this world. And if they can't live in the world in front of them, they won't die when they return to their own world. Whoosh! As soon as the spider silk shot towards the building in the sky, Spider-Man suddenly pulled his body from the ground to the air at a very fast speed. Doctor Strange looked helpless. No matter how noisy the child was, but she couldn't let her make things worse, so she immediately reached out and grabbed the cloak behind her, and threw it out without hesitation. Crash! The red magic cloak is like a person flying in the sky. The Spider-Man in front kept shooting out spider silk after spider silk, and his body shuttled between the buildings. The cloak behind me is chasing me closely, even the speed is so fast that it seems to be completely free from gravity, a special magical performance. Suddenly, just as Spider-Man swung past a certain building, the cape behind him wrapped around him. It was draped over Spider-Man's shoulders, and the cape grabbed his body. At this moment, it is like Spider-Man wearing a cape, but in fact the cape has completely imprisoned him. Hey, let me go. Without the pull of the spider silk, he quickly resisted, but the cloak behind him seemed to have a strong power. He was dragged in the air, and finally he could not move forward. Suddenly, the cloak suddenly exerted force and threw Spider-Man directly towards a distant building. Ah! Spider-Man screamed and was about to crash into the building. Caw. Doctor Strange, who had just chased out from the corner, saw this scene and fixed his gaze on Spider-Man. He quickly stretched out his right hand, turned it, and activated a special magic. Spider-Man's figure, about to hit the building, suddenly slowed down. One moment, snap! Spider-Man's figure actually hit countless glass mirrors directly, and the glass that appeared out of thin air shattered. Then Spider-Man fell to the ground uncontrollably. But, the place that was not very high just now has now become like a cliff thousands of feet high, and in front of it is an extremely huge hole in the Earth's core. Spider-Man seemed to appear thousands of meters in the sky, waving his hand holding the magic weapon. The body fell to the ground uncontrollably. This scene was so mysterious that the whole world was making clacking sounds and kept turning like the mechanical devices of the Mahist school. While Spider-Man's figure fell. The hole in the center of the Earth is getting bigger and bigger, and it is still getting bigger. The surrounding buildings kept spinning in my eyes, sometimes they were upside down, sometimes they were upright, and sometimes they were spinning. Everything seems to be going in the opposite direction. The scene in front of me was like bungee jumping, so exciting, but there was no bungee cord at all. Spider-Man was in free fall, and the surrounding scene was spinning around him, making him feel dizzy. Spider-Man's figure also fell to the ground uncontrollably. But he seemed to be flying in the sky as he fell to the ground. His body shuttled between the buildings and saw several figures. There are shadowy figures here, it seems to be an apartment building. His figure hit the tree, and like a dandelion, he flew forward again and again without control. He kept bumping into tree after tree. On Earth. Avengers Tower. Doctor Strange, seeing this scene, subconsciously smiled. This reminded him of himself back then. The first time I went to Camartage, I met the Ancient One Wizard, and at that time he was also unruly. He didn't believe in the existence of magic at all, and even said rudely that the Ancient One Wizard in front of him was an old liar. The next second, he was taught a lesson. A palm. Anyway, only one shot was fired, hitting his chest, and at that moment, his whole world seemed to have quieted down. He saw a whole new side, his own body and his soul floating out. It was horrible. He saw the birth of the universe, he saw countless elemental powers, and he saw his head with fingers growing on it growing bigger and bigger. He seemed to see the multi-universe, the countless planes of the universe shuttling between darkness and light, and his soul was wandering beyond the 9 heavens. He came to the mirror space and saw countless geometric solids, everything in fantasy became reality. At that moment he screamed crazily, his body fell down uncontrollably, and it seemed as if he was flying in the sky. Now, this scene was perfectly replicated by Spider-Man. But seeing this scene, Doctor Strange couldn't help but look dark. The Ancient One Mage has passed away. Ah! Spider-Man in the video kept screaming and his figure kept falling down. And at this moment, Doctor Strange, wearing a magic cloak, came here and looked at the scene before him. He jumped lightly. It landed steadily on the wall of a building. If it was the wall of the building in the real world, he would not be able to stand at all, and his body would even fall directly. In heavy under the influence of the force, his body will hit the ground hard and be broken into pieces. But in this space, the wall under Doctor Strange's feet seems to be the earth. Doctor Strange gently held out his hands. The building next to me seemed to come alive, with geometric forms constantly being copied and pasted around it. Extensions, it's like an octagonal dragon, constantly closing and closing. It wasn't just the building in front of us that came alive. Our Spider-Man finally appeared on a certain building. He quickly stood up and kept spitting spider silk to wander around the city. In the square, he came to the mall. 18. This scene was simply divine. Wherever he passed, the building kept splitting and closing. After he entered the mall, the elevators became 8. Intertwined, he jumped onto a shelf, which immediately opened and closed again, like a strange magic trick. This scene is a perfect transformation of fantasy into reality. Everything around me became unreal, just like in a dream, everything was disordered and terrifying. Spider-Man just ejected himself, and his body became uncontrollable and floated into the sky. It was as if he had escaped the pull of gravity. Even if he was like that, he couldn't possibly use such terrifying power. Ah! After a scream, he suddenly saw Doctor Strange standing upside down in the air, and then he realized that his world had become a reflection. Little Spider-Man didn't give a shit. He quickly jumped and ran away. He stretched out his hand and the spider silk swam in front of his eyes. Sniff sniff. Doctor Strange Vivi. After the operation, he stretched out his hands suddenly and saw 2 fire whips. Hit Spider-Man hard. Snap. Before he could react, Spider-Man was whipped and flew away. Suddenly. Whoosh. A portal appeared and a train flew towards this side at a very fast speed. This is completely flying in the sky, with the city seen in the distance, and the train has completely derailed. But it seems to be running on rails, running to Doctor Strange's specifications. Boom! The train rushed by and hit the magic weapon. The magic weapon slid uncontrollably on the top of the train for a distance. Doctor Strange just reached out to grab the weapon. Whoosh! A spider silk has been launched from the spider silk launcher and just stopped on the magic weapon. Spider-Man gently pulled his hand. The weapon shot back at a faster speed, and was then caught in Spider-Man's hand. He stood up and stood on top of the train. Everything around me is so strange, and the rules here seem to be completely different from the rules on Earth. It's completely different. The whole world seems to be undergoing some drastic changes. Where is this? Spider-Man gently placed his right hand on the top of the train, steadying his body, ready to retreat and escape at any time. Doctor Strange is wearing a red robe, with the eye of Agamotto on his chest, a pair of wise eyes. I master the mirror dimension. He said this casually, and immediately stretched out his right hand and floated to the left. His right hand was flooded with countless dazzling sparks. It formed an offensive force like a sharp sword, and after floating in the sky, it attacked Spider-Man. Spider-Man dances gently, and the next moment, these orange lights actually floated to the sky above my head, and then 2 countless portals opened at the same time, and the whole world seemed to fold, and the ground actually grew above their heads. And countless tall buildings, the high-rise buildings rotate gently, and this place seems to have turned into a dream world. Their underground became a huge valley. The valley was bottomless, and all the houses on the ground had been destroyed, but the train was still moving forward. But it also looks like a ghost train flying in the sky. Everything is full of drama and fantasy. Spider-Man felt the changes in everything around him, his spider sense was alerting him frantically, and he quickly reached out to Doctor Strange and said, "Stop, can we talk? Everything around us is completely out of control, and this is Doctor Strange's world." Spider-Man asked himself, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't be here. Escape from Doctor Strange's clutches. This scarf, it's just like in myths and legends. The 5-finger mountain of Buddha Tathagata and the little monkey who has the power to reach heaven and earth. Monkey King, there is no way to resist the 5-finger mountain of Tathagata Buddha. This is not a mountain in the literal sense, but a rule and a law. Even if the little monkey tries to escape from this mountain, he will always be suppressed, because this mountain is the rule. Chapter 79. It was as if Doctor Strange had mastered the rules of the entire world and allowed Spider-Man to escape to the ground no matter how hard he tried. The ground may also become the sky. He flew into the sky, which might turn into a bottomless abyss in the next second. With Spider-Man's intelligence, how could he not see that Doctor Strange in front of him was playing with him? If I really wanted to do this, I would have collapsed here a long time ago. Looking at the little Spider-Man in front of him, Doctor Strange took a step forward, still using an admonishing tone. Don't you know that in the multi-universe, countless people know that Peter Parker is Spider-Man? His voice was melodious and high-pitched, and at this moment it sounded loud and clear, as if he was the ruler of the entire world. Cast the spell, and they will all come. Zhou Chu Bagong pointed at the Dharma body. I know, but we can't let them go back to die. Spider-Man's kindness burst out, and he stretched out his hand to stop Doctor Strange. The thought of him crying hysterically in front of me made him look like a little green devil. Spider-Man couldn't bear to let such a guy go back to die. Doctor Strange looked helpless. That is their fate, you can't change them and their fate. Doctor Strange, who has a deep understanding of the cause and effect of magic in the world, is naturally a learned and talented person. What if we can change their fate? Little Spider-Man's tone hastened. He negotiated again and said that he still did not intend to give up and was ready to persuade again. His left hand tightly grasped the magic weapon made by Doctor Strange, protecting him behind him. This child is extremely kind-hearted, and even when encountering those things, he can't tell the truth from the falsehood at this moment. Doctor Strange shook his head gently, no longer wanting to explain so much. He immediately stretched out his right hand, and magical light burst out from it. In an instant, click, 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 the entire train began to deform, copying and pasting endlessly to form an octagonal dragon from all directions. It becomes a cylinder. Spider-Man is trapped in the middle. Hey, 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 what are you doing? As soon as Spider-Man said this, his body lost control and he fell onto a carriage. But he quickly stabilized his body. He could stand on any flat surface, even vertical glass. The train flying in the air was now split into a cylinder like a gun barrel, and it was constantly closing up and becoming infinitely longer. When Spider-Man saw this, he ran away without even stopping. I won't give it to you. But suddenly, ah! Little Spider-Man screamed and his body flew into the air out of control. Gravity changed again, and it fell far away. And the next moment, the sports doctor no longer held back and stretched out his left hand, which was already wearing a ring, and his right hand gently turned, spinning in circles. Crash! The most basic teleportation magic, under the uncontrolled body of little Spider-Man, a stream of light surrounded him, and he fell into the portal. Ah! Spider-Man screamed. The next moment, a portal appeared above his head again. His body kept falling up and down in the portal. At this moment, his body seemed to be divided into countless. There was one on almost every floor, and before he had even landed on the ground, his figure had already appeared on the portal above his head. Space plus mirror magic plus Doctor Strange, with his mastery of the space before him, he was now completely invincible. Wuzzy Mountain has also been specifically included. Doctor Strange did not hesitate, and stretched out his hand. The cloak on the shoulders flew out automatically. He wrapped himself around Spider-Man and was about to tie him up. Ah! Spider-Man screamed. The magic prop in his hand was already tightly held by the rope, leaving him no room to return it. Pa! A spider silk shot out. It was launched into another teleportation magic and directly landed on the robe. At this moment, his body finally maintained its balance. Give me! Spider-Man cursed angrily and even kicked the robe several times, but it was of no use. Suddenly, bang! Doctor Strange moved his hands. A rope appeared in his hand. He gently threw the rope from his hand and grabbed the robe. The magic rope dragged the robe away, and Doctor Strange stretched out his hands and exerted light force. Spider-Man's spider silk couldn't pull at all, and his body was also pulled towards Doctor Strange. But because of this, the two portals came together uncontrollably and collided instantly. In an instant, click, the entire mirror space ushered in an epic destruction, and the mirrors shattered one after another, shattering all over the ground. At this moment, the entire mirror space is full of mirror fragments. Not only that, the earth was destroyed, the mountains were destroyed, everything around was destroyed, and they began to float irregularly. It slowly rotated in place, even the tall buildings were broken into several sections. There are no rules anymore. The magic prop just now, because of the forced rotation, flew away uncontrollably at this moment, completely out of the gravity. Seeing this, Dr. Lee no longer hesitated. He quickly put his hands together and flew towards the direction of the magic prop at an extremely fast speed. Hula, the robes behind him, followed closely behind Doctor Strange, and also flew towards Doctor Strange at a very fast speed. Spider-Man no longer hesitated after seeing this. He stretched out his hands and continuously released strands of spider silk to forcefully pull his body. Leaping between the irregular and gently rotating peaks, After landing on a mountain peak, Spider-Man rolled over and stood up immediately, looking at the environment in front of him. The whole person was shaking with excitement, and the look in his eyes became incredible. But, he continued to whisper, wait, is that an Archimedean line? The mirror dimension is just a geometric rotation? It seems you are good at geometry. Whoosh! Having said this, he stretched out his right hand without hesitation, and a spider silk shot out, and his figure flew between countless mountains. Then take yourself as the center point. Snort, sniff, sniff. The ignored spider silk shot out and entangled these mountains, and he whispered softly, divide the square of the radius by pi and mark the coordinates. He didn't stop what he was doing. As if he was calculating something, one spider silk after another kept shooting out from his spider silk arrows. All of his spider silk was ejected onto the mountain peak that was gently spinning without any rules. Far away, the robe was put back on Doctor Strange. After some tracking, he finally reached out and grabbed the magic prop. At this moment, floating in the air, just like Superman, everything around is slowly spinning. The world is facing destruction at this moment. But in this lawless world, Doctor Strange is at the heart of it all. There was no need for him to repair or destroy everything around him, just leave them here. Even at this moment, looking at everything around him, what he cares most about is the Spider-Man in front of him. Doctor Strange said in a gentle voice, "Okay, Parker, you stay here and I'll come back for you." After saying this, he gently turned around, and the one on his right hand and left hand emitted a magical light. On the right hand, a sparking portal appeared. And the space in front of me is inseparable, the other side is the real space. Doctor Strange was just about to leave the space in front of him, but I didn't think, "Hey, Doctor Strange, you know what's cooler than magic?" Spider-Man's voice came from above. Doctor Strange immediately turned his head to look, but suddenly found that Spider-Man was pulling countless irregularly rotating mountains. At this moment, they are ejected towards this side again and again. He was so fast that Doctor Strange didn't know what was going on and just stood there in a daze. Z7. Sniff sniff. Countless spider silks, in geometric shapes, are driven by the irregular and slowly rotating peaks, one after another. They all entangled Doctor Strange. And these irregularly rotating peaks are also connected together, like a confinement array. Doctor Strange's body was completely imprisoned and he could no longer move at all. Ah! He made a sound of unwillingness, and even his legs and hands were tightly pulled and stretched straight. And a strand of spider silk fell from the sky. Spider-Man, hanging upside down, slowly slides down along the spider silk. Looking at this scene, he appeared in front of the portal. Even magic props, also entangled in spider silk, Spider-Man's proud voice, "Math." Then he stretched out his right hand and shot out spider silk. "It's better not to do this." Doctor Strange's eyes were already unfriendly. Little Spider-Man has gone too far. The spider silk has been wrapped around the magic prop, and Spider-Man gently ejects his arm. The prop returned to his hands. Doctor Strange looked at the scene calmly. He would be able to get out no matter what. Unexpectedly, D3. A strand of spider silk shot out accurately and then wrapped around Doctor Strange's ring. As Spider-Man shook his wrist, whoosh! Doctor Strange's ring was pulled out. Ouch! Doctor Strange was speechless. "I'm sorry, but..." Spider-Man lowered his head slightly and looked behind him. Behind him was the portal. Without any hesitation, he did a perfect turn in the air and then landed steadily on the ground with a thud. He knelt on one knee with one hand, and turned his head to look at the portal. In his hand was the magic item that the two had fought over before. This battle could be said to be a complete victory for Spider-Man. He said seriously, "I have to try it." His eye mask darkened as his tone deepened. The next moment, the portal lost Doctor Strange's magical energy and immediately turned into a ray of light. Slowly disappearing, "The ruins are in front of me. What's going on?" Good friend Ned and his girlfriend Michelle came over together. Both of them had worried looks on their faces. "I beat the odds. Doctor!" Little Spider-Man shouted in surprise, his tone full of shock. One moment, Ned's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" Little Spider-Man immediately raised the ring in his hand. "I stole his magic ring too. I swung, and passed through this huge mirror, and then came back." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed the hood, and without any hesitation, he pulled it off, revealing Peter Parker's face. Ned took the magic ring and put it on his hand excitedly. It was obvious that he was very interested in it. "Where is he?" his girlfriend Michelle asked anxiously. "Trapped, not sure how long." Little Spider-Man said calmly. They returned to this place. This is where Dr. Octopus and his men were imprisoned, and the accident that happened at this moment made everyone a little confused. "I don't understand why Spider-Man would do this. You can obviously kill us, but why do you do these things?" Dr. Octopus asked grimly. Before little Spider-Man could say anything, his girlfriend Michelle, who was beside him, had already retorted, "He's not that kind of person. Little Spider-Man also walked into the arena and looked at all the villains present with a serious look. I can help you, as long as I heal you. You will be changed when you go back, and you won't die fighting Spider-Man. Everything comes back to the core issue. And then everything seemed to be going according to plan. Spider-Man didn't expect that Dr. Octopus and the Green Goblin were both scientists. They also revealed their identities, so everything can still be saved. Spider-Man didn't notice the Green Goblin at this moment. There was no begging for mercy as at the beginning, but it seemed to become normal, neither humble nor arrogant. Finally, Dr. Lizard looked at the scene in front of him and said coldly, "If you want to cure others, there will always be serious consequences." Little Spider-Man disagrees, "You don't have to come. I didn't know you could talk. If you stay, you'll have to deal with that magician." His expression seemed somewhat rebellious, but just like a child, he could be easily tortured. "If you don't agree, you will die. There is no other choice, right?" Dr. Lizard's tone weakened a bit. "I just want to go home." The imprisoned Sandman folded his arms with a calm look on his face. It was the last turn for Electric Man. He looked at the scene and said bluntly, "I don't want to be killed. Especially by someone dressed as a wizard. What's your plan?" At this moment, all villains seemed to be conquered by Spider-Man's personality charm. Little Spider-Man also smiled, "I've thought of it all." After saying this, he picked up the magic box in his hand, and then looked at Ned and Michelle in front of him. "Where is this thing? We have to find a safe place." Michelle said seriously. "You take it." Little Spider-Man immediately handed the magic prop in his hand to Michelle. "What?" Michelle was slightly stunned, with a puzzled expression. Little Spider-Man immediately pointed to the middle button and explained, "I will notify you if something goes wrong. Just press it and it's over." Michelle and Ned's expressions immediately became serious, and Michelle even looked into Spider-Man's eyes. "We want to go with you, we can't leave you behind. It's too dangerous, you've done enough." Little Spider-Man looked at the two important people in front of him with a sincere expression. "We are a team." Ned also said. "I know, but I can't do it if you are in danger. Take it away from me." Little Spider-Man still looked at Michelle with a serious look. This is the most important person to him and the only person he can trust. Looking at the look in Little Spider-Man's eyes, Michelle finally softened her heart. Little Spider-Man said again, "Please." "All right." Michelle finally agreed to take over the magic props. "Thank you." Little Spider-Man just said, "If I don't hear from you, I'll press the button," Michelle said seriously. "The magic item in your arms is the key thing." However, at this moment, Garfield Spider-Man World. Maguire Spider-Man World. As the first and second generation Spider-Man, they both looked solemn. Both of them knew that the dangers of these villains were unimaginable and beyond expectation. Especially seeing the three generations of Spider-Man in front of me, such a pure heart, a kind and responsible child. Both of them felt their hearts in their throats. Chapter 80. When I saw Spider-Man and Doctor Strange fighting before, the scene was so spectacular that both of them were deeply attracted. At this moment, when I saw Spider-Man said he had his own plan, no. The two Spider-Men shouted almost at the same time that this was simply impossible to achieve. Spider-Man's plan to save others also needed the approval of others. And these villains in front of us, they are not sick at all. If they want to cure it by force, it will be like hitting a rock with an egg, and bring these villains together. This is undoubtedly a devastating disaster, and no one in this world can stop it. Sandman. Maguire Spider-Man, I don't know how much effort it took, Sandman was not defeated, but in the end, it was Sandman's kindness that persuaded him to join the Justice Camp. Because Maguire Spider-Man is kind, Sandman finally decided to help Maguire Spider-Man. And Dr. Octopus. Although the main body is not broken, it has lost the control chip. Unless a new control chip can be made, the chip is in danger of being destroyed at any time. If it is destroyed again, Dr. Octopus will be completely out of trouble. Dr. Lizard. Dr. Connors has gone insane. He has completely turned into a lizard man. His consciousness is dominated by evil and there is no room for him to show kindness. It's impossible to save Dr. Lizard. Lizardmen bring only destruction. Maybe even execute his own global lizard plan again. Seeing this scene, Garfield Spider-Man couldn't help but stick out his upper teeth and bite his lower lip lightly. He clenched his fists. I was so jealous, angry, and anxious to the extreme. And the Electric Man. The Electric Man has transcended all elements, and can even transform himself into 087 and become an ion. This is the most terrifying existence. He has transcended the scope of human beings. Even his power is comparable to thunder and lightning. Better than you. If he wants to run, no one can catch him. If he wants to be Sandman, no one can stop him. When Garfield and Spider-Man wanted to defeat Electro, they put themselves in a life and death situation. In the nuclear power plant, using the special environment, the Electric Man was overloaded with electricity, and he was destroyed. No. If an accident happens, what should little Spider-Man do? This moment. The first and second generation Spider-Man were almost frightened by the magical operation of the third generation. Villains can lie, but decent people can't. Villains can do whatever they want, but decent people have their own rules. Both Spider-Men looked solemn, and no one knew what would happen next. In the video, Electro took the lead and expressed his belief in Spider-Man's girlfriend. And little Spider-Man doesn't want to put his friend Ned and his girlfriend Michelle in danger. So they chose to act separately. But, as the two of them gestured, DB. Sparks appeared on the fingertips of two people. This scene was so magical. But at this time, neither of them thought much. Ned ran away first. Michelle stopped in front of little Spider-Man, and the two of them gave each other instructions. At this point, the troops were divided into two groups, and Spider-Man's plan began to be implemented. The villain in front of you. Green Goblin, Electric Man. Sandman and Dr. Octopus all followed Spider-Man to their research site. The small elevator seemed very crowded, and even Aunt May followed the plan, which was unexpected. Only, this Dr. Octopus looks very aggrieved. Because he was actually tightly imprisoned by his own octopus claws and had no way out. Controlled by little Spider-Man, it has become a nano-external martial crystal. At this moment, he is still an evil personality, so little Spider-Man has no intention of letting Dr. Octopus go. Everyone is in an elevator. This scene looks hilarious. But I didn't expect everyone. We arrived at Happy's house. It is obvious that Aunt May is very familiar with this place, as if she is back home, which shows that she is indeed dating Happy. Pa. The Electric Man activated the TV with a beam of electricity, and Sandman sat casually on the sofa, with the sand on his body leaking all over the sofa. He reached out and pulled at it, but the more he pulled, the more looking at this scene, Dr. Octopus showed a dissatisfied expression on his face, and said with disdain that there was not even a laboratory here. Witness a miracle right here in this small apartment. Others didn't say much. At this moment, the Green Goblin seemed to have really returned to his normal personality. He looked around. Just when everyone was not optimistic about Spider-Man, he went into a small cubicle. There were huge amounts of square objects in the corner, and little Spider-Man looked at them and pulled back the curtains. The mechanical structure was revealed. What is that? Everyone was confused when they saw this thing. The rectus abdominis can analyze, design, and manufacture anything. Little Spider-Man casually snapped his hands, and the machine in front of him began to operate. Immediately expanded, turned into a creative machine, 0146022113 follow 144512300. It was as if this historic moment was simply unimaginable, and Aunt May was speechless, thinking it was just a broken tanning machine. The machine started to work quickly, revealing the arc reactor made by Iron Man, a new triangular element. Earth. Avengers Tower. Igog. Black Widow sneered and looked at Iron Man. You are really good to your son. You dare to give him anything. Hey, don't talk nonsense, he's not my son. Iron Man immediately reached out to Black Widow. Title. Seeing the triangular element appear in the video, he felt deeply moved. This was indeed something he could do. The birth of new elements not only means more powerful energy and more terrifying reactions, it even represents a whole new development. Pa. The moment he saw the arc reactor, a gleam of light flashed in the Electric Man's eyes and his face was full of surprise. 12. The machine started to work for a moment, but something shot out instantly, and with a bang, it hit the wall hard. This steel part fell to the ground, making a clanking sound. Dr. Octopus still looked unhappy. And no one knows, in fact, Dr. Lizard was also brought out by them, but was locked in a large truck downstairs. Entering the correct process, Spider-Man began to create, starting with the chip behind Dr. Octopus' neck. Norman Osborn, who has returned to his normal personality, is undoubtedly one of the most powerful scientists. As deputy at this moment, he can move freely. Spider-Man's thinking is indeed amazing. In a short time, he has analyzed all the pros and cons and what he wants to create. With Norman Osborn's knowledge, they quickly condensed a small projection version of the chip in front of them. Looking at this incredible scene, Norman Osborn was extremely shocked. As a scientist, he naturally knew what this scene represented. Just like an old professor, and a genius young scientist. This scene looks so warm and like a kind of inheritance. A self-healing composite circuit. Looking at the thing in his hand, Norman Osborn recognized what it was at a glance. Yes, theoretically this is a success, and he can return to his original state. Spider-Man nodded slightly, and he became excited. Aunt May casually drank and poured water, serving everyone. At least as the master, although he was a little scared looking at the group of people in front of him, he was not too panicked. With a plan in mind, Spider-Man also stopped the mechanical arm from restraining Dr. Octopus. Although Dr. Octopus can move freely, but his whole body was tied up by mechanical arms, and there was not much room for freedom. The subsequent plan went smoothly. Looking at the area in front of him, the Electric Man's eyes always have a sense of unfamiliarity. Not only Electro, but even Sandman is not used to this incident. The two of them talked without thinking. At this moment, Electro showed a villain's smile on his face, and looked towards Spider-Man's small technology creation room. Just with a glance, he discovered the peculiarity of the arc reactor. What he wanted at the moment was to absorb that thing. Then it becomes stronger, a terrifying gaze. Why did you follow me? I just want to see my daughter. Sandman walked over, his face calm. But he won't send anyone home until he finishes his little science experiment. Unexpectedly, the Electric Man's expression remained unchanged, and he asked casually, "Do you believe him?" Hearing this, Sandman shook his head gently, "I don't trust anyone." "How did you become like this?" He crossed his arms and looked at the Electric Man in front of him, and the two began to chat. At this time, the electrician also revealed his own experience. At his workplace, he was experimenting with the electricity produced by organisms. Unexpectedly, he fell into the electric eel battery and became what he is now. Sandman showed empathy and told about his experience of falling into a nuclear reactor. Both of them looked depressed. Little Spider-Man's experiment went very smoothly. With the manufacturing machine in front of them, they were able to manufacture what they needed in a short time. Little Spider-Man is wearing glasses. Like a scientific researcher, he carefully manipulated the robotic arm and picked up extremely sharp needles. He has already developed the neck compression chip that Dr. Octopus needs. As the tiny needle is placed on the chip, everything will come to an end. Norman Osborn was amazed at the scene in front of him. He was completely astonished. If you need to work, you are willing to commute in multi-universe. The next moment, as the last needle was inserted, the chip in front of him was completely developed. Little Spider-Man looked at this scene in surprise. Success. Norman Osborn also smiled. At least at this moment his personality was still normal. Little Spider-Man also came to the second floor immediately. He controlled Dr. Octopus's mechanical claws and lifted Dr. Octopus up. In full view of everyone, the crystal was placed on Dr. Octopus' neck. As everyone watched, the crystal was completely inserted into Dr. Octopus' neck. But at this moment, Dr. Octopus felt like he was struggling madly. Because he doesn't want his personality to be suppressed, he likes his current personality, because now he is the artificial intelligence entity. Once the chip is inserted, it will also be suppressed. The artificial intelligence itself will disappear, leaving only Dr. Octopus, whose will has been imprisoned for who knows how many years. But Spider-Man was quick-witted and without any hesitation, he placed the crystal on Dr. Octopus' neck and the long needle automatically inserted it. This also means that the experiment was a complete success. I swear when I get out of this, I will. Dr. Octopus cursed himself. Hiss one. With the addition of the long needle, Dr. Octopus closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. He was completely lifeless, with only the mechanical claws controlled by Spider-Man holding Dr. Octopus' body in place. PhD. Little Spider-Man's cautious question, looking at this scene, his eyes were full of worry. After all, there was indeed no problem with the product he developed, but he didn't know what happened to the doctor. Suddenly, Dr. Octopus suddenly took a deep breath, and then he woke up. He breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling. Looking at the unfamiliar things around him, his eyes were completely different from before. At this time, Dr. Octopus's eyes were calm. Just like a teacher and scholar, the eyes of the former Dr. Octopus were full of hostility and killing. And what he did, these are all evil things. The evil personality has taken over the artificial intelligence and occupied this body. After a moment of calming down, Dr. Otto said with a sincere look in his eyes, "It's so quiet. The voice in my head. I almost forgot about it." At this moment, his heart has completely calmed down. When he was controlled by artificial intelligence before, he heard countless horrible voices, echoing in his mind every moment, so he became crazy and stubborn. Norman Osborn on the first floor looked up at the person in front of him. Dr. Otto smiled after his winning streak. "That's right, Norman." This time Dr. Octopus's crisis was resolved, and little Spider-Man slowly operated, and the robotic arm slowly put Dr. Octopus 3.0 down. At this moment, Dr. Otto looked kind. "Yes, it's me." Click. Little Spider-Man fell from the second floor, and he was also surprised at this moment. 0146022135 Philo 14451230. At this moment, Sandman couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this scene. "I can't believe it." The crisis was resolved, and Spider-Man did not hesitate at all. He reached out and tapped the image next to him. Dr. Otto slowly raised his sharp claws and stretched them towards Spider-Man. Then the claws separated and gently touched Spider-Man's body, accompanied by countless red nanomaterials. Keep shifting Dr. Octopus's reversal. It also returned to its original metallic luster. On Spider-Man, the gold and black iron spider suit appeared. The spider pattern is formed on the body, and this scene looks absolutely gorgeous. The mechanical claws returned to normal again, and Dr. Otto looked grateful. Watching Spider-Man nod in approval, "Thank you, my dear boy. I really mean it." Spider-Man also smiled, and the two men held hands tightly, as if it was a scene of traveling through time and space. After all, no one could have imagined that Dr. Octopus could come to this world. Being able to recognize the Spider-Man in front of you, and Spider-Man can really create a chip to suppress Dr. Octopus's evil personality. The situation looks very good at this moment. "How can I help?" Looking at Spider-Man in front of him, Dr. Octopus asked sincerely. On the other side, Happy was still on his way. He left a message for Spider-Man in the car he was driving. There were many more people on the monitor at home, and he wondered who they were. There are even cyborgs with mechanical legs and a ball of mud. Happy is totally confused at this moment. On the other side, little Spider-Man started making other things, with countless robotic arms constantly moving. Chapter 81. Countless robotic arms are constantly operating under a special formula. Under the gaze of Dr. Octopus, the countless substances created were integrated together, and a green liquid was integrated into a tube of reagent. The liquid quickly filled the injection. This means that the suppression agent for the Green Goblin's evil personality has been born. "How is it, Norman?" Dr. Otto looked at Norman Osborn beside him with a gentle expression. "You're almost back to normal, no dark side. Only you." Dr. Otto, who has returned to normal, has such a gentle temperament, and he said these words with his back to Norman Osborn. 70, he didn't notice the Green Goblin, and the calculation formula stopped. Hearing this, Norman Osborn just said calmly, "Only me." He turned his head slowly, with a strange smile on his face, and it seemed as if this smile was supposed to be like this. Dr. Octopus did not find anything unusual about this scene. Outside, at this moment, after unremitting efforts, Spider-Man created a brand new device. Then he gently placed the device on the Electric Man's chest. Little Spider-Man explains earnestly, "This should be able to absorb the energy. I'll come back to check. Watch out for the flash. All the convenience means that the electricity in your body has dissipated. Not all, your brain needs electricity, your nervous system. Why should I explain electricity to you?" Electro looked nonchalant, sitting there, looking at the little Spider-Man in front of him, his face calm. "Can I ask a question?" The question he asked had nothing to do with his own problem. However, the kind-hearted Spider-Man did not notice this. He was just trying to save the people in front of him in his own way. "I want to cure their diseases. As long as these people are cured, they will not die when they return to their original world." H+4. Little Spider-Man suddenly became confused. "Is that your Lego?" Electro asked casually. "Ah, I have to go, see you later. Little Spider-Man didn't explain, but quickly got up and left. And just after he left, the Electric Man looked at the device 13 on his chest and said it didn't matter if he took a picture, but then, the device began to absorb electricity. The Electric Man's chest rose and fell, and he looked depressed. I feel something is wrong. What's wrong? Sandman asked calmly. The Electric Man pointed at the device on his chest. I don't like this feeling. Forget it, the sooner we finish, the sooner we can go home. Sandman stuck to his principles. But, I felt the power draining away from my body, and that feeling of invincibility was fading away, making my mind even more depressed. Something happened downstairs. A disguised, small van soon drove up here. The driver pushed the door open, wearing a black windbreaker and a hat on his head. 7-1. The familiar face turned out to be the owner of the Bugle Daily. Looking at the men in front of him, he quickly asked where they were. The men immediately pointed towards the building. We're outside. I told you not to lose me. I want videos of Spider-Man committing crimes. I called damage control and they're on their way. The boss of the Daily Bugle is still sharp in his arguments. But, no one knew that in the large cargo truck parked downstairs, Dr. Lizard had a grim smile on his face. Let's begin. This place will be surrounded by police. The owner of the Daily Bugle was still roaring angrily. And upstairs, Spider-Man is completely unable to predict future crises. Even though he has a strong spider sense, he can only predict the crisis in front of him. At this moment, he is concentrating on making a new suppressor. 17 asterisk. His expression changed and he slowly stood up. He sensed an unknown danger. In his perception, a unique change had taken place in his whole person, and the visual field around him seemed to be getting farther and farther away. Little Spider-Man stood there in a daze. He stood up. Some of the things around him felt so strange, as if he was completely excluded from the space. Peter. Dr. Octopus beside him asked in confusion, what's wrong? Little Spider-Man didn't answer. Dr. Octopus's voice was in his ears. It seemed to become infinitely elongated, with a strange and wonderful feeling, as if his soul had left the whole world. I have no idea. Little Spider-Man said casually, and walked towards the inner room. Aunt May. He walked forward step by step, and his expression changed suddenly. Suddenly, Peter, what's wrong? Aunt May walked down from upstairs and looked at the little Spider-Man in front of her with confusion. Little Spider-Man could not detect the source of danger. He slowly looked at the group of strange people in front of him. These vicious criminals in front of us are villains in other worlds. He saw Dr. Octopus, but he did not sense any malice from him. What's wrong? He looked at Killer, who had a confused look on his face. Even Electric Man looked confused. And at this moment, Spider-Man suddenly saw the Green Goblin Norman Osborn, but Norman Osborn turned his head away and walked to the empty space next to him. This action seems very natural. Little Spider-Man's eyes were full of suspicion. He saw Electro. The Electric Man was already unhappy, and the environment here was even more unpleasant. The super ability he possessed was defined as a disease. At this moment, he looked unhappy. Why are you looking at me like that? This strange look seemed to be the same as the one that all the people gave him when they were in New York Square that day. It's like looking at a strange creature. So at this time, feeling such gazes, the Electric Man's expression was very unfriendly. Little Spider-Man gently closed his eyes, feeling the malice coming from the surroundings and the heartbeats of everyone. The next moment, Spider-Man suddenly opened his eyes, and a strand of spider silk shot out from his left hand, directly hitting Norman Osborn's hand. Pa! The sticky spider silk forcibly imprisoned his hands on the machine next to him. This scene came so suddenly. Norman Osborn's face, he slowly turned out from the darkness, with a little light on his face, but most of it was hidden in the darkness, with a grim smile on his face. Your premonition is quite impressive. His eyes were extremely gloomy. The drawing at this moment, the light and shadow structure at this moment, perfectly interpreted what a villain is. Just one look reveals the villain's treacherous and sinister character. Norman. Dr. Otto next to him was slightly stunned. Norman's on vacation. A hideous smile appeared on the Green Goblin's face, and at this moment he no longer concealed his evil intentions. What the hell is this? The Electric Man looked at the scene in front of him, and he was completely stunned on the spot, completely unable to understand what was going on with his eyes. Spider-Man said he would heal everyone and let them return to their own universe. At this moment, he suddenly turned his hand to Norman Osborn. "You're the Green Goblin." Little Spider-Man's chest rose and fell. He immediately realized that Norman Osborn's personality had changed. The crisis was right in front of him, and he just realized that the crisis came from the person in front of him. "Let the dark personality disappear forever, do you really think I will obey you obediently?" Norman Osborn said word by word in a hoarse voice. His voice was like that of a demon, carrying a special curse that was particularly harsh to the ears. Aunt May stepped back subconsciously, a little bit of fear showing on her face, and retreated into the room. "You'll take my power away from me, because you don't know what it can bring." The Green Goblin looked at Spider-Man in front of him with his eyes wide open, revealing his extreme violent aura. And where no one can see, Aunt May came into the house and soon came to the scientific research machine. Her target was the green liquid that had been developed. Outside, at this moment, little Spider-Man is still full of kindness. Looking at these guys in front of him, he also wants to save the Green Goblin in front of him. Aunt May in the house not only took away the green liquid, but also took away all the weapons developed by little Spider-Man to fight these monsters. "I saw how she pushed you, she fulfilled her moral mission," the Green Devil said coldly, with his signature grim smile on his face. Obviously, the scene alludes to Spider-Man, who was once in the original world and was inspired by Uncle Ben when Uncle Ben was dying. "So I followed Uncle Ben's advice and have been fighting crime in this world. The more people you save, the greater your ability, the greater your responsibility." This is an incredible classic quote. The same applies. The Spider-Man in front of me. Aunt May came out, clenching her pockets, which were full of things made to treat these guys. And the next moment, the Green Goblin finally revealed his intentions. "We don't need you to save us, nor do we need to be cured." His voice was full of confidence, without any trace of his previous timidity, or even a hint of his previous he cried and begged for mercy. He is totally different from the elegant doctor before. He looked at the murderer next to him. "These are not curses, these are gifts." The Green Devil shook his head slightly. Upon hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D was shaken, and the Electric Man subconsciously looked at his chest. They finally understood why they felt uncomfortable. Their ability was not a disease at all. This is a gift from God. There is no need to be cured. Norman, no. Dr. Otto, who has regained his true nature, gives sincere advice with his eyes. Unexpectedly, "Shut up, puppy!" Norman Osborn shouted coldly, even with violence and anger. "You don't know what you are talking about." Spider-Man looked at the Green Goblin in front of him, without any fear in his eyes. "But, I saw you through Norman's cowardly eyes, desperately trying to have what you wanted. But the world wants you to make a choice, but God doesn't have to make a choice." Green Goblin's ability, not only his body is strengthened, but also his criminal mind is highly intelligent. His language skills are also amazing. The world's mouth shield Spider-Man is the most powerful existence, but under Spider-Man's mouth escape Norman Osborn, he still hasn't recovered his nature, his evil character is beyond redemption. At the last moment, he tried to activate his levitation device to stab Spider-Man to death, but he ended up getting caught in his own trap and stabbed himself to death. This is the original storyline, and now this scene is played out again. The story of the farmer and the snake. At this moment, everyone who heard this was shaken in their hearts, or their eyes became firm. Just plunder. Norman Osborn looked at the childish little Spider-Man in front of him and nodded slightly like an elder. At this moment, Spider-Man immediately exclaimed, "Aunt May, run! The situation is totally out of control, and these villains are not worthy of redemption at all." Even if he wanted to save the villains in front of him, these villains didn't want to be saved at all. Everyone present has special abilities, except Aunt May, an ordinary person. If she stays here, she will definitely be implicated. The Electric Man reached out without hesitation and pulled off the power absorber on his chest. Sparks burst out from his chest. His eyes became fierce, revealing the villain's look. At this moment, his eyes completely agreed with Norman Osborn's words. Hiss! Norman Osborn stretched out his left hand and pulled it hard, forcibly pulling his hand out of the spider silk. Tie-dye doesn't seem to have any feeling. After all, it is 827 spider silk, but when you think about how tough and terrifyingly strong the previous spider silk was. The spider silk of the first generation of Spider-Man, countless spider silk, really forced the train to move forward at full speed. Spider-Man's spider silk, the toughness strength is also the same. The spider silk used by the third-generation Spider-Man is completely high-tech spider silk. It can even forcibly pull thousands of tons. Even ships weighing tens of thousands of tons, but such terrible spider silk was torn apart easily by Norman Osborn. Just tear it apart and break free from the bondage ballot box with check mark. That's just horrible. At the moment of turning around, Norman Osborn showed a Joker-like fearful smile on his face. The Green Goblin's true nature is revealed. Pa! The Lightning Man on the opposite side instantly stretched out his hand, and countless lightning energies burst out from his hand and were aimed directly at the small house. The arc reactor working at the center. The arc reaction of the new element not only has stronger energy but also consumes very little energy. He was dragged out and flew back into the hands of the Electric Man. Looking at the arc reactor in his hand, the Electric Man's eyes were full of excitement. This was what he had always dreamed of. They are villains, they are not good people, so they feel strange and unaccustomed to everything around them. Villains don't need gifts, they only need to plunder. Boom! Green film threw one of his arms directly into Spider-Man's chest, knocking him flying backwards. The body hit the wall hard and then fell to the ground. Everyone has completely turned against Spider-Man, and there is no room for easing up. When the killer saw this scene, his figure slowly turned into countless sands. Flowed through the air to track down Aunt May. There is no need to talk too much about villains, because they are villains. Aunt May immediately ran out, came to the elevator door, and pressed the elevator button frantically, but in an instant, snap, snap. The lights in the entire building dimmed completely, as if some extremely strong electric current had stimulated and affected it. Oh my God, what have you done? Dr. Otto looked at the Electric Man in front of him in disbelief. I like you before. The Electric Man held the arc reactor in his hand and madly absorbed the electricity from the reactor. It was converted into its own energy, and a special light was released from its pupils. Its whole body was filled with electricity and became stronger than ever before. In the past, electricians absorbed the current from nuclear power plants. It is simply not able to fully satisfy itself, and at this moment the energy in the arc reactor seems to be endless. If what you ate before were bran, what you are eating now is fine rice. Pa! He immediately stretched out his left hand and used countless electric currents to pull Dr. Octopus's limbs. The mechanical tentacles pulled him in front of him. After turning his body slightly, Dr. Octopus pointed his back at the wall of the tall building. Then push your left hand suddenly. Chapter 82. Ah! Dr. Octopus screamed, and the wall shattered. He was blown away by the strong current and crashed into the wall. The body was out of control and fell from a 1,000-foot-high building. Feeling his body in free fall, Dr. Octopus stretched out his mechanical claws in panic. Want to grab the wall, but it has always been artificial intelligence. The mechanical claws were controlled by Dr. Octopus himself, who had little experience. Boom boom for a while, the body kept sliding down and was about to fall to the ground. Finally, click. At a certain point, the octopus tentacles and steel claws dug into the wall fiercely, and Dr. Octopus's figure barely stopped. The boss of the Daily Bugle saw this scene, and he quickly patted the cameraman beside him and pointed to the sky. Up there, he's up there. The guy on the wall. Obviously in this world, the owner of the Daily Bugle is also Spider-Man's biggest anti-fan. The battle had already begun, and Aunt May had no choice but to escape from the stairs. She ran down the stairs one floor at a time. The Electric Man standing in the room looked at the wall in front of him, which was like a 1,000-foot cliff. When he stretched out his arms, countless extremely powerful electric currents burst out in front of him, forming a strong magnetic current field. And the next moment, whoosh, the figure of the Lightning Man suddenly disappeared from the spot, turned into orange-yellow lightning, and in the blink of an eye jumped into countless ministers of the sandstorm. He roams in the sky, flying freely. The sandstorm began to surge, and the situation was completely out of control. Boom boom, feeling the violent thunder and lightning and sandstorms, Dr. Lizard, who was in the cargo compartment, stretched out his claws and waved them. A cold light flashed. It directly pierced the iron sheet of the large cargo box. He jumped out from it and ran away on all fours. This horrific scene, it's simply terrifying. The boss of the Daily Bugle was confused. He looked at his assistant beside him, his lips trembling. Did you see it? The crisis has arrived, and orange lightning is everywhere in the field. Yellow sand filled the air, as if a special sandstorm had formed. In the supernatural world, the human world is easily destroyed like a block of tofu. The boiling sandstorm has swept in, and no one can escape at this moment. This scene is like the destruction of heaven and earth. The orange-yellow lightning continued to fly across the sky. Shadow flow. I couldn't catch a glimpse of his figure at all, I could only see a flash of orange-yellow lightning, which was incredibly fast. Just as the sandstorm was rising, it suddenly turned around and flew towards the building again. And right inside the building. At this moment, little Spider-Man is already fighting with the Green Goblin, whose fighting power is far stronger than his physical strength. It was also extremely enhanced, and with one punch and one kick, it injured little Spider-Man. The Green Goblin held on tight, pushing the little Spider-Man against the wall behind him with a loud bang. Suddenly shattered, little Spider-Man's figure. It will fall from a height of several hundred meters. Pa! Spider-Man stretched out his right hand and released a spider silk that wrapped around the Green Goblin's body, forcing himself back. But, the Green Goblin clenched his fist and punched out. Spider-Man's body was knocked back and hit the glass fragments behind him, which immediately made a shattering sound. Broken glass scattered all over the floor. Little Spider-Man also became bruised and swollen, with scars all over his face. He had never encountered such a terrifying opponent, even though his previous opponents had high-tech weapons. But after all, we are just ordinary people. But the opponent in front of him is completely supernatural, like Superman, with the strength of a cyborg, making it difficult for him to resist. Spider-Man's power can easily block Winter Soldier's mechanical arm and the punch of the soldier's power. To Spider-Man, it's just like tickling an itch, but, the power of the Green Goblin at this moment, completely beyond imagination. Spider-Man slowly got up, his body trembling a little, adrenaline secreted crazily, but the pain on his face was real. Earth. Avengers Tower. DEFR. Everyone couldn't help but gasp at the same time, the little Spider-Man in front of them was beaten so badly. He was pressed to the ground by the Green Goblin and rubbed wildly. There was no way to fight back at all. Even the Green Goblin is more powerful than Spider-Man, and little Spider-Man can't fend him off at all. Holy shit! It's hard to imagine what kind of geographical environment the first generation of Spider-Man experienced. Dr. Banner, who saw this scene, couldn't help but curse out loud. Garfield Spider-Man world. Looking at the little Spider-Man fighting in front of him, he was beaten black and blue and couldn't even get up. Parker bit his lower lip lightly, his eyes were even more excited, he sat there and clenched his fists lightly, using all his strength. It seems like the person in the video is him. Come on, little Spider-Man, you can definitely defeat him. Garfield Spider-Man said with a serious look on his face. Maguire Spider-Man world. Norman Osborn. Peter Parker whispered the name. Watching the video in front of him, he found it hard to believe how dangerous it was. When the first Green Goblin appeared, Spider-Man had no power to resist at all, he was even injured by a pumpkin bomb. Green Goblin's gliding version, Spider-Man has no way to shoot it down, although it can wander in the air, it is only a short-term aid. The Green Goblin's body has been transformed by genetic drugs, making it indestructible. Even like him, he has incredible Superman-like strength. If it wasn't for his cleverness backfiring in the end, I'm afraid the Green Goblin wouldn't have died so easily. At this moment, Maguire hopes that the person standing on the scene to fight is himself, because he has certain experience. In the video, the battle Aunt May above. There was no way to intervene. She was still jumping down the stairs one by one along the corridor. Her blonde hair hung down her head, her forehead was covered with sweat, but she couldn't stop. Upstairs. Norman Osborn, who has transformed into an evil character, is like a madman at this moment, and the little Spider-Man with bloodshot eyes, although little Spider-Man can move around with the help of spider silk, but, the essential difference between the two people is that Norman Osborn is a complete villain, a bad seed. In order to kill the enemy in front of him, he can use all means. Little Spider-Man is a kind person and has his own principle of not killing. The two people fighting at this moment are not on the same level at all. Spider-Man stretched out his right hand and shot out a spider web, ready to leave the scene and meet Aunt May. Unexpectedly, don't even think about running. Norman Osborn roared, he immediately grabbed Spider-Man's legs, and with such force that Spider-Man, who had just swung up, the spider silk broke with a sound, and she dragged it to the other side by force, and then she threw Spider-Man out with both hands. Da-da-da, an armed combat helicopter has appeared outside the window, and its propellers are spinning non-stop. Makes a flapping sound. Powerful lighting illuminated the room, and at this moment, the battle between Spider-Man and Norman Osborn was completely one-sided. Boom! Norman Osborn grabbed Spider-Man and smashed the wall behind Spider-Man, which shattered. His figure was also thrown out from the wall. Euro. The wall exploded again, and Norman Osborn walked out of the room, revealing his torn clothes, and the Green Goblin suit he was wearing. You are strong enough to have everything. Looking at Spider-Man in front of him, the Green Goblin said coldly. When Spider-Man saw the Green Goblin, he trembled subconsciously. The enemy in front of me, it left an indelible impression on him. The Green Goblin was not hurt at all. Attacking Spider-Man again, the two strong bodies forcefully fight together. But Spider-Man was being suppressed the whole time. Looking at Spider-Man in front of him, the Green Goblin said in a tone of regret, "You are too weak and don't know how to plunder." Boom! The Green Goblin clenched his fist and punched Spider-Man in the chest, knocking his body backwards. He fell to the ground and slid backwards a long way. But, gritting his teeth, Spider-Man climbed up from the ground again, and with his feet on the walls on both sides, he attacked the Green Goblin again. The two fought fiercely. Boom boom boom! Seizing the opportunity, Spider-Man tightly grasped the Green Goblin with his legs. He clenched his right fist and punched the Green Goblin in the face again. Regardless of whether the Green Goblin was in pain or not, Spider-Man could feel the recoil of the force on his fist, and his arm was numb. But, bang bang bang! Punch after punch. Hit Norman Osborn in the face, but this guy. The next moment. But he laughed madly, ha 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 ha. She let out a hoarse, soul-shaking laugh, and finally held on to Spider-Man tightly, as if she was not afraid of any pain. He was suddenly thrown down from his sight, bang. The ceiling shattered instantly, and Spider-Man was thrown to the next floor. A huge hole appeared on the floor, and Spider-Man fell into the rubble. Although he was already injured, he quickly stood up and tried to use the spider silk to leave. DBZ. He stretched out the spider silk and suddenly broke the glass in front of him, and he staggered with every step. He climbed up from the glassless window of the building to the outside wall, climbing up step by step. Double. His face was covered in wounds and looked bloody, and his hair was wet and hung down behind his head. Although the suit was not damaged, it looked much more worn out. He relied on his own strength to climb up the wall. In order to leave here, he even had his eye corner scratched. He was gasping for breath, and he had no idea how much damage his body had sustained, but at this moment he was still standing strong. Just returned head looked over. This scene was captured by the owner of the Bugle Daily downstairs, who smiled and said, "I got you." Spider-Man on the building looked back and was about to do something. But, roar! A hideous figure jumped down from the building. Sharp claws. It plunged into the reinforced concrete wall, pounced down and grabbed Spider-Man's neck. "I told you a long time ago that there will be serious consequences." Dr. Lizard's cold voice sounded. He grabbed Spider-Man and went back to the building. Snap! The French window glass shattered, and Spider-Man's body lost control and rolled several times in the room. Spider-Man is seriously injured. He was just about to get up, but there's Norman Osborn as the Green Goblin. She had already arrived in front of him faster than him. Grabbing Spider-Man in his hands, he smashed him hard against the ceiling. Bang! Spider-Man's body made a dull sound. If an ordinary person were hit like this, his spine would probably break on the spot. Spider-Man fell to the ground, but the Green Goblin did not let him go. He grabbed his legs and slammed him to the ground. In an instant, bang, bang, bang. The ground was constantly breaking apart, and the originally solid ground now looked like a shoddy construction. The only crack was falling down and hitting the lower space. Ah! Spider-Man was being pressed down like a cushion. He couldn't resist at all and made a painful sound. On the other side, Aunt May was about to leave the building with all her belongings. She had just arrived at the lobby on the first floor. Suddenly, bang! The ceiling in the center of the hall suddenly shattered. Countless reinforced concrete fragments. They fell from the ceiling one after another, and the one in the middle. It turned out to be the Green Goblin in his Green Goblin uniform. At this moment, Peter Parker was beaten to a pulp, with blood all over his face, and wounds of various sizes visible. The Green Goblin seemed to be unharmed. He didn't care about the small scratch on his face at all. He stretched out his left hand and tightly grasped Spider-Man's neck. Looking into Spider-Man's eyes, he laughed wildly, Your weakness, Peter, is your fatal flaw. I'm pinching you tightly, can't you feel it? Looking at Spider-Man in front of me, who was at my disposal, the Green Goblin was so proud that he was completely overwhelmed. The Spider-Man of the previous world might have a hard time fighting, but the Spider-Man of this world has childish ideas. The fight between the two of them didn't require any thought at all, he only needed to attack his weakest point, and Spider-Man couldn't kill him at all. DJ. Wong Wongs, he can. The Green Goblin's mouth was almost stretched to his ears, and he let out a wild laugh that was so piercing. Aunt May, who saw this, ran over quickly, took out a needle filled with green liquid from her bag, and stabbed it directly into the Green Goblin's neck from behind. Norman Osborn screamed in pain and subconsciously let go of Spider-Man, then stood up tremblingly the next moment. Apparently he was not seriously injured. He reached out and pulled out the green needle. It was empty. Spider-Man got a chance to catch his breath. He turned over on the spot and stood up again by his own will. This thing won't work, Otto is right, you made him a pathetic creature. Looking at Aunt May in front of him, the green screen's face was full of anger. After all, in his original plan, he wanted to invite Spider-Man, such an extremely powerful being, to conquer the world together. Spider-Man, however, claims to be the representative of justice and has been against him everywhere, breaking his plans countless times. The same is true for the Spider-Man in front of me. Even, in another world, Norman Osborn was originally Aunt May's boss, and Aunt May had always been in Norman Osborn's house. Working as a servant, earning a meager income, the Aunt May in this world clearly made Peter Parker he became a weak yet kind-hearted guy, which is a character that a strong character should not have. The Green Goblin angrily stepped on Peter Parker's back, forcing him to the ground, then squatted down and stretched his body. Grabbing Peter Parker's hair, he pulled him up, then looked at Aunt May in front of him. Seeing Spider-Man's current situation, Aunt May, who was in crisis, didn't bother to think too much and reached out her hand from the abandoned building next to her. He picked up an iron rod with a panicked expression. Come. Take a good look at him. In the dark space, dots of light sprinkled on his face. The Green Goblin looked at Aunt May with a smile on his face. Chapter 83. At this moment, Spider-Man was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back. He also knew that he was no match for the Green Goblin in front of him. Even his body was seriously injured. He could no longer protect Aunt May in front of him. Tears welled up in his eyes and he spoke anxiously, Aunt May, go. The Green Goblin didn't look at Spider-Man, but instead stared at Aunt May. He finally changed his tone to a more cruel one, this time I will heal you. He seems to have some new plan. Spider-Man felt a very scary feeling. And at this moment, whoosh. Suddenly, the Green Goblin's flying skateboard arrived outside the building and stopped outside the building. Aunt May, run. Spider-Man spoke again, his voice already weak. Suddenly, whoosh. The flying skateboard rushed towards the hall at a very fast speed. With a crackling sound, huge amounts of floor-to-ceiling glass shattered and exploded into debris all over the sky. After smashing countless glass, the speed of the flying skateboard does not decrease. He hit Aunt May hard. Ah! Aunt May screamed and fell heavily to the ground. Her body was knocked off the flying skateboard. Soon he came to the side of the Green Goblin. Click! The Green Goblin casually threw Spider-Man to the ground, as if he were garbage, and jumped up lightly. He put on his hood, although he lost his mask, his Green Goblin suit was still clearly visible. He stood firmly on the flight board. Turn slightly. Watching Spider-Man, whoosh on the flying skateboard, an entrance suddenly ejected, and a round orange pumpkin grenade appeared. Launched. Pa! The Green Goblin held the pumpkin grenade firmly in his hand and looked at Spider-Man in front of him with a grim smile on his face. Peter, Peter. Good intentions will never be rewarded. You will thank me later. Norman Osborn is completely controlled by the evil personality. His eyes are full of evil and domineering. But at this moment, he suddenly looked at Aunt May in the wasted mom. Spider-Man. He had stood up again with his own perseverance. He was beaten black and blue, with scars all over his face. His uniform was dirty, but he still took a fighting stance. But at this moment, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Snap! Norman Osborn reached out and gently pinched the pumpkin grenade. Whoosh! The pumpkin grenade was activated directly, and the green light flashed with an extremely rapid countdown. He threw the pumpkin grenade in his hand high up. 837 and drove the flying skateboard and flew out of the house. At this moment, Spider-Man leaped high and let out a scream no. Reaching out to swat away the pumpkin grenade, boom. In an instant, the pumpkin grenade exploded with a fierce flame, blooming in front of Spider-Man's eyes. The terrifying power and the shock wave flew in all directions. OSOF. The Green Goblin had already arrived outside the building, throwing out a few pumpkins and grenades that blew up into flames, then flew away on a flying skateboard, leaving behind a pile of debris. This moment. What does his actions mean to be a villain? Boom. The door of the building collapsed with a loud bang. The building was in ruins. At this moment, in the lobby on the first floor, Aunt May's chest rose and fell, her abdomen kept moving, and she took small, rapid sips of air. She moved a little, propped herself up, and stood up slowly, But the pain made her scream out again. On the other side, Spider-Man sat up when he heard the voice. The scene in front of him had become a mess, with building debris everywhere. Steel bars and concrete were scattered all over the ground, and Spider-Man's face was covered with scars. Tears flowed from his eyes because of the intense pain. The tear glands kept secreting tears to alleviate the pain. At this moment he was already seriously injured, but he heard this voice. Still subconsciously said, Aunt May. Peter. As an elder, she first looked at the little Spider-Man in front of her. Unable to move vigorously, she could only hold on to the wreckage in front of her and move step by step to the side of little Spider-Man. I'm here. Little Spider-Man also took a deep breath and stood up. Aunt May is an ordinary person, her injuries are also very serious, but at this moment, as an elder, she walked a little further, came to the child, and reached out her hands to hug the child tightly. Aunt May, I'm here. Little Spider-Man's voice finally calmed down a bit, and became a little more normal. Are you okay? Ga. Aunt May was in so much pain that she couldn't breathe. She could only make a throaty sound, but she still reached out and gently patted Peter on the back. Comforting the child, she looked around, confused. What happened? At this moment, Aunt May seemed to be blown to the spot by the pumpkin bomb and hadn't reacted yet. She didn't know what was going on. But the next moment, her body softened and she was about to fall to the ground. Spider-Man quickly grabbed Aunt May. BDCB, it's okay, it's going to be alright. Dana. Aunt May seemed confused, laughed, and explained casually, I fell down. Me too. Spider-Man looked around, feeling worried. He had no way of defeating the villains. He didn't know how to deal with the situation. At this moment, he didn't pay any attention to Aunt May's abnormality and just agreed casually. He gasped in pain, my ribs seem to be broken. He bent over slightly and took a deep breath. But he didn't notice Aunt May at all. She patted his back and slowly put her hands down. The secretion of adrenaline can bring a person to the last bit of rationality. Aunt May was normal at the moment of last breath, she seemed to be completely uninjured, but at this moment, the effect slowly faded away. It's my fault, I should have asked Dr. Strange to send them back, little Spider-Man said self-reproachfully. He looked at Aunt May beside him as if she were his own mother. Just like a child who has done something wrong, he regrets his behavior. But, in the eyes of an elder, no matter what mistakes a child makes, he is still a child after all. As long as he knows his mistakes, he will definitely correct them, but he must never deny the child. Aunt May shook her head gently, you did the right thing. They will die if they go back. You did the right thing. Repeating this sentence, her body seemed to have been burdened. She turned her head to look at everything around her, and her strength slowly receded. That's not my responsibility. Little Spider-Man looked seriously at Aunt May beside him, his eyes a little colder. It's like selectively skipping this question and avoiding it. Oh. Aunt May took a deep breath again and looked at little Spider-Man. Did Norman say that? Little Spider-Man is silent, because what Norman said was deeply rooted in his mind, but this was contrary to the principles that Aunt May had always taught him. Going in the opposite direction. Seeing what was happening, Aunt May might have been injured, having experienced such danger. He felt more and more that he had done something wrong, that he shouldn't have interfered in those matters, and that he should have stayed out of it, but, Aunt May shook her head slightly, my moral mission. Little Spider-Man shook his head slightly, Aunt May. Just as I was about to speak, Aunt May spoke first. OFFI. Aunt May, who has the gentlest personality, spoke in a tough tone at this moment, which was something she had never expressed before. You have talent, you have ability. She looked at Spider-Man seriously, her eyes became firm from the confusion just now, and she gently stretched out her hand. Placed on Spider-Man's heart, it seems to let Spider-Man follow his heart. With great ability comes great responsibility. Goo. Aunt May swallowed gently while speaking, and her hands were covered in blood. Eye contact, communication of the soul. I know. Little Spider-Man nodded slightly, taking the words to heart. Aunt May said hurriedly, let's leave. Okay, let's go. Little Spider-Man looked at himself, and he walked forward, but the next moment, without taking a deep breath of air, she stopped where she was and placed her weak hand on Spider-Man's arm, then gently let it go. Let me breathe. She saw blood on her hands and she took small sips of air, making rapid breathing sounds. Little Spider-Man looked at Aunt May in front of him. He was completely stunned. Aunt May's body had no strength at all, she fell to the ground uncontrollably. What's wrong? Are you okay? Little Spider-Man looked at Aunt May in front of him, and he finally realized something was wrong. His eyes were full of worry. What's wrong? Mei Yi tried to put a smile on her face, but her smile was so pale. She was breathing slowly, but her breathing out was more than her inhalation. Just want to take a breath. Looking at Aunt May in front of him, little Spider-Man was filled with worry, but he did not have the kind of awareness before parting. He never thought that his Aunt May would die. Okay, I'll take my time here. He nodded gently, take a breath first, I will take you to the hospital. As soon as he finished saying this, he looked down and accidentally caught a glimpse of red. The next moment, his expression changed from bewilderment to shock. He reached out and touched Aunt May's back. He raised his hand, only to find that his arm was sticky and full of bright red blood. His brain short-circuited instantly, and when he saw this scene, he could no longer stop the tears from his eyes. What's wrong? Aunt May asked. At this moment, little Spider-Man no longer hesitated. He looked outside the building and heard sobbing, someone, please call an ambulance, please, someone. His weak voice echoed in the building before him. At this moment, the voice is so pale and weak. What's wrong? Aunt May asked in a low voice. Little Spider-Man finally panicked. He reached out and stroked Aunt May's hair to comfort her. It's okay. The tears in his eyes could no longer be stopped. It was a pity for any elder to be so seriously injured in front of him. I'm afraid as long as anyone with a caring heart cannot help but feel sad. You'll be fine. He looked at Aunt May and nodded slightly. Aunt May could only use all her strength to say, let me take a breath. TZTB. I can't breathe at all at this moment. I'm here, little Spider-Man said anxiously. But, the light in Aunt May's eyes was slowly fading, and her eyes became weak, revealing a sense of powerlessness. The color in his eyes slowly faded away, and now he was lying there. It's okay, Aunt May. I'm with you. Little Spider-Man looked at Aunt May in front of him, his heart aching. But all I saw was Aunt May. She completely lost her breath, the light in his eyes completely dissipated, and the sea of stars came to an end. The low music sounded, as if to match Spider-Man's state of mind at this moment. His tears could no longer fall down uncontrollably, and he murmured, when. He called out this title, called out this name, he just wanted someone to respond, but Aunt May in front of him could no longer respond. He just lay there with his eyes open, completely lifeless. Little Spider-Man collapsed. Aunt May, open your eyes and look at me. He reached out and gently stroked Aunt May's face, just like he was touching his own mother, but Aunt May didn't respond at all. Aunt May. A child went from helpless to at a loss. Looking at his dead relatives in front of him, he couldn't stop crying. He couldn't believe this scene. What are you doing? Please, Xiong, talk to me, please. He now pleads. Last words. The special police outside had already picked up their weapons and equipment, and were walking towards the building step by step with infrared scanning. Spider-Man. Still on the blacklist, because of the media hype and the smear campaign by black fans. He's just a fugitive. Squeak, there was a sound of brakes. I don't know how long the car was stuck in traffic, but Happy finally arrived here. He turned his head and looked inside the building, only to find it in a mess. And in the midst of the ruins, little Spider-Man's face was covered in blood, and Aunt May in his arms seemed lifeless. Happy was stunned in the car when he saw this scene. He had experienced the feeling of losing an important person. He smelled the breath of death, and he gulped, not knowing what to say. Countless infrared scans were still scanning the ruins, scanning Happy's body. At this moment, he didn't know what to do. Get off! The voice of the special police rage rang out, and they walked towards him with real guns and live ammunition. Habir had no choice but to open the car door. Then stretch out your hands, he let the SWAT police pull him out of the car. Everyone was on high alert, but in the end he was pressed on the hood, but, at this moment, he shouted with all his strength, Peter, run! The sound came from far away. There is no Spider-Man in the building, no hero, just a heartbroken child. He looked at Aunt May, who was like a mother to him, and her final appearance, just you and me, just you and me. Aunt May, I'm sorry, I love you. He gently kissed Aunt May on the forehead. His face was covered in dust and he looked disheveled. 0146022135 Philo 1445222210 Come out. Hold your head with your hands and squat where you are. If you don't come out, we will shoot. A warning from the SWAT police was heard outside. Run! Happy yelled once again. Suddenly, the SWAT officers opened fire one after another, and the bullets hit Spider-Man, injuring him. Spider-Man fell to the ground helplessly. The special police walked into the building in front of them. What I saw was a mess of ruins, with flames burning in front of me, and a lifeless mother lying in the ruins. Aunt May is dead. Death was so sudden, so unimaginable, death came so quickly that before anyone could react, it came quietly to Spider-Man. The dearest and most beloved person, Aunt May is with me. Raised him, taught him knowledge, paid his tuition, and cooked every delicious meal for him. Constantly calling out his beliefs and what is right. I never knew his identity, but now I know his identity and I am always by his side. Love everyone he loves, respect every choice Spider-Man makes, and when Spider-Man falls short, point out his mistakes, encourage him and praise him, it is a solid and powerful shield behind him. Dearest, most beloved, someone who is like a mother. Dead. Died. They. Chapter 84. Earth. Avengers Tower. All the Avengers were stunned. Captain America quickly turned his head and looked at Spider-Man. At this moment, little Spider-Man could no longer hold back the grief in his heart, tears streamed down his face, and he completely collapsed. Oh so. In the huge building, there is only a heartbroken child, and his crying voice keeps echoing. From this moment on, after experiencing the departure of the person he loves most, he will no longer be a child. Garfield Spider-Man World. Maguire Spider-Man World. Looking at Aunt May in the third universe, she left little Spider-Man forever, Maguire Spider-Man and Garfield Spider-Man's faces. All showed a sad expression. Garfield Spider-Man whispered softly, this seems to be a curse that can never be broken. Aunt May. Maguire Spider-Man sighed, although we are in different worlds, the feelings of family members in each world will never change. He felt the despair of little Spider-Man. The kind-hearted little Spider-Man was used by the bad guys, and he had not yet realized his mistake. Spider-Man is undoubtedly powerful. He can easily lift dozens of tons of steel. Spider-Man's physical strength, bone density, and recovery ability are far beyond that of humans. Except for not being able to fly, Spider-Man has grown to the size of Superman. 18. Aunt May is just a human being, she doesn't have those powerful powers. Little Spider-Man, I never thought Aunt May would leave, and I never thought Aunt May would die in front of me. That's his mistake. He implicated his family, and exposed everything in front of all the villains. In the video. Crash. In the sky, fine raindrops fell, soaked the ground and wet everything. This is obviously a tragedy. The voice of the boss of the Daily Bugle sounded, and his figure appeared on the big screen, still wearing the black windbreaker and black hat. There is a sexy mustache above his lips, but his eyes are deep at this moment. There were heavy casualties. You all witnessed it with your own eyes. When will it become clear that wherever Spider-Man goes, he creates chaos and disaster? Everything Spider-Man touches will be destroyed. We, the innocent people, can only stay and clean up the mess. Jonah Jameson reporting live. B. The biggest anti-fan leader's voice sounded heavy, because an ordinary person died at the scene. Crash. Heavy rain kept falling from the sky, the bag that Aunt May guarded with her life, the potion that could cure all villains, Spider-Man just threw it aside. It was raining heavily, soaking everything. Little Spider-Man took off his mask and looked at the big screen in front of him. Heavy rain fell down his face. Countless blood was also spilling on his face, and he took the mask in his hand. The child's heart was dead, and at this moment his heart was filled with anger. He didn't know whether he was right or wrong, he only knew that the person he loved the most had left him. Died at the hands of those villains. He was completely powerless against the villains, unable to defeat any of them, and was beaten without any resistance. He didn't need to bother with these villains. Just have Doctor Strange send all the villains back to their original universes, but, he insisted on intervening in this matter, even going so far as to fight Doctor Strange, take away the magic props and release all the villains. Just to research a medicine to treat them, and he naively thought that as long as a medicine to treat them was developed, and if we cure each of them, they won't die when they return to their original universe, and their original storylines will be changed. 18. Everything now is a consequence he cannot bear. Aunt May has left him. No matter how hard he fights, he won't die, but Aunt May will. The confused little Spider-Man has only one question in his mind, which is, why? Why would he do the kind thing? Why would he meddle in other people's business? Why would he let this happen? Why involve Aunt May? Aunt May must not be dead, Aunt May must still be alive, she can't be dead, how could she be dead? Let the heavy rain slide down my face. He soaked his whole body in the heavy rain, which made him feel a little better, even just a little bit. But, this is a false feeling, Aunt May has passed away, and this is an irreversible consequence. At this moment, he was confused, angry, overwhelmed, helpless, and scared. Facing unbeatable enemies, an enemy he couldn't possibly defeat. He is no longer like before, like a child who has done something wrong and someone will always forgive him, even encourage him, and never insult him. But, there will never be another such person. This is the biggest reality. May God bless you. The biggest anti-fan boss, the owner of the Daily Bugle, said the last words. Little Spider-Man watched the scene in front of him silently, his tears mixed with raindrops sliding down his cheeks. The tears dripping on the wound on my cheek stung me so much. But at this moment, this little bit of pain was nothing compared to the pain in his heart, and tears kept falling. He couldn't even devote himself to collecting Aunt May's body. At this moment he, like a kid who has completely lost his home, completely lost everything, he messed up everything, the person you love the most has paid the price with his life. He didn't know whether he should continue to stick to his principles, remain kind, and not kill. He really wanted to kill the Green Goblin and tear him into countless pieces. Even in his own fantasy, the Green Goblin could die thousands of times, and each time he died he would be shattered to pieces. Being torn apart by 5 horses is not a pity. In his imagination, the Green Goblin couldn't be deader at this moment. Even if he looked at him, the Green Goblin would be shattered into pieces. But, fantasy is just fantasy, but reality is still reality. Little Spider-Man is missing. The sirens kept coming. At Ned's house, Ned and Michelle were sitting in the living room, neither of them could sleep at all. Ned's grandmother came out and hugged Ned gently. She was helpless when she saw her grandson with a sad face. Michelle's face was full of worry. Little Spider-Man has disappeared, and no one knows where he is. The crisis of the whole world is still going on. The news is reporting this incident. The two of them were watching the TV in front of them. News reports confirmed that numerous people were injured. But at least one person died. No matter who gets hurt or who dies, it is a result that neither of them wants to see. Ned looked at his phone. Little Spider-Man still hasn't replied. Michelle was also worried. Ned shook his head slightly, no. Michelle couldn't sit still, so he stood up. She came to the table and looked at the magic props in front of her. She was waiting for Spider-Man's signal. She was thinking, she couldn't help herself, I'm going to press it. Just press the imitation knife in front of you to send all the villains back to their original world. What? Wait, no. Ned was about to speak. Michelle looked at the table, rubbing her forehead with her hand, and said seriously, I know he told me to wait, but I'm going to press it. I just hope to meet him. Ned waved his hands excitedly. He was still playing with Doctor Strange's ring. Sudden, sparks appeared in front of the two people. This scene came so suddenly. Ned suddenly sat up straight, startled by the scene. Michelle, who was beside him, suddenly thought of a good idea. Ned. 1 + 4. Do it again. Good. Got the order. Ned blinked in panic, then he gathered his courage and waved his hand. I just want to see him. In an instant, snap! In front of the two people, unexpectedly, a portal appeared, but it lasted for a very short time, and it seemed that it did not find the target. The flower flashed and then disappeared. This scene shocked the two people. They both stood up at the same time. Ned was no longer shy. He closed his eyes and prayed in his heart, I just hope we can meet Peter. The next moment, whoosh! Suddenly, a huge portal appeared in front of the two people, and on the other side of the portal, it's a dark alley, a figure wearing a spider suit appeared in the portal. This figure looks tall and slender, exactly like Spider-Man. Spider-Man also saw the portal in front of him, and he looked confused. Ned looked at his hands in disbelief, and his grandmother also came out, with fear and terror on her face. Grandma, you are right, I know magic. Ned was incredulous. Is that him? Michelle reached out and patted Ned on the shoulder. She squinted her eyes. She didn't know why, but she always felt that Spider-Man's eyes were a little strange. Garfield Spider-Man World. The strong spider sense made him stand up and stare at the video in front of him with wide eyes. The strong spider sense made his hair stand on end, as if he was looking in the mirror and seeing another self. A super exciting idea appeared in his mind. A smile immediately appeared on Garfield Spider-Man's face, you. Maguire Spider-Man World. Watching the video in front of him, Peter smiled, it's another Spider-Man. The slender figure of Spider-Man in front of him is obviously different from him. It is very suitable for him. Video CE the first one now, jumping between cities. The Amazing Spider-Man. In the video, Michelle and Ned were not sure if the Spider-Man in front of them was Peter. But looking at the man in the spider suit in front of him, Ned was very excited, yes, it must be. 1719, Michelle no longer hesitated, put her hand to her lips and immediately shouted, hey, Peter. They both shouted together. Spider-Man behind the portal waved his hand and then ran towards this side quickly. Without any hesitation, he jumped out of the portal. The next moment, what appeared in front of the two people was a person with a white eye mask, wearing a red and blue spider suit, and a red spider logo on the back. Equals foot. The Amazing Spider-Man. Appearance. Ah! The grandmother next to her was so scared when she saw this scene that she screamed on the spot, as if she had seen a monster. Hey, don't be afraid, I'm a good guy. Garfield Spider-Man tried his best to explain. But Grandma kept throwing things at me, as if the person in front of her was a pervert. The next moment, Parker didn't hesitate. He pulled off his hood, revealing Garfield's slightly weathered face. The messy hair on his head is totally different from when he was 18 years old. He looked at the two people in front of him and took a deep breath, okay. Who are you? Looking at Garfield Spider-Man in front of her, Michelle immediately questioned. Zero, I'm Peter Parker. Parker said so. Impossible. Michelle looked confused, her eyes full of suspicion. The Spider-Man in this world is obviously the Holland version, and is not the same person as the Garfield Spider-Man in front of him. I'm Spider-Man. Parker tried to calm down and then introduced himself seriously, yesterday, I came here at this moment, everyone was stunned. Not only the villains from other worlds have come to this world, but also Spider-Man from other worlds, he also came into this world, and he looked at everything and was surprised by it all. String theory, multidimensional reality, and matter displacement are all true. Parker recounted everything in shock. Ned gave a slight nod of approval. I knew it. Parker's expression seemed very excited, and everything around him seemed new to him. Leda finally looked at Michelle in front of him, there must be something wrong with the spell, damn spell. Spell, magic spell. Parker suddenly looked interested. No spell. No spells. Michelle and Ned shook their heads at the same time. Neither of them wanted to admit anything now. They both just wanted to find Spider-Man. Is magic real here too? Parker asked in amazement. Ned replied quietly, but Michelle's eyes were full of vigilance. Shut up, Ned. When Ned saw that Parker and he shared the same ideals, he immediately said excitedly, it's fake, there are wizards in this world. But there is no. That's enough. Michelle finally got angry. She looked at Parker in front of her and said, prove. Prove what? Parker looked confused. Prove that you are Peter Parker. Michelle continued to ask. I didn't bring my ID card. Parker smiled awkwardly. This is what it means to be an anonymous superhero. Unexpectedly, Michelle picked up something on the table, threw it at Parker, and made an attacking gesture. Parker shrugged. What are you doing? See if you have a premonition. Michelle said seriously. I have, but it's not premonition bread. Parker's face was full of helplessness. He didn't expect that the girl in front of him seemed to have a serious brain disease. Seeing that Miss Yen picked up the bread again, he quickly said, Is it other people's bread? But I respect you. Parker bent his legs slightly and jumped up, and the 5 fingers of his right hand touched the ceiling. The next moment, his body was directly stuck to the ceiling. The scene was simply shocking. Crawling around. Michelle pointed at the ceiling and gently circled her index finger. Parker had a question mark on his head. Right. Ned beside him nodded slightly. Parker immediately refused, No. Why should I crawl around? Isn't that enough? TB. Michelle continued. That's enough, otherwise how would I be stuck to the ceiling? Parker was speechless. 4. Another piece of bread hit his chest. At this moment, the face of the amazing Spider-Man, it is filled with the greatest helplessness in history. He immediately shook his head, not wanting to show off crawling around. Unexpectedly. Chapter 85. Finally, the old lady next to him stood up and directed Ned. Ned immediately looked at Spider-Man, and then in a child's tone, she said a little embarrassedly, My grandma asked you to clear the spider webs, and you were all on them. $300. At this moment, Garfield was just like an 18-year-old, standing like a minion. He couldn't help it. Finally, I flipped over gently, and both my hands and feet reached the ceiling, as if defying gravity. He began to crawl back and forth on the ceiling, came to the corner of the wall, stretched out his hand and scraped the spider web. This scene is a perfect performance. Crash. After spinning the spider web, Garfield Parker jumped down from the wall and finally stood there. Seeing this scene, he finally asked, 181,638. Just for now. The doubt on Michelle's face disappeared, replaced by a hint of worry. At this moment, Ned was also shocked and stood there. He looked at Michelle and said quickly, I opened the wrong teleporter and let the wrong Peter Parker in. While speaking, he waved his hand, but unexpectedly. This actually cancelled the portal directly. Garfield Parker was about to turn around and leave when he saw the portal disappear. He stood there in confusion, with his hands raised. A little overwhelmed. Michelle pondered, then you just keep trying until you find the real Spider-Man. It's so hurtful. Garfield Spider-Man looked helplessly at the 2 children in front of him. He is the friendly neighbor, Spider-Man, he has helped countless people. He has his own principles and is mainly interested in helping others. But now he is being teased by 2 little kids. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Michelle nodded slightly, with a panicked look on her face, You can do it. $708. $850. Ned no longer hesitated. He closed his eyes and stretched out his hand again. The ring was on his right hand, and his left hand was gently rotating. What's that in your hand? Looking at the suspense in Ned's hand, Garfield Parker asked puzzledly. But, Michelle closed his eyes, he just hoped that he could successfully find Peter Parker this time. Find Peter Parker, find Peter Parker. Ned closed his eyes and tried his best to imagine with his imagination. Swoosh. No one expected that behind him, a portal suddenly opened and blossomed in front of everyone. This portal was stable. Maguire Parker, with a confused look on his face, appeared in front of everyone. He stepped through the portal and looked at everyone in front of him with a confused look on his face. Maguire Spider-Man at this moment, he is no longer the young boy he was before. He looks old and even has stubble on his face, just like an old man. Great, just a passerby. Parker looked helpless. Hello. Maguire Parker waved his hand at the person in front of him, a little shyly, I hope it's okay, I've worn this. When he turned around, the portal disappeared again, leaving only emptiness. Locked up again, now. Earth. Avengers Tower. All the Avengers were stunned when they saw this scene, especially the Spider-Man played by Tom Holland. Your friend has summoned all 3 generations of Spider-Man to one world. Dr. Banner shouted excitedly when he saw this scene. 3 Spider-Men, oh my god. Ned, who was standing next to him, crossed his arms and was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Sharp. Black Widow nodded slightly, watched the video in front of her, and praised the little Spider-Man in front of her, but it was obviously not a good word. The wine that had just been drunk was sprayed out in one gulp. When Iron Man saw this scene, his face was full of confusion. Doctor Strange suddenly appeared at the seat. Wearing a robe, he leaned back in his chair and looked at little Spider-Man helplessly. I really hope you won't meddle in other people's business anymore. That look was like a look of disappointment. It was this little guy who disrupted all the plans, snatched the imitation props, and even imprisoned it in that mirror space. That's why things are so tricky, and there are even 3 different generations of Spider-Man. Garfield Spider-Man World. X. Countless figures gathered in countless squares, and they were so excited to see the scene before them. It's our world's Spider-Man, the amazing Spider-Man, who doesn't seem to be getting any younger. If this world appeared when I was young, the appearance of this world would definitely beat the Holland version. It looks like Maguire Spider-Man has reached a certain age, like an uncle, with a shy expression. Maguire Spider-Man is so strong that he actually used his body to stop the train. The train was moving at full speed. Instead of tearing his body apart, the scene where he blocked the train was a classic. The Spider-Man in our world is also very powerful. I am an absolute die-hard fan of Garfield's Spider-Man. Maguire Spider-Man World. Oh my god! Countless people saw this scene and shouted excitedly. Oh my god, I saw my idol appear in the world of Spider-Man 3. Can this magic be used like this? It's so scary, 3 generations of Spider-Man gathered in one world, what a powerful force they will be. 3 Spider-Men gathered in one world, it's incredible. But there is magic in other worlds, and the phenomena that cannot be explained in our world are also shocking in that world, and the level of technology in that world seems to be very high. What's the name of that thing that even the villain Electro wants to take? A little triangular thing that glows blue. Then the energy released by a small thing can enable the manufacturing machine in front of us to create countless things out of thin air. The 3rd generation of Spider-Man created the suppression items for villains from other worlds by himself. It's so scary. Technology changes the world. The 2nd generation Spider-Man looks handsome too. Although Maguire Spider-Man is now an uncle, this does not prevent him from taking photos of a young boy. At that time, this kid saved everyone on the train by himself. I can still remember being completely stunned when I first saw Spider-Man in person. He was even younger than my kids. He used all his strength, his incomparable physical strength, and his kindness to save countless people. Maguire. The Eternal God. This moment. Countless people cheered and cheered because of the appearance of 2 Spider-Men, Maguire Spider-Man and Garfield Spider-Man. Because of magic, he came to the world of the 3rd generation, the Dutch version of Spider-Man. Looking at the person in front of him, Michelle was shocked. He pointed at Spider-Man and said, "You are Peter too." Yes, Peter Parker. Maguire's Spider-Man character is much more restrained. He has a kind face, although he has a scruffy beard. Looking at Ned and Mixion in front of him, he immediately said, "I have seen you." Even the old lady next to me, looking at the harmonious Maguire Spider-Man in front of her, she immediately stretched out her hand and waved. This is a greeting. The Peter Parker in front of us is not at all ostentatious, but seems gentle and kind, just like a good neighbor next door. Compared to the Garfield version of Spider-Man, the guy wearing the Spider-Man suit simply scared the old lady. Hi. Peter Maguire had a smile on his face, but looking at Garfield's Spider-Man, his expression suddenly changed. Especially when I saw Garfield's Parker, he was wearing a spider suit. Wait, he's not your friend. Garfield's Parker also looked at Maguire's Peter. Both of them had strange feelings, especially in their respective spider warnings. Their spider senses collided. They were looking at each other, and their eyes suddenly became strange, and their spider senses merged. You seem to see each other as 2 people. One moment, whoosh. Garfield's Parker and Maguire's Peter both stretched out their right hands at the same time, and spider silk shot out from their hands. The cool spider silk shot towards the other party, but the 2 of them had already jumped up at the same time. Maguire's version of Peter flipped in the air and landed steadily on the ground. The Garfield Parker on the other side landed on the table without making any sound, as if there were cat pads on the soles of his feet. But, D&A*. Maguire's Parker shot out the spider silk again, and it hit Garfield's Parker's right wrist at an incredible speed. Seal his web shooters. Maguire's version of Peter looked shocked, even confused and shocked. The fat version of Parker stretched out his left hand, pointed to the familiar spider silk on his wrist, and nodded slightly. "You are also Spider-Man, why didn't you say so earlier?" Looking at Peter Maguire in front of him, Ned nodded slightly. But Maguire's version of Peter just had a smile on his face. Without any explanation, he waved his hand quietly. "I usually don't brag about it, otherwise I wouldn't be an anonymous superhero." This, just like what Garfield said, everyone stayed where they were. The two Spider-Men are no longer a threat to each other, and they are friendly with each other. But, at this moment, Grandma pointed her finger into the house and said something like "Bala Bala." "Grandma, I'd like to ask you to clear the spider webs in the house," Ned said calmly. "Explain to the two Spider-Men in front of him." I'm sorry." "Excuse me." Spider-Man apologized quickly, and his grandmother said something casually, and he walked up the stairs next to him. The two Spider-Men no longer hesitated and began to clean up the things they had fallen. "I'm sorry, but I've been trying to find your friend since I got here. I have a feeling he needs my help." Maguire brought Peter to Michelle and Ned. He looked at the two of them, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. "No matter what time it is, Spider-Man should have a sense of responsibility that will never etc. No matter if the other person is a superhero, or Peter Parker who is also Spider-Man. Our help." Garfield Parker also came over and nodded slightly. Maguire Peter nodded slightly, yes. Michelle looked at the people in front of her and answered verbally. But Ned looked tired at this moment. "We don't know where he is. Honestly, we're all he has left now." Michelle next to him also explained. She looked at Peter Parker in front of her with a cautious face. "I am more worried about little Spider-Man. After all, little Spider-Man has lost his trace. No one knows where little Spider-Man is. He must be in pain after going through so much alone. Is it possible that it's very important to him, and that's where he'll go?" Maguire Peter pondered for a moment, and then looked at everyone with a serious face. "Is there a place he would only go to?" As he spoke, he fell into his own memories. After all, he had experienced something like this before, and then he stayed away from everyone and escaped from the world. This is a common problem for all Spider-Men. They are just like themselves in the parallel world, so when they guess themselves, they will definitely be able to find the real one. Away from everything. Garfield Parker explained softly. "I went to the roof of the Chrysler building." Peter Maguire looked helpless. Garfield Parker also waved, "Empire State Building." As seniors, the two men had helpless expressions on their faces. They have experienced unimaginable things before, and they also chose to escape, even if they are extremely powerful superheroes. But their true form is just a human being. They also have hearts, they will feel pain, they will feel sad, they will feel upset, and they will face things that they cannot solve at all. So at that time they would choose to stay away from the secular world and give themselves some peace and quiet, not to escape from everything. Instead, let yourself calm down. After saying this, Michelle suddenly had a place in her mind. "That's right, I know where he will go." At the same time, on a tall building, with a bustling city in the distance, this is Tom Holland at the moment. Peter Parker was sitting upstairs. The wound on his face had recovered a lot from the rain, and the blood on his face had disappeared a lot. But his battle clothes were dirty, and his hair was wet from the rain. Just sitting on the roof, looking at the transparent lights in the distance, and looking at the city that I am protecting in front of me. He was still crying, looking extremely lonely and heartbroken. Michelle and Ned came here, climbed down the stairs, and looked at Peter Parker, who was sitting on the ground with a helpless look on his face. Michelle reached out and held Holland's head in her arms. She felt sorry for little Spider-Man. 5.6 Seeing his good friend who had lost everything, Ned felt bad too. He also stretched out his hands and hugged Spider-Man gently. They hugged each other and cried. Peter Parker, the Dutch brother, cried quietly. He felt the embrace of his friend and could no longer hold back his tears. At this moment, he kept crying and stretched out his hand to hold his friend's arm. He felt so helpless at this moment. And it is precisely because of pushing it in front of friends that one reveals one's weakness. As a righteous superhero, he can hide his true emotions at any time of crisis just to fight against evil. He needs to manage his emotions at all times and keep himself calm so that he can face all crises. Just like a person outside, no matter how much injustice he suffers, he will never be sad or painful. But if faced with the tenderness and greetings of the ex, all the disguises of this person will be torn apart and he will collapse instantly. But suddenly the crying Peter Parker suddenly stopped, his eyes became sharp, he felt something, and he looked to the left. Several people have arrived. Peter Parker, the Dutch brother, said to Michelle beside him, and they all stood up at the same time. Suddenly, Peter Parker looked up at the building and saw two figures standing on it, like special visitors. And the next moment, those two figures actually jumped down from the building. They jumped down step by step, the building was like a spring bed, and the two people did not use any tools at all. Finally, two figures landed steadily. Wait, wait, wait! Peter Parker immediately stretched out his hand to stop the two Spider-Men from coming to him. Peter Maguire and Parker Garfield stood up at the same time, and the light shone on their faces. At this moment, 3 generations in the same frame. Chapter 86. Aunt May has left. Looking at Peter Parker, the Dutch brother, and Peter Maguire in front of him, he said with regret. Garfield Parker next to him also said in a low voice, "Yeah, unfortunately. I roughly understand your. Don't tell me you know how I feel." Peter Parker, with scars all over his face, had a cold and fierce look in his eyes. At this moment, his heart was filled with anger, hatred, and murderous intent. He would not listen to anyone's advice and would tear himself into pieces. There was no room for negotiation, and he didn't want to hear such words of comfort from a stranger. At this moment, in the eyes of little Spider-Man, no one would understand his feeling. Garfield Parker nodded gently, "Okay." His eyes were also downcast. That scene reminded him of his late Uncle Ben, his beloved Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben, who taught him the truth and even raised him, was like a real father. His father was always absent from his birthday party, but Uncle Ben was always there. Uncle Ben was in his heart. He has already surpassed his father's seat. Became his real father, but at that time, he lost his Uncle Ben, lost his father, because of his one act of inaction. "She's gone, it's all my fault. She died in vain, so I have to do what I should have done from the beginning." Little Spider-Man looked cold and said in a cold voice. He looked at the magic item next to him. Obviously at this moment, he has recognized the identities of the two Spider-Men in front of him, but the anger in his heart. Let him prepare to bear this responsibility and lay the final foreshadowing. Peter Maguire still wanted to persuade. "Stop talking, you all don't belong here, I want to send you home." Little Spider-Man shook his head slightly, "The others are from your world too, right?" Garfield Parker looked painful and nodded slightly. "You guys go and handle it. If you kill them, it's your business, not my problem. I don't care. I don't want to play anymore." Looking at the two Spider-Men in front of him, little Spider-Man's eyes were filled with calm hatred. He had caused unimaginable consequences to his own world. At this moment, little Spider-Man was determined. But no matter how determined he is, he should still apologize out of kindness. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry for bringing you into this. 13, but you have to go home now. Good luck to you." As he spoke, he was about to take the magic prop from Michelle's hand. "Looking at the boyfriend next to me." Michelle knew that little Spider-Man was in a very abnormal state at the moment, and he subconsciously retracted his hand. Little Spider-Man looked at his girlfriend in front of him, and he didn't blame Michelle. "My Uncle Ben was killed and it was my fault." Maguire's version of Peter apologized softly. This scene made Garfield extremely miserable. He lost not only his Uncle Ben, but also the love of his life. Garfield Parker swallowed lightly, calmed down, and then said, "I lost Gwen, she is my MJ, Mary Jane. I couldn't save him, and I'll never forgive myself." His expression became painful, tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at the other Spider-Man in the parallel world. He again reminded some of the pain, "But I got through it and tried to get on with my life. I continued to be the friendly, good neighborhood Spider-Man because I knew that was what she wanted, but then I stopped pulling my punches and got really angry." With sincere eyes, he looked at the little Spider-Man in this world with true feelings. "It's getting bitter. I just don't want you to end up like me. The night my uncle died, I thought he was her murderer, I wanted him dead. I got what I wanted. But it didn't make me feel better, and it took me a long time to learn how to walk out of the darkness." Maguire Peter, standing on the eaves, said sincerely. "I want to kill him, I want to tear him into pieces." I can still hear her voice in my mind. She was hurt, but still said that I did the right thing. She said that the stronger the ability. Little Spider-Man thought of the previous scene. At this moment, he burst into tears again, but still said it word by word. With great responsibility comes great responsibility. Peter Maguire said this while suppressing the pain in his heart. Garfield Parker nodded slightly. Wait, how do you know? Little Spider-Man looked confused. The night he died. Garfield Parker said calmly. Maguire Parker, who was standing next to him, said sincerely, Uncle Ben said the same thing. The mystery of the identity is completely revealed, and 3 generations of Spider-Man appear in the same frame. Seeing this, Peter Maguire's voice softened, maybe his death was not in vain, Peter. The sky in the distance was slowly turning white, and the persuasion of the 2 Spider-Men made little Spider-Man let go of a certain hatred in his heart. And what he needs to do next? It is to complete what he has not completed, to do what he has not done, to make up for all the mistakes he has made. Back home, little Spider-Man poured out, the belt that Aunt May had protected with her life before had some things everywhere, and many of them were broken. Little Spider-Man began to sort out the things in front of him, which were the props that could suppress the abilities of those guys. Little Spider-Man began to sort. The scars on his face became much less, but there were still many wounds and he looked very embarrassed. But, at this moment, he regained his spirits and began to introduce the things in front of him, the ones he could repair, and the others. At this moment, Garfield Parker and Maguire Peter also joined in. Garfield Parker has some experience with Dr. Lizard, after all, he has dealt with him once before. Little Spider-Man looked at Garfield Parker in front of him with surprise, with a look of shock on his face. Spider-Man with eyes could also do that. That's easy. Peter Maguire beside him also said easily. From this moment on, little Spider-Man is no longer fighting alone, and they start to busy themselves with their own things. Little Spider-Man said that he helped Dr. Otto suppress the evil in his body. At this moment, Peter Maguire's eyes became more serious. I have decided to cure them. Right. Right. Little Spider-Man nodded seriously, and the 2 looked at each other, just like the identity handover between the 1st and 3rd generations of Spider-Man. We are this kind of people. Maguire Peter turned and left to start his own experiment. In this small laboratory, everything began to proceed in an orderly manner. Michelle looked at the scene in front of her, she stood there a little hesitant. What's wrong? Little Spider-Man wondered. Nothing, just there are 3 Spider-Men. Michelle explained casually. The subsequent experiments went smoothly, and everyone was working on their own projects. Use physical equipment to develop physical medicine. There is no previous extraction opportunity here. But everyone is very strong in physics, even Garfield Parker and Peter Maguire at this moment. Having obtained a certain degree, it is relatively not that difficult to replicate the previous research and prepare the medicine. I think this is Ned came over and asked puzzledly, do these 2 guys have friends too? But I didn't expect the 2 people to be startled. I have. Maguire Peter looked to the side, his eyes thoughtful, his face solemn and slightly reminiscent. Garfield Parker paused for a moment after hearing this. Once. Ned looked confused. He died in my arms, after he tried to kill me. I'm really sad. Peter Maguire shook his head slightly, and he continued his experiment. Ned was a little upset when he heard this. R**. Garfield Parker pursed his lips slightly, revealing a regretful expression. At this moment, Ned's whole mentality exploded. He walked over and looked at the little Spider-Man in front of him, and hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether to ask the question. Could you please test it? Little Spider-Man still gave the order casually like an old friend. *7. Ned replied casually, but after he came to the little Spider-Man and tapped the computer twice, he walked away. The whole person looked a little strange. Seeing the strange Ned in front of him, little Spider-Man was confused. At this moment, Michelle came over and looked at her boyfriend beside her, with a haggard and scarred face. Are you okay? The 2 looked at each other with affection, and little Spider-Man also looked at Miss Yen. His girlfriend's eyes were full of worry, and she couldn't lie. Compared with everything in front of him, he was more worried about his girlfriend. After all, his girlfriend shouldn't have to endure all this. Little Spider-Man ruined his girlfriend's life. But, unexpectedly, the girlfriend didn't need little Spider-Man's apology. She looked at little Spider-Man in front of her. There is more worry and more friendship in his eyes. The relationship is heating up quickly, and Michelle said seriously, we have to work hard together and get through it together. Okay. Little Spider-Man nodded. At this moment, he lost Aunt May, but fortunately he still had Yanking's rice noodles. The two of them touched their foreheads together. Feeling each other's strength, little Spider-Man at this moment is not alone. On the opposite side, Garfield Parker saw this scene and froze in his place, his eyes full of envy. This made him think of his MJ again, but he had completely lost him, a regret that he would never be able to erase in his life. Are you dating? Peter Maguire asked. Garfield Parker heroically shook his head, he just sighed, I don't have time to live Peter Parker's life, right? The first and second generations looked at each other, neither of them could explain the reason, and even the regret in their eyes was so heavy. I won't give up. Maguire Peter. His eyes were much more serious, it will take some time, we will find a way. The small chat enhanced the friendship between the few people, and then a little misunderstanding appeared because of the name issue. But in the end everyone worked out a plan, and they created the necessary potion. The picture of the three generations of Spider-Man in the same frame makes everyone excited. They are together because of one thing, they work together to fight against every villain. The three members of this class have clear division of labor and have carried out strong research in their respective fields. Regarding the next plan, everyone's eyes were filled with fearless fighting spirit. And finally, Garfield Parker looked at Peter Maguire beside him, are you going to pretend to be a young priest or wear a spider costume? Maguire Peter didn't say anything, but gently pulled his collar, revealing his spider suit. And at this moment, the most classic scene of the whole show is here. Ned handed over Spider-Man's spider silk fluid cartridge. Oh, thank you. Spider-Man took it. It was a very small chip, but it contained concentrated liquid and emitted a lot of spider silk. Unbelievable. This can almost support Spider-Man in any large-scale battle, and the reason for adding, because it used a lot of it in the previous battle, although spider silk is almost inexhaustible. Seeing this thing, Maguire Peter looked confused, what is that? Spider silk fluid, for the launcher, what's wrong? Little Spider-Man explained casually. And the next moment, whoosh. Maguire Peter stretched out his right hand and casually shot spider silk from the veins in his wrist. With a snap, the bullets hit the instrument in the distance and stuck together. One moment, ah! Everyone was shocked and stunned by the scene. Michelle was even more shocked. Ned was extremely shocked, you can just fire it. Yes. Maguire nodded softly, can't you? TMJ. Little Spider-Man shook his head slightly. Garfield Parker, who was standing next to him, opened his mouth wide. He leaned over and looked at Maguire's hand, oh my god, how is this possible? He looks so shocked. Forget it, let's make a plan. We need to stay away from the crowd so no one will get hurt. Use the box to lure them in. They all want that thing. We just need to find a way to get there. Spider-Man the Spider immediately deployed the plan seriously. Use the portal. Ned said in a serious tone. What? Spider-Man was stunned. Find out what is happening right now. I have magic. Ned excitedly. Michelle added, he's still okay. Maguire Peter we all saw it. Garfield Parker, it's true. XD. Looking at his good friend beside him, little Spider-Man's face was full of shock and surprise. I have Doctor Strange's magic. Ned came closer. It was so shocking that it was beyond words. The next moment, when everyone was shocked, Ned suddenly took up the eye mask and looked at little Spider-Man seriously, I promise I won't become a supervillain who wants to kill you. D&A. Garfield Parker, who was standing next to him, immediately reached out and patted Ned on the shoulder, as if to encourage him. $700. Little Spider-Man didn't know what to say, he just nodded slightly. The scene looked inexplicably funny. Earth. Before the video. Countless people were stunned when they saw this scene, and the next moment everyone could no longer hold back. Ha 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 ha. Little Spider-Man's friend is so funny, he never thought that he would become a villain and be killed by Spider-Man in the end. Maybe he was scared by the first and second generation and Spider-Man. Oh my god, I just realized that the first generation of Spider-Man was actually a mutation. Is this why the poor rely on mutations while the rich rely on technology? What about the second generation Spider-Man? It can't shoot spider silk either, so it's obviously also a spider silk launcher. Every time Spider-Man fights, he needs to replenish himself with spider silk liquid. If I have this liquid, can I also become Spider-Man? The door to a new world suddenly opened. Maybe it would be better if there were more Spider-Mans in this world. The Spider-Men are going to fight the villains next. It's so exciting to see 3 generations of them in the same frame. Oh my god, this is a drama that brings back memories of my childhood. 3 generations of Spider-Man in the same frame. The first generation Spider-Man has a calm personality, the second generation Spider-Man has an outgoing personality, and the third generation little Spider-Man is still very immature. It's like a big brother with 2 little brothers. So cool, I wonder how their fight will go next. But I'm already waiting to see. It's solid. Maguire is a spider spirit. Ha 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 ha, good. Now that you mention it, it seems to be true. Chapter 87. In the video, the battle continues. The 3 generations of Spider-Man are ready, and the city looks brightly lit. The owner of the Daily Bugle reported what was happening. The city has a slightly solemn atmosphere. But it's more of an indictment of Spider-Man. There are negative news about Spider-Man and positive news about Spider-Man, all of which can be used as news material. Countless people are watching the progress at hand, some are just, some are evil, some support, some oppose. At least in everyone's opinion, where there is Spider-Man, there will be danger, death, and fighting. Suddenly, Spider-Man appears in the video. Little Spider-Man takes off his hood to reveal Peter Parker's face. There are still a few scars on his face, but he has completely recovered his energy and spirit. Looks like a minor child. A face full of childishness, but full of determination. Spider-Man just wreaked havoc in Queens. The voice of the owner of the Daily Bugle sounded, and he suddenly sounded puzzled. Peter Parker, what are you talking about? I want to tell you the truth. It's all my fault. I accidentally brought those dangerous people here. Looking at the biggest anti-fan leader in front of him, little Spider-Man did not make any excuses and said sincerely. Wow, he admitted it. The owner of the Daily Bugle on camera stretched out his hands. The expression is surprised, but it looks very artificial. The little Spider-Man in the camera also said seriously to the camera, if you keep looking, I really want to help you. I could kill you at any time, but I didn't. He raised the magic prop in his hand, his face full of seriousness and even a heavy expression. You taught me that everyone should have a second chance, so I am here. Losing Aunt May was a pain that he couldn't bear. The expression on his face betrayed his inner thoughts. But, Spider-Man has regained his spirits at this moment. He must overcome the difficulties before him and defeat all the villains. He can simply send all the villains back to their original world. But, this Spider-Man has his own code of conduct, and Holland's Spider-Man code of conduct is to stick to the end. Do what you think is right, stick to the kindness in your heart, and never compromise in the face of any evil. Never give up the beliefs you have always adhered to. I put myself in danger every time, but so what? As long as he can save one person, even just one more, he will do it at all costs. Even if this person is a vicious villain, even if this person will cause unimaginable destruction to the entire world, but according to his creed, as long as the person is cured, DB. He once again upheld his own justice. The reason why each generation of Spider-Man attracts every audience is because of their personality and code of conduct. Every superhero starts with a dream. From the first generation of Maguire Spider-Man, saving others without hesitation and fighting against villains, even if the enemy is an unimaginable bio-human, a demon who has no moral principles and kills and slaughters indiscriminately. Even if that person was the one who killed his dearest and most beloved relative. B. Everyone has the right to live, and everyone also has the right to choose death, and no matter which choice he makes, he chooses kindness and justice. Second generation Garfield version of Spider-Man. At the beginning, he was like a naive child, his life was full of rebellion, but this could not change his strong talent. When I was in school, I could develop my own spider suit and spider silk launcher. Some kind of mutation occurred in his body, and he possessed incomparably powerful strength. But it did not do evil, but was used to uphold justice. It was because of his relative Uncle Ben and Aunt May who never gave up on him, even if he did something wrong. What he dreamed about was not criticism, but equal education. Under the influence of this environment, he was able to transform into a true Spider-Man. The birth of each Spider-Man is not meaningless and without process. Just like the death of one's dearest and most beloved person, it will become a time node in every world, and this is a result that cannot be changed at all. But because of this, the group created generation after generation of superheroes. Spider-Man. Where is this place? The owner of the Bugle Daily asked coldly with his hands clasped together. As the #1 anti-fan, he does not acknowledge all the achievements of Spider-Man and never believes in Spider-Man. Even a good neighbor who is considered friendly and kind by others may be a vicious criminal in his eyes. He never follows any rules and only acts according to his own beliefs, which puts countless people in danger. This time is no exception. A place that represents a second chance. Spider-Man's voice was full of seriousness, his slightly immature face is now full of determination. Facing the danger at this moment, he can do anything. Everyone gave him strength, everyone gave him trust. Every important person is by your side. The past cannot be changed, but the future can still be changed. As the camera moves, a towering building with countless steel shelves appears in front of us, surrounding the Statue of Liberty. Statue of Liberty, it is covered with rust and is now under maintenance. From here you can see a large space where the head of the Statue of Liberty is. This place is just like a watchtower, overlooking every person in New York. The Statue of Liberty represents the victory of freedom. The significance of this scene is so grand. Oh my God, the Statue of Liberty? He wants to destroy another American landmark, the owner of the Daily Bugle said casually. Peter Parker didn't refute at all. He looked at the camera and continued, if the whole world is watching. Believe me, the whole world is watching. Jonah Jameson nodded slightly, his eyes wide open with silent protest in them. It seems to agree with Spider-Man's words, but in fact it contains another kind of sarcastic remarks. If the whole world is watching, then good luck to my friendly neighbor, and good luck to Spider-Man. Little Spider-Man put away his phone, and the next moment, he slightly raised his legs, flexed his muscles, and jumped lightly with a little effort. It has landed firmly on the crown of the Statue of Liberty. Everyone, get ready. Looking at the other two Spider-Men in front of him, Dutch brother Peter Parker asked softly. Pa. Several spider silks shot out, tying the special instrument to the bottom of the iron frame, suspending it in the air and hiding it. If you don't look carefully, you won't be able to find the location of this weapon. No matter how small. All this is under strict planning and control. It's almost done. Peter Maguire is wearing a spider suit, with his hands on the iron frame, looking at the space above his head. Two more spider silks shot out, whoosh. The spider silk wrapped the weapon tightly again. On the steel frame in the distance, the masks of the first and second generation Spider-Man are matched on the iron frame, one is a black eye mask and the other is a white eye mask. Each Spider-Man has his own characteristics, and now they can come together to become a world picture. Extremely rare. Ike's was originally a sweet and caring man, but later he fell into the electric eel pool. Garfield's version of Parker sounded a little hesitant. Electro is an enemy that seems unimaginable and impossible to defeat in the eyes of others. In the past, I was also a hard-working and diligent person. A very calm ordinary person, he has always been competent in his position, even the most technically advanced and outstanding role. But no one expected that due to the long-term work pressure and the bullying from others. In a special environment, he fell into the electric eel pool and was electrocuted by countless biochemical electric eels. Final. Since he has mastered the power of thunder and lightning, he has even completely transformed himself into a thunder and lightning being, and can absorb any energy. The opportunity to attack oneself has surpassed the human level and evolved to a whole new level. B. At that time, his body was unable to control the electricity, and he seemed to have turned into an electric eel and appeared on the streets of New York. Countless people looked at him as if he were a monster. The media went crazy, all the spotlight was on him. Max completely collapsed at that moment. Fortunately, the appearance of his idol Spider-Man temporarily stabilized his emotions. B. A streak of lightning could destroy countless lives in an instant. Spider-Man was still an arrogant boy at that time. Although he believed that the person in front of him was his fan, but, under the spotlight, he had no choice but to point his finger at the electric man in front of him. 2. Max, who is honest, hardworking, ordinary, and common, is even completely disappointed with the whole world. He became the most terrifying villain, no one could catch him and he could destroy everything easily. It can transform into lightning and fly at will. Its figure is invisible and it can appear and shuttle to any place at any time. He seemed to have truly become a godlike being. And then, Peter Parker's friend Harry needs Spider-Man's blood because of his congenital disease, but Spider-Man's blood is highly poisonous. Garfield Peter Parker refused the request. Harry Blacken injected himself with a purification liquid, which purified his genes, but it was unable to suppress the congenital disease. He inherited all the legacy of the technology company, his personality completely changed, and he became the most terrifying Green Goblin. He began to unite with Spider-Man's enemy Electro, to destroy the entire world, and his ultimate goal is to kill Spider-Man. Electro was simply invincible, and in the end Spider-Man relied solely on his own intelligence and wisdom to use a powerful amount of electricity at the substation to forcibly infuse Electro's body. At that moment, the Electric Man completely disappeared. At that time, Garfield and Parker were already seriously injured, but they didn't expect the Green Goblin to turn around and extend his devil's hand to the person he loved the most. It was a memory that could not be recalled at all, a memory that almost destroyed it and almost sent Spider-Man completely to hell. His favorite MJ died. So when he mentioned the Electric Man, his mood was a little low, but he still overcame his inner self. That's enough. Maguire Peter, looking into the distance, looking at the world in front of him. This world seems to be exactly the same as the world in my impression, but it seems to be different. He felt different, as if this world was not his home. The technological strength here, the level of development here, everything here. It was completely different from his impression and his memory. The only thing that is the same is the villains. At this moment, he only has the idea of dealing with these villains in front of him. Garfield's version of Parker's voice, slightly deeper, things I was hoping to change. Obviously he couldn't undo what had happened. Just like Electric Man, if he had been more mature at that time, would this tragedy have happened? Electro will not become a villain. Maybe he will become a superhero. It won't lead to the situation where it will be destroyed again in this world, however. Fortunately, little Spider-Man gave everyone a second chance for redemption. Now there is a second chance. Maguire Peter turned his head slightly, and the light fell on his face. This was a decision made by everyone together. Yes. Garfield Parker nodded slightly and smiled again. The division of labor among them was clear. But, just then, Maguire's version of Peter put his hand on the steel guardrail in front of him, with a slightly embarrassed expression, "Here we go again." He leaned against the steel rod and arched his back with great effort, his expression showing a slight pain. "Are you okay?" Garfield Parker was stunned. "My back hurts again." "My back." Peter Maguire put his hand on his chest and did some restorative exercises. His back would ache from time to time, as if it was the after effect of something that had happened before. "Can I help you?" The Garfield version of Parker asked softly after seeing this scene. He had already walked over before he spoke. "Okay, great." Maguire Peter nodded slightly, crossed his arms, and then turned his back to Garfield version of Parker. "The fighting power of two people, one in front and one behind, are you ready?" "All right." Maguire Peter nodded, Garfield's Parker no longer hesitated, and reached out to grab Maguire's Peter's shoulders, then lifted him up high, and gently exerted force with his arms. In an instant, Peter Maguire had been lifted up, and there was a crackling sound behind him. Any Spider-Man can easily lift dozens of these, not to mention the real Garfield Parker. After he said a few cackles, Peter Maguire's face showed a visibly relieved expression. "Good, that's it." "Is that all?" "That's awesome, isn't it?" Garfield Parker's face was filled with an expression of praise me, praise me. "Much better." Maguire Parker stretched his arms and moved them gently. The pain was indeed much relieved. At this moment, he just felt relaxed all over. His face was also much more relaxed, and Garfield Parker sat on the iron railing next to him with a smile on his face. "That's so cool, I've always wanted a brother. We should hang out together next time." Peter Maguire nodded slightly, the smile on his face was self-evident. It is highly unlikely to happen again. But it does not affect the friendship between the two, especially the first and second generation Spider-Man, the two have a lot in common. "Very good." Peter Maguire's face was calm, and the stubble on his face represented the years he had experienced. He has a very calm personality. Unlike the other two Spider-Men, he has experienced countless years. At the speed of the original world, he is already quite old. Yet. Garfield Parker nodded and looked up at Peter Maguire in front of him. "But we should think more about it now." Maguire Peter stretched out his hand and gestured to the Statue of Liberty in front of him. Garfield Parker waved his hand, his face showing embarrassment. How can I survive? The battle is imminent and they should not be distracted. After defeating the monster, I'll ask for your phone number. Garfield Parker said humorously. No problem. Maguire Parker showed a helpless expression on his face. The normal second-generation Spider-Man is like a chatterbox, more like a funny guy. But, such a lively personality seems to be more interesting. And the next moment, after nodding and hesitating for a long time, Garfield Parker finally asked, "Does your body produce spider silk fluid?" Chapter 88. His expression showed a hint of envy. Sorry, I don't want to talk about this. Maguire Peter shook his head gently. Garfield Parker was so scared that he shrugged and explained, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Are you jealous of me? Maguire Parker pointed to his heart and asked the guy in front of him. Peter Parker, who was standing at the highest point, immediately said excitedly, No 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 no, it's just that we can't do it. He pointed to his arm and said in surprise, That's why I'm curious about how you did it. I don't want to invade privacy, but it's really cool. Garfield Parker immediately agreed after hearing this. Everyone opened their hearts at this moment. The fact that the first generation of Spider-Man could produce spider silk leaves autonomously was simply too terrifying, and it was almost equivalent to a wireless spider silk transmitter. They need to replenish spider silk fluid every time they fight, but the first generation Spider-Man doesn't need it at all. He can produce spider silk at any time and fight at any time. This is too scary. The first generation of Spider-Man not only has an extremely strong physique, but also his strength and intensity. Almost identical to other Spider-Man characters. It may even be more powerful than other Spider-Men. It can shoot spider silk autonomously without any disadvantages. Other Spider-Men need to replenish their silk when fighting. Once the spider silk is gone, Spider-Man can only rely on his own physical fitness, which is an extremely fatal flaw. I want to tell you, but I won't do it on purpose, just like I won't breathe on purpose, it just happens naturally. Maguire Peter didn't know how to explain it. He could only use such appropriate words to explain his behavior. Looking at the two Spider-Men in front of him, Peter Maguire did not have any hidden items. He really shared his experience like a good big brother, but the two Spider-Men in front of him didn't understand at all. They don't have the ability to generate spider silk on their own. Wow! Garfield Parker's eyes were full of curiosity when he heard this. When it was shot, it was really clean and neat. Maguire Peter was still explaining softly. He even stretched out his hand and gestured on his arm. With a sincere look, gentle tone, and calm personality, he explained the situation in front of him seriously. Let me ask you. Garfield Parker suddenly pointed to his head, his eyes slightly raised. What? Maguire Peter was stunned. Can you eat whenever you want? Garfield Parker stretched out his hand and twirled his fingers, the expression on his face was simply bizarre. Maguire Peter was silent for a moment. These words sounded weird, and it felt very strange. 343 So. Maguire Peter looked sincere, without any other influence. I didn't let these words make me think wildly, nor did I feel any tricky questions from the two people in front of me. I have to use the button, this is the transmitter. Garfield Parker explained softly, pointing his finger at his wrist, then at his own spider silk launcher. This is something that has exactly the same characteristics as the third-generation Spider-Man. The egg and the three generations of Spider-Man are unable to produce spider silk on their own, so when they want to shoot spider silk in battle, you have to rely on spider silk shooters. The second-generation Spider-Man developed the spider silk launcher entirely through his own efforts. This can be considered as a qualitative change brought to him by his strong knowledge of science. Okay. Maguire Peter nodded slightly. But do you just have to think about shooting spider silk and then you can shoot it? Garfield Parker has a curious expression on his face, and at this moment he seems to have turned into a curious baby. There are 100,000 whys in his mind. Although the questions asked are simply unimaginable, and this way of asking will make people think a lot, but, at this moment, it does not affect the communication between the two people at all. I don't even have to think about it. Maguire Peter stretched out his hand and gently circled it. To express one's control over spider silk in concise words is as easy as eating, dressing, and breathing. It's like riding a bicycle. Garfield Parker said casually. Suddenly, Peter Parker, the third-generation little Spider-Man standing at the highest point, suddenly asked, Is it just shot from the wrist, or is it somewhere else? His expression was very serious, but the question he asked seemed not very serious. And this question made everyone stunned. The atmosphere was somewhat tense, and he even paused while speaking. After all, saying this was not very respectful. And the question seems a bit ambiguous. Garfield Parker's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he looked up at Meyerbeer. Then he looked up at Peter Parker, the Dutch brother, head slightly bent, face full of shock. What question is this guy asking? What strange idea does he have? Although he also wants to ask, but he didn't ask, which was a bit disrespectful. But this little Spider-Man seems to ask whenever he wants. Only the wrist. Maguire Parker still had a gentle expression on his face, just like an elder, and didn't think much about it. Garfield Parker expressed his doubts again, will it not be able to be launched? But he continued, I often run out of it, and I have to make it myself in the lab, which is really troublesome compared to you. It sounds troublesome. I also have this problem. You're right. I also can't Peter Maguire finally found a topic, nodded in approval, and then told about his own experience. Garfield Parker who transformed into 100,000 Ys. Just like Curious Baby. Looking at the big brother in front of him, he had a puzzled expression. Why? Existential crisis. Maguire Parker is involved in other issues. Garfield Parker nodded slightly. I thought this topic would end directly. Peter Maguire looked down at the ground with a thoughtful expression, I can't describe it, it's a very natural thing. I don't know either. After thinking about it, he still didn't know how to explain. Looking at Garfield Parker in front of him, his expression was full of helplessness. Super cool, I really want to see those little holes. Garfield Parker suddenly said. Maguire Peter's face froze in embarrassment, his eyes widened instantly, full of confusion. This sentence seems to have some strange meaning. Sudden, what's the craziest villain you've ever fought? Standing at the highest point is little Spider-Man, Peter Parker. He stopped the previous topic and asked doubtfully, his eyes are full of seriousness. You've seen some. Maguire Parker pursed his lips. In the world before him, there were two bad guys he had fought before. One is Norman Osborn who transformed into the Green Goblin, and the other is Bo the Octopus. That is the kind Dr. Otto, but his consciousness was forcibly taken away by the evil artificial intelligence. So it always appears in an evil image, causing huge amounts of damage to the world every time. And every time a mess is formed, it is undoubtedly the biggest threat to Spider-Man. Artificial intelligence-controlled mechanical claws, it is completely different from the mechanical claws controlled by Dr. Otto. Artificial intelligence cannot care about the life and death of human beings. In his eyes, everything seemed to be just an ordinary game. As long as he can win the game or get what he wants, he can play around and kill people around him at will. Everyone can become his bargaining chip, but every time he will be saved by Spider-Man, so the two become mortal enemies. Garfield Parker also had a smile on his face. I fought an alien black slime. Maguire Peter stretched out his hand and gestured again. He looked up at the little Spider-Man high up. I already thought of the Venom symbiote suit I wore before. Its own amplitude is completely self-developed, without any defensive power, although its physical strength is very strong, but the combat uniforms it developed are, at best, tough and durable. But the symbiote conquest is completely different, it can transform into any costume he wants. And it can bring him unimaginable strong self-confidence, even give it a blackened feel. My inner confidence has been magnified countless times, and even the negative feelings in my heart have been magnified countless times. He thus became evil in nature, using any means necessary to achieve his goals, even abandoning Spider-Man's principle of not killing. Fortunately, at the most critical moment, Spider-Man fully awakened, and in order to escape from the symbiote, he found the symbiote's weakness. In that tall tower, in front of the big clock, he completed the final redemption, using the sound of the big bell to forcibly peel off the symbiote. So when he mentioned this black slime-shaped body, there was a hint of smile in his eyes. Everything in the past is an experience. Really? I've fought aliens too. On Earth and in outer space is purple. Little Spider-Man suddenly said. I want to fight aliens too. Garfield Parker was so envious that his face was distorted. Earth. Before the video. Countless people couldn't help but burst out laughing. This scene was simply too funny. The second-generation Spider-Man Garfield Parker, his eyes and eyeshadow are full of envy. 7. This guy actually wants to obtain the spider spirit's ability to automatically spin silk, and it looks like the first generation's physique has really mutated. It's hard to imagine that the first generation of Spider-Man can generate spider silk from his body and then shoot it out. Is this the difference between the first, second, and third generations? It seems that there are differences between Spider-Man. The second and third generation Spider-Man rely almost entirely on their own spider web shooters. Ha 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 ha, look at Garfield Parker's envious expression. I'm almost dying of laughter. His eyes are full of anticipation. What kind of weird topic are the three Spider-Men discussing? Shouldn't they be discussing how to protect the Earth and defeat the bad guys in front of them? Why are they discussing spider silk launching fluid and spider silk launching guns? No, I can't laugh anymore, I can't laugh anymore. Look at Garfield Parker's envious expression, but because of my own rules, I don't want to say anything that will make people laugh. But little Spider-Man didn't care at all and just spoke without thinking. Oh, you really spoke without thinking. You didn't respect Peter Maguire at all. But it felt quite funny. Three funny people got together and performed a play by themselves. And the questions they asked were also very tricky. Peter Maguire actually fought aliens. My goodness, in his world there is not only the Green Goblin but also Dr. Octopus and even aliens. Could it be that Peter Maguire, the technological level in that world is also very strong? Look at Garfield Parker, his eyes are red with envy, and he even wants his eyes to pop out of his head. Ha 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 ha, I can't stop laughing. These three Spider-Men are really funny. But who was that purple potato-headed alien that little Spider-Man beat up? Will there be aliens with purple potato heads in our world in the future? Wait, why does this purple potato-headed alien look so familiar to me? Is it the Thanos that appeared before? Damn! He just crushed Loki to death. That powerful guy defeated the Hulk politically and defeated Thor head-on. Oh my god, that's the guy who collected the Infinity Stones. Avengers Tower. Everyone watched the video in front of them. They remained silent, even speechless, and everyone sat in their own seats. Finally, seeing the useful information, everyone was startled. If I'm not mistaken, this enemy is probably Thanos. In order to collect the Infinity Stones, he came to Earth. He appeared in outer space and little Spider-Man's spider sense sensed him. Captain America, who was lying on the table, said seriously, looking up at the people in front of him, "How do you feel?" Colonel Rhodes, the War Machine, pursed his lips, "If an enemy comes, we will fight him with our own strength. If even Thor cannot defeat the enemy, how can we defeat it with our own strength alone?" And even Hulk was defeated. Dr. Banner opened his mouth to explain something, but he finally chose to shut up. Iron Man, who was sitting in the distance, sat on a chair and looked at everyone. If the Thanos crisis is not eradicated in the future and will reappear, what kind of strength will we have to fight against this cosmic enemy? Is the Earth really going to be completely slaughtered? Sorry, Tony. Thor, who was sitting opposite, lowered his head and remained silent. Obviously, this attempt to unite with Asgard god King Odin did not receive Odin's approval. Thor even felt ashamed because he had promised well, but in the end, didn't complete the task. Even Loki was imprisoned, but this time the god King Odin did not imprison Loki until he died. But locked up and begging for mercy, let him reflect on himself, and if he recognizes his mistakes, tell him where they are. This time Loki, he lowered his attitude and was no longer the arrogant second prince of Asgard. Nor is he the wizard who calls himself the god of trickery. Even though Odin gave Loki such a punishment, Loki did not refute it at all, as if he accepted the reality. But when he was detained, he broke free immediately, and in front of everyone, he knelt deeply before Queen Fricka. Everyone was shocked at that moment. Even though they saw the previous video and recognized Loki from other universes, maybe he is really strong, becoming the god of time, the god of stories, and an omnipotent being. But that is Loki from another universe, Loki from another time and space after all. This guy in front of me is just a little kid no matter what. But no one expected this guy, he actually completed the transformation and became a real man. At that moment, Odin's eyes were full of relief, as if he saw his second son completely grown up. Then Thor told his plan. The Earth's wishes have been spoken, Nick Fury, director of the Avengers. I hope to unite with Asgard to fight against the unknown dangerous universe-level disaster Thanos that is about to appear. This is the vital force that everyone can use to fight against Thanos. But in the god King Odin, after a moment's silence, he rejected the proposal. He sat upright on the throne, his armor emitting golden light. He looked high above, his eyes weary of all living beings. There was a calmness in his eyes that showed pity for all living beings. He even clenched the eternal spear in his hand and gently placed the spear against the throne. Crunch! Thor clenched his fists lightly. At this moment, he could still remember the words of the god King Odin, the people of Midgard are simply vulnerable. There are more ordinary people than them. Even with the power of technology, he can't really fight against Thanos, and his god King Odin doesn't need to unite with anyone. He is the god of Asgard, the god of war who leads countless gods to conquer the 9 realms. He does not need to unite with anyone. Chapter 89. No, not at all. Even if it's Thanos, so what? He also knows about the Infinity Stones. He is not interested in anything, all he wants is to protect Asgard. I don't want Asgard to be like the people in the video, separated from their hometown and have nowhere to go. At this moment, Odin, the God King, showed his dominance. He didn't care about the so-called Thanos at all, or in his eyes, Thanos, it's just an enemy that may be difficult to defeat, but not an invincible enemy. FFLX. Asgard does not need to unite with Earth, nor does it need the power of Midgard, so that the crisis Midgard. They should face this crisis on their own, because the 9 realms are completely separate, and Asgard has no rights or obligations. Go take care of Midgard, can you defeat this terrifying enemy? Fee flows. The final plan failed, and the god King Odin simply looked down on S.H.I.E.L.D. So the people in front of me are talking, Thor can only remain silent at best. Looking at the 3 generations of spiders in front of me, Thor wasn't very interested either, he was just sitting there because he was a member of the Giver Alliance. MOXX. These were his last words to Odin. He found the meaning of his life in Midgard. He even found someone he could spend his life with, he found a like-minded teammate, and I found a partner to fight against evil together. He will most likely stay in Midgard. He will not waver in his belief in fighting the impending crisis with Midgard. He is Thor, he is the invincible god of war. Even in Midgard, he will become an outstanding god and do all this for Odin. Looking at my son in front of me, Odin's eyes were also filled with relief. He agreed with what Thor said and approved of his words. Midgard doesn't need a king, but it needs a superhero, a powerful Thor. This is also what the god King Odin said to his eldest son. The final outrage. He will no longer protect Thor, and everything before the Eve festival will depend on Thor and him. That group of so-called like-minded partners worked together to complete it. In the video, the god King Odin saw that it was Midgard that finally accepted Asgard. It was under Thor's suggestion that Loki led everyone to seek refuge on Earth. He also saw his miserable figure on Earth, but he did not feel sad. In order to acquire knowledge, he once hung himself above the world, went without food or water for 9 days, and finally gained supreme wisdom. A soft-hearted god will not last long, but a wise god will last forever. FFLY. Looking at his eldest son, Solo Dio, who seemed to have grown up overnight, he was like seeing a new god rising up. He will replace himself as the new god of gods. Likewise the god King Odin gave Thor final advice, Asgard is a kingdom of gods, but Midgard does not need the rule of gods. They have their own order and rules. I hope you can get used to it. This time, Odin actually stood up. He was not acting as a father at this moment, but as the god king of Asgard. Odin. He sent Thor off for the last time, personally sent him to the Rainbow Bridge, and teleported him to Earth. Heimdall's eyes were filled with relief. Although the video in front of me shows a lot of things that have nothing to do with the world, but it also broadcast a lot of useful information, which made the 2 brothers grow up in an incredible way overnight. Whether it's Thor or Loki, all along, the god King Odin has treated them as his own children. Heimdall saw all of this. He holds the key to the Rainbow Bridge. He has the true eye that controls all directions and detects everything. He also saw the changes in Loki, and saw Loki leading the final fleet in the video. Appeared to save Asgard from fire and water. At that moment, his heart was completely at peace. Even though Loki had done a lot of nonsense and many things that embarrassed Asgard, he finally came to his senses and grew up. In the video, 3 generations in the same frame is so hilarious. Especially after hearing that the other 2 Spider-Men had fought aliens, Garfield Parker was filled with envy. It can almost overflow. After hearing this, Peter was even more relieved. You've fought aliens in outer space, that's amazing. besides feeling incredible about these magical things. I also think that's it. Peter Maguire waved his hand casually. Yeah, yes. Garfield Parker, who had the word envy written in big letters in his eyes, could only reply silently and casually. He looked up at the little Parker in the sky speechlessly, and then said helplessly, "It's a quiet and helpless day. Please, I'm so lame. I've only fought the Russians in the rhino armor." He was a bit self-deprecating, and even looked up at Peter Maguire in front of him. His eyes were full of. "The car is out of reach. Come on, Spider-Man in 3 worlds, 2 of them have fought aliens, but he has never even seen what aliens look like. What's so cool about that? Sometimes he really wants to see what aliens look like, and if there is a chance, he would also like to try to fight an alien himself. There's also that black slime monster, and something that looks like a purple potato head. It sounds like it smells really good. Please. This is so cool, right?" At this moment, he was so envious that his whole body was deformed. "You said you were lame, but you're not lame at all." Maguire Peter is still trying to persuade them earnestly. As a big brother, he should always help his younger brothers solve their doubts. And his calm personality is obviously more suitable for this kind of mediation. After all, the 3 Spider-Men don't need to take their own affairs into consideration. To compare and show off is just everyone experiencing their own world trajectory. Even 3 Spider-Men appearing in one world is possible, so what else is there to be surprised about? Garfield Parker curled his lips. "Thank you very much, I didn't say I was lame. Please, don't think like that." Maguire Peter waved his hand seriously. "Because you are great, believe in yourself." "Yes, I will." Garfield Parker didn't want to hear this nonsense. At this moment, he felt really lame. "You are great, you are the best, say it." Maguire said over and over again, looking at Garfield Parker in front of him. He repeated it twice, and then in a serious tone. "I need to hear someone else say." Garfield Parker held the railing with his hands, his face full of unhappiness. He really didn't want to be with these 2 guys at the moment. He really wanted to give that slime monster an alien purple potato head a try. Suddenly, at the highest point of Holland, Peter Parker looked anxious. "Focus more, can you sense it?" "Have." Maguire Peter immediately looked into the distance, and Garfield Parker also stood up. His eyes were full of vigilance, and it was obvious that he also sensed the danger. The spider senses of the 3 Spider-Men are synchronized at this moment, and each of them has the ability to foresee danger. Ability. Suddenly, pa! In the distant sky, countless thunderclouds suddenly appeared, and in the thunderclouds, lightning flashed, and orange-yellow lightning jumped wildly. This is not ordinary lightning at all, and the thunderclouds gathered in the darkness are so terrifying. This orange-yellow lightning, it was obviously the electric man who had just absorbed the arc reactor. After absorbing the arc reactor, that guy has turned into such orange lightning. And his ability seems to have been enhanced, no longer the same as before. "How's it going, Peter?" A cold voice sounded from the air. "Pa!" An extremely huge orange lightning bolt struck down from the sky. And the next moment, the figure of the lightning man gathered in the air, surrounded by orange lightning, and orange lightning burst out from his eyes and body. It seemed to have transformed into a higher level existence, becoming a godlike character. "Do you like the new me?" Max showed a cruel smile on his face, looking at the Dutch brother Spider-Man in front of him. He gently stretched out his right hand. "Give him to me. I will destroy him, but I will spare you." Little Spider-Man's eyes were full of vigilance, but there was no hatred in them. His eyeballs immediately turned red. But, sticking to his principles, little Spider-Man did not waver at all no matter what the villain said. The next moment, he immediately put on the spider mask, ran gently, and took a leap of faith. Falling from the sky. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into the Assassin's League, a medieval assassin. "Here he comes, guys." After saying this casually, he immediately fell from the sky to the ground. "Extend your right hand and shoot out the spider silk, pull yourself." Suddenly, being in the sky, I flipped over and swung towards the distant building. Hear the sound of Garfield Parker and the horse. Quill and Peter put on their own helmets at the same time, and the 3 generations of Spider-Man began to work together. They circled around the building in front of them and ran towards their respective strategic destinations. Snap snap! The figure of the lightning man followed closely in the sky, and it was also flying very fast, turning into lightning. But, after seeing the little Spider-Man fly into the building, he stopped flying and stayed where he was, as if countless. The electric current struck his body, forming a thick layer of armor, and countless lightning bolts were emitted from time to time. Looking at the ground, suddenly, "Max, I miss you so much." Garfield Parker's voice rang out, his voice jumping out from the building. In an instant, this voice immediately made Max's face change drastically. He immediately stretched out his right index finger and lightly flicked out an orange lightning bolt, which shot out from his fingertips. Attacked Garfield Parker. Garfield Parker stretched out his right hand and shot a spider silk towards the building behind him. Pulling his own figure high up, and the thunder and lightning just passed by and draped over the building. With a snap, large flames erupted on the steel frame of the building. Surrounded by flames, the scene looked simply thrilling. The figure of little Spider-Man swung back, holding the box in his hand like a decoy. His eyes were a little distracted, and little Spider-Man immediately threw the box in his hand far away. "MJ, catch it!" Little Spider-Man roared, and then threw the magic prop in his hand high into the distance, opening the magic teleportation array. This teleportation array was opened temporarily by Ned. There were sparks all around, which was obviously opened by Doctor Strange's mysterious world. This guy really has a talent for magic, and Michelle on the other side is already ready. She stretched out her hands and, with a snap, grabbed the magic item tightly. "Got it, close it quickly." Michelle immediately urged Ned beside her. Ned was like a charlatan, he waved his hands, but it was of no use, the portal wouldn't close at all. "What's wrong with Ned? It's like he can't be locked up." Michelle was speechless. She was so excited that she jumped up and down on the spot. "Why can't it be closed?" Ned looked at the portal in front of him with a puzzled look. It had never failed before, so why did it fail now? "Have you ever shut it down?" Michelle asked quickly from the side. "No, I drove it once." Ned explained softly, and both of them looked very anxious. Far away, in the deep water, the sea water is constantly surging, and under the sea water, a terrible giant, swimming towards the shore at a very fast speed. Soon, a figure emerged from the water. Its green skin is like a lizard, it has human pupils, hands and feet, and even its body has become extremely large. Wet all over, it's like some kind of mucus is constantly seeping in. And behind it is a thick and powerful tail. He jumped high and broke the fence by the river and stood on the ground. He stood on the ground with both feet. Roar! Looking at Spider-Man in the sky far away, he let out a roar. Snap, snap! The Lightning Man is like a fixed point, a destruction machine. Even though it is floating in the sky, it continues to emit lightning one after another. Hit the Spider-Man in the distance, but Spider-Man's movements are more sensitive and he avoids the lightning every time in the critical moment. But, this is not a solution at all. The second-generation Spider-Man Garfield Parker quickly came to the place where the crown of the Statue of Liberty was and stood there. He quickly stretched out his hand to stop her. Max, can we have Yan? Look. My old friend Spider-Man." Max's hoarse voice, at this moment, his figure seemed to have completely transformed into godlike lightning. There is no longer any feeling of cowardice, and there is no longer the image of Max who always worked diligently and conscientiously. He seemed to have completed his transformation, as if he had been infused with some evil will. He is no longer the honest and kind worker he once was. He has now turned into a terrifying villain. Garfield Parker squatted down slightly. "I have always just wanted to save you." Ig. Hearing this, the Electric Man smiled coldly. "No way. It's true." Garfield Parker nodded slightly. "Make your tone sound sincere because you are speaking from your heart. After going through a lot of things, in another world, he is no longer as young as he was before. He is no longer the outspoken person he used to be." Thinking back to the time when he did something, he wondered why the electrician ended up being a villain. It is precisely because of being under the spotlight and under the media's support. He put Electro on the opposite side and regarded him as an enemy. And Electro, relying on his immense power, could have become a superhero. But in public, he chose to be the villain. "You are not my idol anymore." The Electric Man shook his head gently. "Don't worry, I will save myself, die." He looked at his chest, and the arc reactor that he had been using before emitted a little blue light. Its body is connected to countless energy transmission pipelines, and it relies on these energy transmission pipelines to obtain more powerful energy. The electricity released is even more terrifying. In an instant, the lightning man raised his hands high and fired a bolt of lightning fiercely. Pa! Terrifying lightning struck Spider-Man like a dense machine gun fire. Da-da-da-da-da. Countless lightning flashed wildly and exploded around Garfield Spider-Man. Oh! Garfield Parker jumped high, seemed to be in panic, and fell down from the building, but he quickly grabbed the steel bars. Chapter 90. The next moment, he suddenly stretched out his left hand, and the spider silk popped out. Snap! The spider silk looks delicate, with the end gently bouncing up from the air. Slowly parting, like the tentacles of an insect, rooted on a steel bar. Crash! Garfield Parker fell from the sky, and swung gently in the air into the distance. Suddenly, boom! A figure jumped high and grabbed Garfield Parker's hand tightly. DB. Garfield Parker was stunned for half a second. By the way, the lizard man is here too. He had no time to dodge and was violently pulled down by the lizardman's terrifying strength. The spider silk snapped and Garfield Parker's figure, he landed heavily on the steel structure, but he quickly regained his balance. He stretched out his hands and stuck them on the steel structure, climbing up step by step, and then leaping one step at a time. Pa! 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 The electric man obviously concentrated all his firepower on Peter Maguire, shooting countless electric lights. Because only Peter Maguire was still on the building, and Garfield Parker was being chased by Spider-Man in the distance. Peter Maguire was like a bouncing man, bouncing back and forth between buildings to dodge the lightning, and the continuous attacks created countless sparks on the steel building, but in fact there was no damage at all. I need Max's antidote. Garfield Parker said anxiously. The little Spider-Man squatting below reached out and pressed the headset, and he immediately said, "Okay, I'll go right away. Little Spider-Man, I need the antidote for the lizard man." Maguire Peter also said suddenly. Little Spider-Man immediately said in a hurried tone, all right. Little Spider-Man is a bit overwhelmed with duplication, both Spider-Mans need his help, both sides were fighting, so there was no manpower available. He is the only one who can go to support. This is the most critical part of the plan. Can one person cooperate perfectly? But there is no way, this is the plan. He must complete the requests of the two Spider-Men at this moment, and then find what they need. Without saying a word, he ran forward. However, little Spider-Man didn't notice that huge amounts of figures were gathering behind him. Yellow sand filled the air, a terrifying sandstorm formed, and sand waves formed in the sky. The sand seemed to be alive. As for the current grandeur, it's so scary that it makes people grit their teeth. If anyone stands in front of it and sees the dust in the sky, I'm afraid you'll be so scared that your legs will go weak. All the sand can easily submerge a person, or even drown him directly. After the sand rushes into the mouth and nose, people cannot breathe. Will be suffocated to death. There is such a huge amount of sand that you can't see the end at a glance, as if it covers the sky and the sun. Just like traveling in the sky. At this moment, these sands gathered together, a huge amount of palms were formed, and the palms rushed over quickly as if someone was controlling them. In full view of everyone, he grabbed the little Spider-Man from Holland in his hands. At this moment, Spider-Man is like a lamb to be slaughtered. No matter how strong Spider-Man is, he will be in such a huge palm. He is like an ant. His figure is like Sun Wukong, and his palm is like the palm of Tathagata Buddha. It's no use letting him escape. Sandman is here too. Looking at the palm formed by the sand, holding myself tightly in the hand, Dutch brother Spider-Man. He twisted his body and turned his head to see the sky in the distance. Countless sand and dust are gathering into a huge shape. At this moment, the sand gives the sculpture meaning. The sand gathered together to form an extremely huge head. This head has eyes, a mouth, and a nose, just like a human figure magnified countless times. Looking at the Sandman in front of me. Little Spider-Man is really having a headache. It's really hard to imagine which world this villain is from. Is he the villain in Maguire Parker's world, or is he the villain in Garfield Peter's world? But no matter which world the villain is from, the Sandman in front of me is like a god, extremely scary. It is difficult to deal with just one electric man. With the Sandman in front of him, the battle is over. Completely leaning towards the villain, will their plan really work? Peter, where's your baby? Sandman looked at Spider-Man in front of him. Since you have chosen to be a villain and be free in this world, what else do you have to worry about? He had always been bound by morality before. Unwilling to steal anything, he would rather believe Spider-Man's words, choose to heal everyone, and then let everyone return to their original world. The plan went so smoothly. But under the temptation of Electro, Spider-Man became the opposite of everyone, and the first thing everyone had to do was to grab the box. Their goal is to steal things that threaten their lives, while Sandman's goal is to truly return to his home. Because he has a daughter in that world, he values family affection more. As for the world in front of him, he has absolutely no interest in. As long as he can return to the original world, what does it matter even if he snatches the box from Spider-Man right now? He is no longer bound by his own moral line, so he is free at this moment. We can save everyone. Spider-Man looked at Sandman in front of him and tried his best to explain. At least their plan is right, as long as they can disintegrate the power in each villain, let them return to normal life. If we go back to the original timeline, Spider-Man won't kill everyone. Every Spider-Man has his own no-killing principle, and every Spider-Man has his own law of justice. And people who do no harm to the world, this is what every Spider-Man is happy to see. But I didn't think, hearing this, Sandman immediately said angrily, I don't care. Boom. His expression was extremely angry, and in an instant yellow sand filled the air, with sand and rocks flying everywhere in the sky. It was a terrifying scene, as if God's big hand was pressing down casually to crush the entire human world to death. Under the roar of Sandman rage, the whole world is in a mad battle, with yellow sand carrying flying stones all over the sky. This moment is about to overwhelm everything. His cheeks become distorted. His figure was infinitely taller, like a titan, and the little Spider-Man in his hand really became a little Spider-Man. Extreme anger made Sandman clench his fists. Little Spider-Man was about to be crushed to death by Sandman. After all, the grip strength of such a huge giant was unimaginable. Although the Sandman in front of us is made entirely of sand, the destruction it caused is also very unimaginable. The three little Spider-Mans can't afford to lose any of them. Sudden, whoosh. 2 spider silk threads shot out from the sky, and then a figure fell from the sky. After wandering around for a while, he jumped onto the distant building again. Snap snap. Large patches of lightning flashed, Maguire Parker's figure kept flying, and came to Garfield Peter's side. Garfield Peter is fighting against the Lizard Man. At this moment, he is powerless. The Lizard Man's power is also biologically enhanced. The power is extremely strong, and it also has the technology to regenerate severed limbs, and a powerful super regenerative power. Dr. Connors has evil intentions. At this moment, he feels freer in this world, and the Spider-Man in front of him is enough for him to vent his anger. As long as they cooperate with the plan and grab the magic props that can teleport them back to their original world, they will never have to return to their original world again. Act recklessly in this world. They are not villains in this timeline, but they can live in this timeline without returning to their original world. Will the world before our eyes be destroyed? Or what does the existence of several Spider-Men in this world have to do with them? Seeing that the 2 Spider-Men beside him were implicated, Little Spider-Man immediately stretched out his hand and shot out a spider silk, which was pulled onto the steel frame opposite. DB. He gritted his teeth slightly, the muscles in his right arm bulged, and he pulled himself suddenly, trying to pull himself out of Sandman's body. Sudden, bang. Maguire Peter's figure was slapped back and the lightning in the sky directly broke his spider silk. As the figure flew out, it also broke Peter Parker's spider. The spider silk in his hand broke, and the little Spider-Man couldn't escape. Garfield Parker shot out spider silk in the sky, trying to tie up the Lizard Man, but he had used this trick before. When the Lizard Man saw this familiar scene, he immediately grabbed on. Garfield Parker suddenly smashed him high up. With a bang, Garfield Parker's body hit the steel frame, and the spider silk in his hand shot out at the same time. D. His body fell uncontrollably from the iron frame in the sky to the ground, and the spider silk, Maguire Parker, who had just stood in front, had no time to dodge. The spider silk came so fast and accurately. With a snap, directly stuck, Maguire Parker's face just stood up. Sorry. Garfield Parker said hurriedly, his figure falling rapidly, and at the same time reached out to grab the steel frame to stabilize his body again. The 2 Spider-Men have stabilized their bodies, leaving only Holland. Little Spider-Man is tightly held in Sandman's hand. At this moment, the Electric Man stopped pretending. He was still floating in the sky, looking at the huge human-shaped sand in the distance. He said indifferently, sorry, no one in Sandman will go back. N. Lightning shot out from his hand again, Boom! The lightning struck the steel frame in the distance fiercely, breaking it directly. Peter Maguire, who was standing under the steel frame, he immediately jumped high into the distance, avoiding the area where the steel bars and iron bars had collapsed. On the steel frame, the Lizard Man and Garfield Parker were still fighting, and the robot was holding on to the steel frame tightly. Garfield Parker was right in front of him, like a spider with his hands and feet stuck to the steel frame, still rolling down from the frame. The iron frame fell heavily. Sandman, who held the little Spider-Man in his hand, had no time to dodge, or rather, he didn't dodge at all. Bang! The huge steel bar and iron frame fell heavily and hit Sandman's huge head directly. Sandman's huge head exploded into yellow sand, which also cut off Sandman's arm that was holding little Spider-Man. Having lost huge amounts of heads, the tightly gripped Sandman's arms dissipated into yellow sand falling from the sky at this moment. Yellow sand everywhere. Just like the end of the world, with overwhelming force, the figure of little Spider-Man fell from the sky. He quickly stretched out his right hand and shot out the spider silk. Pulling Jules tightly, the body swung and came to the building in the distance. Garfield Parker jumped high, avoiding the collapsed steel building. The lizardman on top grabbed the steel building and ran forward. Just as the steel building collapsed, at the moment when he was about to hit the ground, he stood up high and landed on top of another building. The battle in the Paspas skies continues. The Lightning Man towers above the sky. It was like the god of thunder who controlled lightning, shooting out lightning bolts from his hands one after another, attacking Maguire Parker in the distance. Sudden, so. Maguire's figure was flying in the air, holding the spider silk tightly with both hands. He dropped lightning and struck Maguire fiercely. Oh! With a cry of pain, his body was smashed and flew out, landing among countless buildings and tumbling several times. And in the distance, boom! As the lightning continued to surround them, countless yellow sands began to gather together again to form an extremely large Titan puppet. On the ground, regenerating madly, yellow sand filled the air, and more yellow sand emerged in front of us, quickly forming the figure's torso. Arms and huge amounts of heads formed a terrifying tornado. A giant stood up again and completely surrounded the entire building. This scene was about to destroy all momentum, and Spider-Man was lying on the iron frame building, gasping for breath. He quickly took off his hood. He complained, "What's going on? I've been calling you, Peter." All three Spider-Men came over, and Garfield Parker quickly helped up little Spider-Man Maguire. Peter also took off his hood and looked at the two people in front of him. "I thought you were number 2. Maguire Peter looked at Parker beside him. "They." The handsome Garfield Parker shook his head slightly. After all, in his opinion, he was not number 2, and his rebellious character had always been reserved. After all, each Spider-Man has his own special qualities. All right, stop arguing and listen to Peter. No one. Little Spider-Man immediately looked at the two and yelled, "We really suck. It's so lame, I don't know how to work in a team." Garfield Parker next to him couldn't help but say. Maguire Parker also nodded, "Me too." Looking at the two people in front of him, he was full of helplessness. After all, Spider-Man in every world is a Lone Ranger, and they are responsible for every battle by themselves. The best thing about little Spider-Man is that he can act according to circumstances. Each Spider-Man will take advantage of terrain and environment, and then enhance his own advantages to strike at the enemy. The three Spider-Men gathered together. Although this is very interesting, each Spider-Man's ability is also very strong. But, the three of them couldn't really cooperate, it was like they were fighting each other. So we need to work together at this moment. Suddenly, little Spider-Man changed the subject and looked at the two people in front of him with a serious expression. "I was in a team, but I wasn't a show-off, but I was in the Avengers." He quickly stopped talking and stopped talking about another thing. "That team seems to be a club organized in school." Avengers. Maguire Peter was stunned, shocked. The excitement on his face was as if he really knew the Avengers. "Thanks." Little Spider-Man answered immediately. They didn't notice that a terrible storm had formed around them. On the steel frame in front of them, the small light looks extremely dim. The three Spider-Men actually still had the mind to chat. The world around them was almost here. 0146022135 Philo 144542220 Garfield Parker heard some new term and looked at little Spider-Man in shock. "What is that?" Maguire Bede suddenly asked. Little Spider-Man was stunned and suddenly asked, "You don't have the Avengers? Is it a band? Have you joined the band?" Garfield Parker finally couldn't help but ask excitedly. Maguire Peter was also confused. He really had never heard of this organization. At least in the Spider-Man world of the first and second generations, there is no. Chapter 91. No, the Avengers are the best, little Spider-Man explained immediately. Thunder exploded again in the sky. Maguire Peter immediately yelled, "What's the point of saying this now?" He couldn't figure out what the little Spider-Man in front of him meant. When the three of them were talking, they were confused and couldn't agree at all. Finally, Peter Parker, who had calmed down a bit, suddenly became aware and pointed to his head, "We have to focus, trust our hunches, and attack together." Little Spider-Man's expression was very serious. At least at this moment, he was the commander. "Okay, each of you pick a target." Maguire Peter looked at the two people in front of him and nodded slightly. Everyone needs to play to their strengths, that is, in their respective areas of battle. Good. Little Spider-Man nodded immediately. At this moment, the three people have clear division of labor. Peter number 1, Peter number 2, Peter no 3. Little Spider-Man also gave each of them a number. After saying this, Peter Maguire, turning around, he was about to jump off the elevated platform in front of him. "Are you ready?" Garfield Parker is ready to jump high. Suddenly, Curtin, little Spider-Man, the Dutch brother, immediately stopped the two people in front of him, and he looked excited. The three Spider-Men looked at each other, and Garfield Parker looked at the two people in front of him. "I love you." His expression was serious and his tone was emotional. But, Peter Maguire and little Spider-Man were just stunned where they were. Neither of them knew how to answer this sentence, which sounded very strange. They are brothers. Or maybe it's himself in a parallel universe. Why would Spider-Man tell himself that he loves himself? The expression on Peter Maguire's face seemed frozen. He had no idea how to answer this question. Should he say "I love you," too? "Thank you." Maguire Peter finally figured out how to answer. The three Spider-Men looked at each other, and little Spider-Man nodded seriously. He gave an order, "Let's go." After saying this, little Spider-Man reached out and pulled off his hood, wrapping his head tightly. "Superior." Maguire Peter nodded slightly, and the three of them put on their hoods at the same time. Running hard on the elevated road in front of me, looking at the raging storm in front of me, the sky was filled with countless yellow sands. The lightning man in the sky continued to emit lightning one after another. DSDY. Spider-Man suddenly jumped down from a high place, and cheers came out of his mouth. Three Spider-Men appeared. It was about to fall to the ground, but at this moment, little Spider-Man stretched out his hand, and spider silk immediately spurted out from his wrist. The strong spider silk carried his figure to fly far away. Whoosh! Two voices sounded behind him at the same time. Garfield Parker stretched out his hand and spit out two spider silks, which moved his body like a swing. And Peter Maguire stretched out a spider silk in his right hand. Behind everyone else, it was also the highest point. The further they went forward, the figures of Maguire, Bid, and Holland's little Spider-Man. They were about to fly away, and they were also heading towards Garfield Parker on the opposite side. Spitting out spider silk. Whoosh! Garfield Parker suddenly exerted force with both hands. Pull the figures of two people. They were completely united at this moment. The three of them worked closely together, vowing to start this battle. Like under the full moon in the sky, this scene was simply dazzlingly bright, with countless lightning flashes forming a thick and heavy background. On top of the Statue of Liberty, three Spider-Men fell from the sky, and their figures landed steadily on top of the Statue of Liberty. The three Spider-Men landed on the Statue of Liberty in different postures and looked at the situation in front of them. Little Spider-Man's eye patch has the darkest black circle. Peter Maguire squatted on the side, Garfield Parker behind him has a vigilant look, ready to jump out at any time and fight with the villain. On the steel frame, the lizard man walked forward step by step. He climbed over the steel frame and his cold eyes fell steadily on it. Snap snap! Surrounded by large patches of lightning, the lightning man was floating in the air. Max landed in front of the three Spider-Men. The enormous amount of dust behind was gathering and condensing into an extremely large human face. The extremely strong body, just like an ancient titan, this is Sandman, countless yellow sands gathered and condensed into his body. An unimaginable sense of oppression was formed in front of everyone, with the villains and Spider-Man as the opposites. It forms a perfect freeze frame in the picture. Spider-Man 3, and the three villains on the opposite side. The battle started at this moment, and they rushed towards their enemies almost without hesitation. Crash! The lizard man jumped high, and opposite him, bang! Garfield Parker, falling from the sky, he kicked the lizard man hard on the head, sending him flying in the air and causing him to stagger. The little Spider-Man in the center rushed to the electro at the highest point. Snap snap! The lightning flashed little Spider-Man. It is impossible to directly use the body to take it. He immediately jumped down from the height, stretched out the spider silk. He kept wandering inside the building, with lightning bolts chasing him from behind. Snap snap! Red lightning flashed and struck the surrounding steel and iron frames continuously, blasting out countless sand and dust. And the next moment, guys, let's deal with Sandman first. Little Spider-Man, who was inside the building, immediately gave orders. At this moment, Maguire Peter's building pillars were running away frantically, and behind him was the huge Sandman who was attracted in. The huge body continued to charge forward, and the buildings on both sides could not withstand such horrific destruction. In a short period of time, the building has begun to crack crazily, and the steel bars and iron frames everywhere have been smashed into pieces. Sandman is charging forward. I lead it in, I swing to the top. Garfield Parker's opponent is the lizard man. Garfield Parker jumps forward high to avoid the attractive attack again and again. Constantly surging inside the building, he came to the place where he had been buried long ago, and reached out to pick up the syringe on the ground. This was for the lizard man. A specially developed antidote that can turn lizardmen back into humans. Suddenly, the lizard man flew forward high, and Spider-Man didn't seem to have time to react, and was directly pressed down by the lizard man. The lizard man opened his big hand and held Spider-Man's neck. Hey, Dr. Connor! Even though the lizard man was holding his neck, Garfield Parker didn't show any fear in his eyes. He said in a teasing voice, looking at the lizard man in front of him through the white eye mask. Garfield Parker was just excited. Hello, Peter. The lizard man opened his mouth slightly, saliva and mucus sprayed out, and he seemed to have completely degenerated into a lizard. This scene looked extremely terrifying, and the lizard's extremely sharp fangs were exposed, densely arranged in its mouth. And at this moment, as soon as the sound of spider silk shooting out was heard, another Spider-Man was wandering around the periphery of the building. Wandering towards this side from the sky, Peter no one. Seeing the right moment, Garfield Parker threw the antidote in his hand high up to the Dutch brother, little Spider-Man, who was wandering outside. Little Spider-Man took the antidote steadily and floated in the air, but suddenly, a lightning figure came closer from afar, and now appeared beside little Spider-Man in an instant, shooting out a lightning in his hand. It hit the little Spider-Man. Ah! Little Spider-Man screamed, the spider silk in his hand broke, and he was also knocked out, his body falling to the ground uncontrollably. The antidote in his hand rolled in the air. As expected, it fell inside the building. Far away, Boom Sandman's huge body came over here with a devastating force, surging from the top of the building to the bottom. With terrible destructive power, it destroyed all the surrounding buildings. The buildings in front of it could not withstand the destruction. Even a steel-framed building would be useless. Peter Maguire's figure was fast. He was inside the building, jumping around to avoid Sandman's attacks again and again. He even climbed up the pipes and used his feet to swing between the steel buildings like a spider. Fulant, we are helping you. Maguire Peter said immediately and quickly. The Sandman in front of us is not a particularly bad villain. He possesses incredible powers, but he is still a kind person. This Sandman. Once because of the accidental discharge of a gun, he killed his Uncle Ben, but every day he spent was filled with regret. After seeing the true face of Sandman, Spider-Man also let go of the hatred in his heart. And the Sandman in front of me, obviously, he has been led astray by others, so at this moment, Peter Maguire is still unwilling to give up Sandman. Now, Peter Maguire's figure, I have reached the top of the Statue of Liberty and entered the observation area. At this moment the watchtower is rusty, and if it is not regularly maintained and protected, the Statue of Liberty in front of it, one day it will be corroded by rust and fall apart completely. The sand behind me was surging wildly, and it looked like it was about to bury this place. I'm at the top, give me the antidote. Maguire Peter shouted anxiously, and at this moment the sand had already grabbed him, and even human hands emerged from the sand. He pulled Maguire Bidla into the sand, and it seemed as if he was about to be buried alive. Ah! Maguire, Peter, screamed in shock. I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. Little Spider-Man climbed up from the iron shelf anxiously. He needs to find the antidote as soon as possible and get it into Maguire's hands. And here, Gaba Dr. Lizard opened his bloody mouth and bit Garfield Parker. But, Coffee Parker gritted his teeth. Even Dr. Lizard in front of him had his body greatly strengthened, and his strength and speed also increased. But the power is still not as good as his. Ah! After a roar, Garfield Parker pushed Dr. Lizard out directly. He immediately flipped his body forward with his feet, landed on the ground with a front flip, and immediately ejected his hands. Snap, snap, snap. Countless spider silks shot towards this side quickly, sticking Dr. Lizard's hands to the steel frame next to him. Wait until, your turn, Doctor. I'll be right back. Garfield Parker said in a hurry. Dr. Lizard was directly imprisoned in place. Countless spider silk wrapped Dr. Lizard and he could only roar, unable to break free immediately. Peter Maguire is in a critical situation at this moment. The Sandman had completely enveloped him, and he couldn't even hear Peter Maguire's voice. If we don't go to rescue, Maguire might be suffocated to death. Garfield Parker grabbed the potion on the ground while running, then looked at the building in front of him. He raised his head and jumped out of the building, as if he was going to commit suicide. He immediately stretched out his hands, and spider silk spurted out from his hands. With two snapping sounds, the silk faintly stuck to the building. Under his powerful pull, the spider silk was pulled by him and ran fast, and his figure was pulled suddenly like a spring. Surrounded by lightning, the figure of the Electric Man suddenly appeared beside him, and seeing this, Garfield Parker no longer hesitated and launched himself high up. Pa! The figure of the Electric Man followed closely and turned into lightning in the sky, attacking Garfield Parker continuously. Garfield Parker didn't dare to delay and quickly threw the bottle of medicine in his hand towards the little Spider-Man. At this moment, little Spider-Man also came to the top of the building. While jumping high, he caught the bottle of medicine, reached out and pressed the switch, and without any hesitation, he went to the sand pile next to him. Maguire Peter's figure has been completely buried, but the spider sense is still there. The medicine bottle went directly into the hole in the Statue of Liberty's observation tower, and Peter Maguire, who only had one hand left, he reached out his hand, grabbed the medicine bottle, and opened it directly. In an instant, sniff sniff, the orange-yellow light spreads around like particles and radiation. In the blink of an eye, it shines on the sand that was alive just now. At this moment, he completely lost control and immediately slid to the ground. It turned into the most ordinary sand, and Peter, who was buried, had a moment to breathe. He took off his hood. F000. But squatting there, he was breathing heavily. Breathing rapidly at this moment. But turn your head, but I found Sandman's figure surging in the sand, and he also returned to his true human form. Sand kept sliding down his cheeks, revealing Fordland's face. Maguire Peter nodded slightly in shock. Sandman slowly stood up, and he was shocked to see his hands clearly. He degenerated into a human again. He was full of shock and a little fear in his eyes. Maguire Peter saw this scene, but just comforted softly, "It's okay, Fordland, we will take you home. Just stay here and be nice." Sandman was completely stunned by the scene before his eyes. He didn't know what to say, and was accompanied by countless sands. Sliding down from his body, his skin became the shiny skin of a human again. And restored to the original human form. His body was no longer a ball of sand. He couldn't even hold a spoon tightly. He will make a mess because he is covered with sand and he will just scatter it everywhere. But, at this moment he saw the dawn of hope. Outside, snap snap. Large patches of lightning kept appearing, the lightning was thrown at him and gathered, and the arc reactor on his chest, crazy release of energy, absorbed by him. At this moment, he was absorbing energy crazily, and he seemed to have transformed into a god who controlled thunder and lightning. The unprecedentedly powerful and terrifying villain has a ferocious smile on his face. The three Spider-Men came to the side of the crown, and Peter Maguire came slowly and landed steadily. How to stop him? He is more powerful than before. Garfield Parker leaned his hands on the iron pillar next to him, his whole body suspended in the air, looking at the scene in front of him and asked in confusion. From this perspective, you can also clearly see the differences between the three generations of Spider-Man. The second generation Spider-Man Garfield has a circle of black lines around his eye sockets. Chapter 92. It can be made bigger or smaller at will, and when the black eye sockets are on, it seems to change according to the mood of little Spider-Man. The first generation Spider-Man had a pure white eye mask. Crash! The electric man in front of me was emitting endless orange light, just like a light bulb flashing in the dark. Looking at the situation in front of him, little Spider-Man immediately said in a serious tone, "We have to take his arc reactor." But, his voice was too loud. The three Spider-Men could hear it, and the Electro on the opposite side could naturally hear it. Hearing this, Chong Guang immediately said confidently, "Don't even think about it." His eyes were full of contempt. Boom! Lightning flashed in the sky again, and his body was surrounded by lightning. Sudden, whoosh! You see the spider silk shoot out from Peter Parker's wrist and accurately land on the arc reactor. But, it's useless. Electro spoke indifferently, with an evil smile on his face, and immediately stretched out his hands to the three Spider-Men in front of him. Pa! The terrifying sparks directly knocked down the three Spider-Men, surrounded by lightning, with an unparalleled devastating force. It's like some kind of terrifying electromagnetic weapon. Sensing danger, the three Spider-Men jumped high at the same time to avoid danger. But the Statue of Liberty, which has not yet been repaired, immediately burst into a flash of lightning. The three Spider-Men fell down again and landed on the building next to them. Little Spider-Man quickly said, "We have to get closer to him, Peter number 2, right. Peter number 3, left." As soon as the words were spoken, little Spider-Man was the first to jump high. Garfield Parker and Peter Maguire, at the same time, he jumped high, stretched out his arms and shot out spider silk, and his figure swung in the air. The three of them had great tacit understanding. While wandering in the air, Garfield Parker and Maguire bid shot out spider silk at the same time. They were fixed on the left and right hands of the Electric Man respectively. Separating the hands of the Electric Man, this scene looks particularly solemn. Little Spider-Man jumped up without hesitation and rushed towards Electro, pulling out the arc reactor from him. Sudden, whoosh! The thunder and lightning are so strong, just like Iron Man's chest anti-aircraft gun, the energy electromagnetic pulse instantly sent little Spider-Man flying. Ha! Maguire Peter roared and jumped up high, imitating the little Spider-Man's behavior just now, trying to get closer to Electro. But, a bolt of lightning burst out directly from the Electric Man's chest. Before Maguire Bede could react, he was electrocuted. The figure flew out backwards, even faster than the little Spider-Man. And just opposite, Garfield Parker, who was eager to make a move, no longer hesitated. In a flash, he flew up quickly, jumped high, and stayed in the air for a moment before arriving next to the Lightning Man. But, the Electric Man quickly stretched out his left hand, and countless electric currents surrounded his left hand. It forms a confinement trend, forcibly imprisoned Garfield Parker in the sky. It just stayed in the air like this, and the scene looked extremely terrifying. Ah! The Electric Man bit his teeth lightly, revealing his white teeth, and his face was fierce, as if he was smiling deliberately. But this smile is a bit scary. He controls Garfield Parker with his left hand. Buzz! The electric current burst out wildly, driving Garfield Parker to fly backwards. With a bang, Garfield Parker crashed into the Statue of Liberty. The electric current forcibly bound Garfield Parker's hands, tying them in the air, making it difficult to move. Ah! The terrifying electric current passed through his body. No matter how strong and terrifying Spider-Man's physique was, at this moment, he endured such an unimaginable electric shock, and couldn't help but scream in pain. The Electro was attacking Garfield Parker madly from the front, and right behind him, the figure of little Spider-Man was rushing over silently. A spider silk spread out in his hand, and his figure just bounced up and was behind the Electric Man. Just getting ready to start. The body of the Lightning Man turns into thunder and lightning, disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was already behind little Spider-Man. This ability is like teleportation, and when he turns into lightning, his body is completely virtual and cannot be controlled physically. Lightning burst out from his hands, and little Spider-Man was knocked out again, his body hitting the ground far away. On the tarpaulin covering the steel frame, in an instant, crash. The flames surrounded the tarpaulin, which was ignited by countless flames and covered the little Spider-Man. His body fell heavily from the sky. Dev! Little Spider-Man, the Dutch brother, hit the steel airborne sound hard, suffered some damage, and lay on the ground unable to move. Share. Or maybe he was tired. He was really tired. The battle had consumed a lot of his energy. Even his previous injuries had not yet fully recovered, and he was hit hard again. After being attacked by Electric Man, and fighting head-on with Sandman, he was already exhausted. All he had left was his passion and his own creed. My mind is filled with anger, but there is no voice of the Green Goblin here. And command 2 Spider-Men at the same time, facing this impossible to defeat enemy, he still fought on the front line, not giving up any hope at all. He could stand up even after breaking his ribs before, and didn't take it seriously at all, but now he really wanted to lie on the ground for a while. Far away, clicked the second-generation Spider-Man Garfield Parker. He peeled off the clues that sealed the Lizardman layer by layer. The spider silk tore it apart frantically, forcibly breaking free from the restraints. The tall figure stood up and took 2 steps forward. Unconsciousness of the body. With a bang, he hit the steel next to him and looked at the 3 Spider-Men in the distance, his mouth cracked into a big grin, with extremely sharp teeth and a ferocious face. He was about to go fight the 3 Spider-Men, but a strange sound came from above my head. I don't know what to say anymore. I'm trying, but I can't do anything. The Lizardman turned his head and saw a portal appeared in the sky, and it was said that there were 2 ordinary people standing behind the portal. He recognized it. One of them is Spider-Man's girlfriend in this world, and the other one is probably his best friend. It can't be closed. Let's keep trying. Ned was still trying to close the portal. Okay, keep trying. Michelle encouraged Ned next to her, focus on closing the portal. We can do it. Ned nodded seriously, but looking at the portal in front of him, he was really at a loss. He can only open the portal but not close it. He has never mastered this kind of magic. It can only be due to his talent. But no matter how hard you try. And at this moment, boom boom. The huge figure of the Lizardman climbed up from below and rushed towards the portal at a very fast speed. As the huge figure ran, the floor beneath his feet rumbled. The steel bars on both sides of his body were completely knocked away by his body. Oh, no 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 no. The third-generation Spider-Man, Little Spider-Man, who was wandering in the sky, saw this scene and shouted in a hurry. He quickly shot out Spider Silk, pulling his body, and shot it again and again towards the distance, trying to bounce himself over very quickly. But, he was originally on another battlefield, but now he was rushing over here, and he couldn't keep up with Chi-Yiren's speed at all. It's over, it's a lizard man. Ned screamed when he saw the burly figure running towards him from a distance. Run, run! Michelle didn't have time to hesitate. She clenched the magic tool in her hand. He ran away without looking back, and the house in front of him, which was used as a laboratory, was directly attracted and rushed into. Boom boom, the table broke into pieces, things were scattered all over the floor, and there was even the sound of breaking glass. The figure of the lizard man seemed to be in an empty space, and was about to rush towards the 2 people. Boom! A big foot came from behind and kicked the lizard man in the back. He was kicked away and hit the opposite wall hard, and the door broke. The little Spider-Man of Holland has just decided on his body shape. The lizard man reached out with a big hand, grabbed Garfield Parker's neck, and lifted him up. Ned and Michelle didn't have time to hesitate, they immediately changed direction and ran towards the portal. The lizard man was too lazy to pay attention to Garfield Parker in front of him and threw him out. Little Spider-Man's body hit the wall hard, and the lizard man bent his legs slightly and suddenly jumped high, making another flying pounce. All he wanted was that magic item that could threaten everyone. With that magic item, no matter how rampant the Spider-Men are, they still have one final battle to fight. With just that magic item, all villains can be teleported to their original universes. But if you grab that magic item, Spider-Men have lost their last trump card, and they can survive in the world before them without restraint. No, no, because Spider-Man Rage immediately rushed over from behind and hugged the lizard man's neck, blocking his attack. However, at the moment of rushing out of the portal, the lizard man grabbed the legs of little Spider-Man. His body was thrown high into the air with a loud bang. It hit the steel floor hard, the steel on the ground rolled up, and little Spider-Man was knocked down again. The situation was very critical at this moment. Even the electric man in the distance stretched out his hands with endless electricity. It has been forcibly controlled, Garfield Parker has imprisoned his body in the air, unable to fall or fly. Yeah, that's awesome. The Electro showed a slight smile at Spider-Man, whom he had always considered an enemy. At this moment, in his hands, he had no power to fight back at all, and was beaten so easily by him. His current strength is no longer the weak one he once was. If he had such a terrifying power, he could easily massacre the entire New York. Anyone who looked down on him would be easily crushed into dust by him, and he would not be displaced. It won't turn into the opposite in the end. Pi will also be killed by Spider-Man. In this world, he is the unyielding villain, he is the biggest villain, and he is the most terrifying villain. He has no moral code of his own and does whatever he wants. Even his ability is so strong that he can totally claim to be God controlling everything. All who disobey must die. Looking at Garfield Parker in front of him, he was suffering great torture in his hands and he didn't even have the power to fight back. At this moment, this feeling made him feel so happy. Ding bang! Garfield Parker was controlled in the air, and the antidote in his hand fell to the ground uncontrollably. A terrifying electric current passed through his whole body. At this moment, Garfield Parker was already at the end of his strength. If he wants to fight next, he must recover quickly. His condition was constantly controlled by lightning, and his injuries were increasing. Crazy electric currents passed through his body again and again. No matter how strong your physique is, the situation is extremely dangerous at this moment. R. At this moment, a spider silk accurately hit the ground, and the antidote fell on the ground. Maguire Peter held the antidote, jump high, he was ready to pounce on the electric man. As long as the potion was injected into the electric man's body, it would be in the blink of an eye. I can decompose it and use the power of lightning to break his endless defense. And then, just like Sandman, he is just an ordinary person. Garfield Parker, who was freed from the electric current for a short time, seeing this, I no longer hesitated. After falling to the ground, he immediately stood up, stepped off the Statue of Liberty, ran quickly, and jumped up without hesitation. Peter and Maguire rushed towards Electro at the same time, but, at this moment, a scene no one expected, several mechanical reversals suddenly flew out from the sky, while holding Peter Maguire in the air. Another tentacle forcibly held Garfield Parker in the air. This scene is so familiar. And just behind Electro, Dr. Octopus appeared in front of everyone. He actually appeared as a villain at this moment. Electro turned his head and took a look. Dr. Octopus said calmly, "Don't worry about them, they are mine. I can handle it, I don't need your help." The electric man's eyes were cold, and the arc reactor on his chest burst out with an extreme blue light. Electric currents surround the body, forming orange gas. The equipment on his body can allow it to absorb a large amount of electricity. At this moment, his eyes are fierce. He finally had such terrifying strength, and could deal a devastating blow to Spider-Man, so of course he wouldn't let go of the opportunity. Peter Maguire, who was forcibly controlled by the mechanical octopus claws, immediately said, "Dr. Octavius, don't." His voice was extremely weak, and there was even a hint of pleading in his tone. The two Spider-Men are already in a critical situation. They are imprisoned by the electric current. If Dr. Octopus intervenes, the two of them really have no power to fight back. And this battle, it may end in failure. Then little Spider-Man will activate the device without hesitation and teleport all villains back to their original universe to accept their fate of death. At this point, little Spider-Man's no-killing principle will be broken, and his personality will change. His formal principles will become extreme. If this cannot be addressed positively, it will eventually become a little Spider-Man's nightmare. All Spider-Man's efforts should not go to waste, but, at this moment, a smile suddenly appeared on Dr. Octopus's face. Bang! His octopus claws flew over as if out of control and grabbed the electric man fiercely. In an instant, the lightning surrounded the lightning man, who was unable to break free from the octopus's claws. He was caught and couldn't even make the electric current disappear. Countless electric currents struck the mechanical claws, but it was of no use. "What are you doing?" Looking at Dr. Octopus in front of him, Electro roared angrily. And the next moment, Dr. Octopus, who was controlling Spider-Man with two mechanical claws, slowly turned around and looked at Electro in front of him. The smile on his face is so inexplicable. Suddenly, the two mechanical claws holding Spider-Man loosened, and a mechanical claw slowly floated over. "Pick it up from the ground." Garfield Parker falls to the ground, the antidote to cure Electro. The moment his mechanical claws released the electric man, the mechanical suit clenched tightly and directly pulled down the arc reactor. Pa! Lang Lang injected a shot of antidote into the left side of the electric man's heart. Chapter 93. In a blink of an eye, the antidote has transformed into an electric current absorber, absorbing electricity very quickly. Beep, beep. The current absorber gave off a small energy alarm, and a circle of green light formed in the blink of an eye. The absorption is completed instantly and the battery is fully charged. $73. Dr. Otto's voice became hoarse, but at this moment he sounded calm and serious. 4. The countless currents in the electric man disappeared in the blink of an eye. Instead, his eyes were filled with resentment. He had completely turned into an ordinary person, and there was no electricity in his body anymore. No matter how much he wanted to be unbridled, it would be of no use. This scene is so incredible. Dr. Octopus actually helps Spider-Man. In the sky, at the highest point of the Statue of Liberty, at this moment, Ned and Michelle are running frantically, avoiding the pursuit of the lizard man behind them. Boom boom, the lizard man crawled madly on the ground with his forepaws on the ground. His huge body kept shuttling between the short steel buildings. It broke countless pieces of steel, causing quite a bit of destructive noise. Ned and Michelle were so frightened when they saw this scene. They were running out of breath, but even so, the two men did not dare to stop. No one knew whether the lizard man would pounce on them and tear them to pieces the next moment. But, even while running, Ned did not forget to use his hands to try to open the portal. He seemed to be getting more and more proficient in using this magic skill, and he was about to turn a corner. Crash! A portal suddenly opened, right in front of him. Crash! A huge amount of seawater poured out from the portal, and the man was very impulsive and fell on the body of the lizard man. His body was pushed so hard that it slid backwards a long distance. The amount of seawater was huge, and the impact was considerable. The lizard man just stood up, and the recovered little Spider-Man blocked a spider silk and stretched out his right leg. Boom! The lizard man's body was kicked out again and hit the steel stairs heavily. The stairs broke directly. Spider-Man looked at the stairs in the distance and shouted, "MJ!" Michelle and Ned, who were running on the steel stairs, turned back when they heard the sound. Michelle gritted her teeth, immediately clenched the antidote in her hand, raised it high, and threw it towards Spider-Man below. The last time the time was read, a graceful arc was drawn in the air, and the little Spider-Man just stood still. The lizardman who was kicked down on the opposite side faced the pressure of countless water. He actually stood up with a roar. Roar! With a roar, he jumped high, stretched out his sharp claws, and grabbed Spider-Man DT. The antidote arced in the air, and little Spider-Man raised his hand high and caught it steadily. The lizard man on the opposite side saw the little Spider-Man and immediately opened his bloody mouth and bit him. Click! The extremely sharp teeth bit into something hard. It is the antidote that little Spider-Man raised. Snap! The iron can containing the antidote exploded, and countless green gases spurted out, filling the lizard man's body. The green gas completely enveloped him. In the countless green gases, the body that attracts people seems to have degenerated and weakened. His body fell to the ground uncontrollably. The lizard's eyeballs slowly returned to normal amidst the green smoke. The round pupils and blue vitreous body of ordinary humans have been restored. The green skin is also being returned. Instead, he was covered in normal white human skin. He had completely left the realm of a lizard man and was slowly turning into a normal person. This process happened very quickly. Hide, hide, hide the box in your hand. The situation was under Spider-Man's control, and Michelle immediately looked at Ned beside her. Ned nodded immediately. He stretched out his hand with Suanja on it and closed his eyes. What are you fantasizing about? Then, a whole new space suddenly opened up before my eyes. Crash! The magic portal opened and it was pitch black inside. Michelle was excited. He excitedly patted Ned's arm, but he didn't expect a figure to walk out from inside. Behind him is a red magic robe, and Doctor Strange looks very confused. His chest rose and fell, he gritted his teeth slightly. Apparently, in that mirror space, Spider-Man was annoyed by the trap he had set before. There is no way to escape from the mirror space. After all, the mirror space is its main dimension field. This is a dimension that Doctor Strange can fully control, but he didn't expect that he would capsize in the gutter and be taken away by Spider-Man with his breath ring. Doctor Strange was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Seeing the figure of Doctor Strange, Zyker quickly hid the magic props behind himself. Doctor Strange said seriously, "Where is he?" He immediately stretched out his hand, the magic was activated, and the magic item quickly returned to his hand. Doctor Strange in space obviously didn't know what was going on, so, BDBC, was angry and anxious at the moment. Don't be impatient, Doctor Strange, sir. Peter's plan worked. Ned, who was standing next to him, anxiously reached out to stop him. What's the plan? Looking at Ned in front of him, Doctor Strange was stunned. Ned quickly looked behind him, and Michelle beside him also covered him, heal them. Following the two people's gaze, Doctor Strange saw an amazing scene, among countless green lights. The dust slowly dissipated, and the previous villain Lizard Man had completely degenerated and restored his human body. Dr. Connor, welcome back. Little Spider-Man said calmly as he looked at the human voice in front of him. Although Dr. Connor in front of him, he is a villain from another world, but Spider-Man has already realized that in this world. This guy's true identity. His plan really worked, he really used the same method he used to treat other people to cure Dr. Connor. I can't believe it. Looking at this scene, Doctor Strange shook his head slightly in amazement, but the next moment he suddenly thought of something and looked at Ned. You opened the portal. Yes, sir. Ned didn't know how to answer, looking at the original owner in front of him, he nodded awkwardly. After all, he was still using Doctor Strange's syringe, and this syringe was Spider-Man stolen from Doctor Strange. He didn't know what Doctor Strange meant by asking him this question. In front of the real Doctor Strange, Ned froze in place like a primary school student. Michelle looked at Ned, her eyes full of encouragement. On the other side, Dr. Octopus's mechanical claw grabbed Electro and slowly lowered him from the air. Who? Garfield Parker in the sky jumped lightly and landed steadily on his feet. Looking at the electric man in front of him, he said cautiously, Max. He looked very cautious. After all, the guy in front of him was the powerful villain King of Thunder. Electric Man. Max. Garfield Parker said again uncertainly. Max at this moment. As if he had exerted too much force, he knelt weakly on the ground and spread his hands. Don't worry, I'm out of power. The hoarse voice, despite the character of an evil villain, it's no different than they know each other, they're all from the second-generation Spider-Man world. Are you sure? Garfield Parker said carefully again. Max couldn't hold on any longer and sat down on the ground, looking helpless. I'm a loser again. You're not a loser. Garfield Parker retorted immediately, and they all came over at the same time. I tried, but you completely ignored me. Can I tell you something? The electric man's voice was hoarse and his tone was paused at this moment. He looked at the ground, and apparently his memory, still at the stage where Spider-Man once ignored him. And the reason why I traveled through time and space and became a villain in this world is because most likely it's disappointment with Spider-Man. As well as the recognition of his own ability, he no longer wants to be that ordinary person who does nothing, is honest and kind, and is always bullied. He wants to have everything, he wants to conquer everything, he wants to be a person who doesn't follow the rules, he wants to plunder and be crazy and domineering. What's wrong with being a real villain in this world? Garfield Parker squatted down with a calm expression. Looking at the electric man in front of me, the two have known each other for a long time, they are like old friends. Electro has become a villain, while he is the righteous Spider-Man. In his former life as an ordinary person, Peter Parker, he helped the Electro. He nodded gently, okay. You're handsome, you're just a kid, you're from Queens, you have a spider suit, you help a lot of poor people. Electro looked at the ground with a nostalgic look. He finally raised his head and looked at Spider-Man attentively. I just thought you'd be black. Dude, I'm sorry. Spider-Man was stunned for a moment and immediately apologized. Even now, I looked down at the ground, silent. Don't apologize, there must be a black Spider-Man. Electro glanced to the side and said calmly. Because there is a Spider-Man in every world, and the Spider-Man in every world will help others. Obviously there is a Spider-Man in this world, so maybe there is a Spider-Man in this world, it must be a black man. Garfield Parker, who took over, couldn't help but nodded slightly. This at least represents Electro's recognition of Spider-Man. He considers himself a villain, but he also recognizes Spider-Man as a decent character. He wanted Spider-Man to be black because he wanted someone of his own race. A righteous character who can help others. Max sat on the ground and cursed, damn electric eel. He had completely lost his power at this moment, and was so weak that he couldn't even stand up, but, Rafi Parker immediately stretched out his right hand towards Max in front of him. Max grabbed Garfield's hand without hesitation and stood up. Far away, Dr. Octopus held the arc reactor in his hand. Looking at the arc reactor in his hand, his profound knowledge, I immediately understood what was in front of me. It's not simple at all. This tiny thing releases unimaginable terrifying energy. As if possessing endless energy, this new element created, the energy released and the energy consumed are almost astronomically different. He once wanted to create endless energy, just like the sun, the energy of the sun. And looking at the object in his hand, he realized that people in this world could actually make it, and it was so small. Dr. Otto couldn't help but exclaim, "The power of the sun." Snap! Maguire Peter's figure fell from the sky and landed steadily in front of Dr. Otto. He explained softly, "It's in the palm of your hand." Peter. Dr. Otto looked at Spider-Man in front of him. The voice said uncertainly that he was not sure whether the Spider-Man in front of him was the Spider-Man from another world. Or maybe he's the Spider-Man of his own world. Hearing Dr. Otto's voice, Maguire Bede did not hesitate, and reached out to take the hood, revealing his slightly old face with stubble all over it. If there is no Dr. Otto, they can't defeat the villains at all. Even Electro can't defeat Spider-Man and will probably die on the spot. Fortunately, with the help of little Spider-Man, Dr. Otto successfully suppressed the evil will of artificial intelligence. Dr. Otto's true nature has been restored, so he has returned to his current knowledgeable and calm personality. Looking at Dr. Otto in front of him, Maguire Bede walked over and walked from the darkness to the light. Dr. Otto. Entirely from another dimensional timeline. He obviously didn't expect that several decades had passed in such a short time. Seeing the slightly older Peter in front of him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so good to see you, kid. Nice to meet you too." Maguire Peter looked at Dr. Otto in front of him with a burning gaze, as if a junior saw a senior. Dr. Otto was once a famous figure in the whole school. He is a powerful doctor with terrifying knowledge. He has incredible experimental power. He wanted to develop an endless energy source that could be used infinitely, so he created the energy of the sun. Small solar energy will continue to undergo nuclear fusion, and Dr. Otto created a small endless energy source that imitated the energy of the Sunday. But, because of a damn accident, Dr. Otto's will was controlled by the evil artificial intelligence and turned into the villain Dr. Octopus. Once upon a time, he was just a young apprentice. Although he is a physics genius, he also looks like an elementary school student when he sees Dr. Otto. "You've grown up, are you ready?" Looking at Maguire Bede in front of him, Dr. Otto shook his head slightly in amazement. Hearing this question, Maguire Bede was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he raised his hand, "Try to do better." After hearing this, Dr. Otto finally nodded in relief. The Spider-Man in front of him had really grown up. Sudden, whoosh. A special spark sound was heard, and Maguire Spider-Man immediately turned his head and looked over. I saw, the portal opened out of thin air, and I was wearing the magic portal. The wizard in a red robe walked out, and Doctor Strange looked tired. Dr. Otto was also amazed by the scene before him, but they all knew that magic did exist in the world before them. The next moment, click. In the sky, little Spider-Man landed steadily and came in front of Doctor Strange. He quickly stretched out his hand to explain, "Wait, it's almost done." Unexpectedly, Doctor Strange, who is always calm and composed, cursed, "I spent 12 hours in the Grand Canyon. Do you know how I spent it? 12 hours, 12 hours in total." 113. This scene is just like the abandoned Awe returning to his hometown to see his two relatives and brothers. That moment. The taste of mental breakdown. Do you know how I have been living these past 5 years? But it has that flavor. I know, I'm sorry, sir," little Spider-Man apologized quickly. Garfield Parker fell from the sky, wearing Spider-Man's suit, and the three Spider-Men stood together. "It's like it's split." Doctor Strange was stunned when he saw Spider-Man interpreting different looks. "You went to the Grand Canyon." Chapter 94. As the two older brothers of little Spider-Man, Peter Maguire and Garfield Parker both stood in front of little Spider-Man, apparently, they hadn't figured out what was going on and thought that Doctor Strange was their enemy. Doctor Strange had a speechless expression on his face and closed his eyes gently. "I want this moment to pass quickly." Earth. Avengers Tower. Puff. Dr. Banner, who had just taken a sip of water, spurted out the water in his mouth again, and then he couldn't help laughing, "Ha ha 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 ha. 12 hours, do you know how I got through it?" And then as soon as I came out, I was treated as an enemy and questioned like this. Are you playing in the Grand Canyon? Colonel Rhodes of War Machine also turned his head to look at Doctor Strange next to him. Iron Man tried to hold it in for a moment, but couldn't help laughing. Doctor Strange turned his head and looked at the three idiots speechlessly. I've received professional training and I don't usually laugh. Rhodes' face turned serious. But the next moment, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Didn't you say you had received professional training? Hearing the word training, Black Widow folded her arms and looked at Rhodes, asking calmly. It seemed like a casual question, but in fact it once again brought up the funny thing in front of him. Unless I can't help it. Rhodes covered his face with his hands. Doctor Strange's face turned completely dark. At this moment, ha 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 ha. Everyone couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Little Spider-Man pursed his lips, looking very painful. In the video, Little Spider-Man pointed to the Spider-Men beside him and introduced them one by one. Peter Parker, Spider-Man and Spider-Man, his universe needs help. Little Spider-Man didn't notice the helpless expression on Doctor Strange's face at all. Doctor Strange lowered his head and didn't want to listen at all. He shook his head gently, looking helpless. He's the wizard I told you about. Little Spider-Man pointed at Doctor Strange. I admire you for giving them a second chance, kid, but this has to end. Doctor Strange looked helpless. Looking up at the people in front of me, the matter could have been resolved easily, but they had to make things so serious. This kind of thing. Really? I am so speechless. He didn't want to complicate the matter at hand, something that could have been easily resolved. Use the magic props in your hand to teleport everyone back to their original universe, but whether they are alive or dead, to live or to die, it has nothing to do with the previous world. What about these Spider-Men from other worlds? What about the villains from other worlds? If we allow the parallel universe to travel to this time and space, there will be a collapse between the two universes, and the universe in front of us will be completely destroyed. It could have been easily solved, but little Spider-Man had to make it so complicated. 2. Can Spider-Man come out to play? A hoarse and slightly weird voice came from a distance. In the clouds, whoosh. A flying machine quickly flew towards this side, emitting countless dots of green light. The Green Goblin appeared around him, and countless floating pumpkin darts, emitting green light, had obviously been activated. The dart emitted light and spun rapidly, flying towards this side with strong flying power. Snap, snap, snap. Everyone tried to resist, but the pumpkin darts exploded with countless sparks the moment they flew past. Maguire Peter's expression changed and he looked towards the Green Goblin. Dr. Octopus beside him also looked nervous. His good friend Norman Osborn had turned into this state. His memory was still stuck at the time when he was doing experiments, and he had no idea what was happening in the world. And now the memory is restored. Green Goblin, one of the most terrifying villains in the world. Appear at this moment, it will inevitably bring destruction and death. Doctor Strange was just about to use magic to teleport everyone back. Sudden, snap, the flying green demon grabbed the magic props in his hand and flew into the distant sky. Seeing this, Dr. Octopus gritted his teeth and swung out with his right hand. Snap! The extremely sharp octopus claw stabbed out fiercely and grabbed the Green Goblin's flying skateboard in the sky. Laugh! The tail of the skateboard emits a blue flame. The flame is small and clear. It lasts only for a moment. He was tightly grasped by Dr. Octopus's mechanical claws. No matter how powerful the flying skateboard is, it cannot be moved. Dr. Octopus's mechanical claws tightly grasped the building behind him, and the Green Goblin couldn't fly away at all. Seeing this, Doctor Strange no longer hesitated. He gently moved his hands to weave a magic thread and threw it out. The orange magic thread pulled the magic item back, and the magic item was suspended in front of him again. Doctor Strange stretched out his hands to control the magic props. Sudden, the flying skateboard in the sky flew back, and the skateboard with great wind power spun. With a snap, Dr. Octopus's mechanical claws broke with a sound, emitting countless sparks. Dr. Octopus retreated a little. Doctor Strange did not hesitate at all. He quickly waved his hands and moved the magic prop floating in front of him. Casting magic one after another, on the magic props, countless magic runes lit up and looked so dazzling in the darkness. The situation at this moment, it has reached a point where it has to be resolved. At this moment, the three Spider-Men looked over at the same time, and each of them looked very nervous. Can Doctor Strange use magic? Is everyone about to be teleported back to their original universe? Should we deal with the current situation? What are all their efforts for? B. Doctor Strange is totally unreasonable. He directly unleashed magic. If this continues, both worlds will be damaged. T. It should be said that all three worlds will be damaged. However, when little Spider-Man's face straightened, the three Spider-Men's faces changed at the same time. Their spider senses activated at the same time. I saw, among the magic props, a small pumpkin grenade has been activated, and a beeping countdown is sounding. Doctor Strange, don't! Little Spider-Man quickly reached out to stop him. But, in a moment, boom! The pumpkin grenade exploded, and the terrifying flames spread into the sky, while the countless magics sealed in the magic props, flying into the sky with an orange glow. It was like a very fine colored silk thread easily passing through the steel building, and the steel building was directly melted. The huge steel building fell to the ground. Boom boom boom. The observation tower on top of the Statue of Liberty was severely cut off, and countless steel bars and iron structures fell off the huge building. It fell to the ground, and the countless steel bars and iron frames were unable to bear the weight. As ordinary people, Ned and Michelle were watching this scene. Suddenly, the steel frame in front of them shook. Ah! Michelle's body was out of control, and her head fell to the ground. She is just an ordinary person, there is no room for fighting back. With a scream, her body fell madly to the ground. At this moment, the entire time and space seemed to have slowed down countless times. Holland's little Spider-Man suddenly paid. Without any hesitation, he used his own strength to move through the debris of countless buildings. He kept jumping down towards Michelle. Michelle raised her right hand high. Little Spider-Man didn't bite his teeth, he also stretched out his right hand, and the two people's fingers were about to touch each other. 12. The flying skateboard in the sky rushed over here quickly and hit the little Spider-Man hard, bringing his figure to the sky. Buzz! Everyone's brain seemed to have short-circuited. No. Garfield Parker couldn't help himself when he saw this scene. He suddenly jumped down from the building and quickly rushed towards Michelle. Michelle continued to fall in the air, waving her hands and feet. This is the last desire to survive. Seeing that he was about to fall to the ground, suddenly, Garfield Parker, who was not obedient, hugged Michelle in his arms and stretched out his right hand. Pa! A spider silk shot towards the building above. One moment, the buffer force pulled Garfield Parker to the ground steadily, and Michelle was in his arms. Boom! Countless steel bars and iron frames fell to the ground uncontrollably at this moment, making a sound of collision with the ground. This scene was so thrilling that even the broken wires scattered countless sparks. Michelle was in shock, her forehead was scratched, a little bit of blood seeped out, but looking at Garfield Parker in front of her, her expression was much calmer. Are you okay? Garfield Parker asked softly. Michelle nodded in shock, I'm fine. The two looked at each other, and for some reason Michelle saw tears welling up in Garfield Parker's eyes. He seemed deeply moved by the scene. Indeed, looking at the Spider-Man's girlfriend Michelle in this world, who is also Spider-Man's MJ, Garfield Parker nodded solemnly. At this moment, he was extremely sad. This scene seemed a bit nonsensical at first glance, and no one even understood why this happened. Are you okay? Michelle immediately asked. Michelle, who was still in shock, clearly read some strange emotions in Garfield Parker's eyes. Garfield Parker nodded stubbornly, but the hurt still remained. And on the elevated platform, Doctor Strange crossed the river like crazy, and the magic runes around him released terrifying magic power. At this moment, with Doctor Strange at the center, countless people are under his crazy control. Orange runes floating in the air, it was shrinking madly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally shrank back into his hand. The figure of the Electric Man is also on the ruins of the building. Everything around was fighting madly, but Doctor Strange finally retracted his magic. But, in a moment, with a loud bang, terrifying magical power burst out, causing huge amounts of vibration to the surroundings again. Ned, who was holding the iron railing with one hand, could no longer hold on. His hand loosened and his body fell to the ground. Suddenly whoosh, Doctor Strange's robe flew over here at an extremely fast speed and then wrapped around Ned. Ned was startled and looked at his robe, feeling a little helpless. Boom! The huge steel building in the sky looks like the Statue of Liberty on the ground with a watchtower on top. The steel frame could no longer bear the weight, and the huge steel shield, it fell to the ground at an extremely fast speed, and dust rose up everywhere. Whether it's Dr. Octopus or Electro, Zero, their figures all fell to the ground, and they had returned to being ordinary people. They lost their super abilities. Seeing this, Peter Maguire no longer hesitated. He jumped down from the air and reached out to grab a spider silk. But at the same time, it kept shooting spider silk at everyone, pulling them with its powerful force. Boom! The steel frame still fell to the ground. The Statue of Liberty was in ruins, and Doctor Strange stood on the torch of the Statue of Liberty. Looking at this scene, he felt helpless. Crash! The magic power could no longer shrink. The moment it bloomed, the whole world seemed to be invaded by an unknown force. The sky of the whole world seemed to explode like a mirror. The purple light continued to transform along with the cracks in the sky. The whole world became broken and the fragments of the mirror continued to spread. Doctor Strange looked up, his eyes were filled with shock. This scene is like a mirror space. Boom boom, the tall building opposite exploded in the blink of an eye. Amidst the countless purple lights, the building shattered into pieces. The whole world, including the ground, was shattered. A mirror-like image. Completely crushed, Doctor Strange quickly stretched out his hands, and magic circles appeared above his hands one after another, allowing him to quickly use his magical power. Spewing on these broken fragments, his power was limited, but it could also have an impact on these shattered traces of the world. When Doctor Strange's orange magic energy touched these fragments of the world, the fragments shrank back and closed together. It seems to have returned to the previous world. Spider-Man was placed on the flying machine. At this moment, Spider-Man was completely furious. He looked at the flying skateboard in front of him. He angrily used his elbow slammed hard on the steel, bang, bang, bang. Under huge amounts of power, the steel exploded directly, revealing the green energy source inside. Spider-Man looked at the green energy source. He reached out and grabbed a pumpkin grenade, pressed the button to activate the bomb. Without any hesitation, he stuffed the pumpkin grenade into the skateboard aircraft. Boom! The pumpkin grenade exploded, and the aircraft lost its power source and continued to fall to the ground. Little Spider-Man screamed, his body fell heavily onto the steel frame, and now he fell down along with the Green Goblin. It hit the Statue of Liberty hard, on the huge shield under repair. Snap snap! Countless sparks flashed around, and the tempered wires looked ferocious. Little Spider-Man and the Green Goblin were both lying on the ground, both of them were obviously seriously injured. And at this moment, as everyone was staring in bewilderment, Ned, carried by the magic robe, fell steadily from the sky. He was obviously not injured, and Scarlet was extremely slow. This magic robe seems to have its own life. After safely delivering it to the ground, the magic robe quickly flipped and flew back into the sky. Thank you, Mr. Cape. Looking at this scene, Ned's face was full of surprise. Chapter 95. But when he looked around, he saw that the place had really become a mess, with yellow sand flying everywhere on the ground. Ned hurriedly ran down the stairs. Michelle's voice was heard and she ran out of the building, just in time to see Ned running down the stairs. Two people meet up. The two people who survived the disaster hugged each other. This experience was so exciting. As ordinary people, they were able to survive among so many villains. Mob. There are also scenes like the 3 Spider-Men. Shock. It's so shocking. The other side. Little Spider-Man's chest heaved up and down. He held on to his breath and climbed up. His face was covered with wounds again. I don't know how many bones are broken in my body. Little Spider-Man looked into the distance and immediately shouted, MJ. Peter. Michelle turned around and shouted when she heard the sound, and immediately ran towards Little Spider-Man with Ned. But he could only look down from the corner of the stairs. There was still a certain distance between the two of them, at least 100 meters away. Are you okay? Spider-Man asked anxiously. We are all fine. Michelle replied quickly and she shouted loudly. When Spider-Man heard this voice, his eyes were filled with relief. Suddenly, Nepti. The Green Goblin lying on the ground suddenly trembled, then turned over and slowly stood up. Spider-Man saw this and immediately took a defensive stance, ready to attack at any time. The villain in front of him has unimaginable fighting power and an extremely shrewd mind. Even the mouth escape ability is so scary. He has killed many people, and Spider-Man must be 100% vigilant when dealing with such a villain. Green Film stood up, gasping for breath. The numerous equipment on his body looked a bit bulky. He immediately reached out and took off his glasses, then threw the original book aside. Looking at Spider-Man in the distance, the Green Goblin taunted, "Poor Peter was too weak to send me back to die." There was a strong sense of sarcasm in the voice, which was obviously mocking Spider-Man's incompetence and kindness at this moment. They were originally beings with incredible power, and they could completely rule the world before them. But the naive Spider-Man insisted on sending everyone home, so he was stuck in this seemingly unsolvable situation. "No." Spider-Man's eyes were cold, and he said in a cold voice, "I'm waiting to kill you with my own hands." These were originally words from a villain, but now they came out of Spider-Man's mouth. The Green Demon on the other side was not angry when he heard this. There was a dangerous look of relief on his face. "Good job." Little Spider-Man snorted coldly, stood up immediately, and rushed to the Green Goblin opposite. Norman Osborn had been taken over by the Green Goblin's will. He also rushed towards Little Spider-Man. "Baby." Little Spider-Man immediately shot out 2 spider silks, but Green Membrane easily dodged them. Green Goblin bent his body and dodged Little Spider-Man's attack. But, ha! Until the spider silk was precisely fixed on his feet, the Green Goblin was stunned and had no time to react. Little Spider-Man clenched his fist tightly and punched him in the face. Green Film stumbled and was knocked to the ground. Little Spider-Man jumped high, the Green Goblin quickly rolled forward, and with a sound of slash, he broke the spider silk that was imprisoning him. Bang! A fist as big as a sandbag fell from the sky with a strong hatred. Fortunately, the Green Goblin dodged it, otherwise he would have been hit by this punch. "I'm afraid I'll die." But, boom! This punch hit the extremely heavy steel hard, leaving deep fist marks on the steel. Behind, base. The Green Goblin stretched out his left hand, and an extremely sharp dagger popped out from his arm, emitting a cold light in the darkness. Spider-Man turned around and looked over, his eyes sharp and cold. Looking at Spider-Man in front of him, the Green Goblin whistled casually as if he was admiring his own masterpiece. The sound of a whistle was heard softly, and his eyes became evil again, with a hideous smile on his face. Spider-Man didn't hesitate and rushed towards the Green Goblin again. The Green Goblin swung the dagger in his hand and chopped off Spider-Man's ankle from below. Spider-Man quickly raised his foot to avoid the attack, and his figure stood still. The green film kept waving the sharp dagger in his hand, but the bronze man dodged it again and again. Sudden, Spider-Man seized the opportunity, clenched his left fist, and punched out fiercely. Bang! The punch hit Norman Osborn hard on the waist and ribs. Ah! Norman Osborn swung the sharp dagger in his hand in pain, slashing out again and again. But, Spider-Man's body was also very flexible. He dodged the sharp dagger while responding with punches. At this moment, the intense battle between the two was very intense. Both of them had enhanced physiques, and Spider-Man's power could not kill them directly. Norman Osborn's punch was not enough to kill little Spider-Man directly, and the two of them exchanged injuries. No need to worry about any defense, as long as he avoids the sharp dagger, little Spider-Man can fight back effectively. The speed is incredibly fast. As they stood on this giant shield, countless seawater had already risen up, and the huge steel shield in front of them was slowly being swallowed up. This is the top of the Statue of Liberty. The shield imitated by Captain America is made of countless steel. At this moment, huge amounts of the Statue of Liberty were destroyed by the fighting between several people, and huge amounts of shield also fell down. Countless steel buildings were knocked down. At this moment, it was floating on the sea surface, but the sea water next to it had already attacked it. Spider-Man and Norman Osborn stood on it at the same time, but the weight of both of them was not enough to sink the huge steel shield in front of them. Little Spider-Man's eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Norman Osborn. He wished he could tear the guy to pieces. Ah! Norman Osborn wields the sharp dagger in his hand. It stabbed towards little Spider-Man. Little Spider-Man saw the right moment and punched the sharp dagger with his right fist. The sharp dagger broke and fell to the ground, and Norman Osborn's camera was directly restrained. Little Spider-Man shoots out spider silk. Over and over again, Norman Osborn was pulled back, beaten out, pulled back, and beaten out. Poor Norman Osborn was like a bowling ball. He was knocked unconscious and was lifted high up by Spider-Man. Spider-Man leaned forward with his knees slightly bent. He grabbed Norman Osborn with both hands, and then threw him down suddenly. Boom! Huge amounts of power smashed Norman Osborn hard onto the steel shield, and countless seawater around him. It has already surged forward, almost swallowing up the shield in front of it, and the shield in front of it is almost 1/3, the sea water has been invaded. And Spider-Man once again floated Norman Osborn. At this moment, Norman Osborn was completely stunned and had no chance to fight back. His fighting condition also declined a lot, and he just used his face to catch Spider-Man's punches again and again. Boom boom boom. At this moment, Spider-Man's heart was burning with anger, and he punched Newsman in the face with his fists with silent suppression. The opportunity to kill his enemy is right in front of him, and he will never let it go. His eyes were fierce, and the power of his fists became more and more fierce, even carrying a strong killing intent. He is no longer the friendly neighbor Spider-Man. Now he has become an Avenger, avenging his family. Peter Parker. Aunt May was killed by this guy in front of him. Aunt May, who had always depended on him, Aunt May, who took good care of him like a mother, died tragically in front of him, just because of this villain in front of him, just because he made a wrong decision. This guy actually killed Aunt May. In his dreams, he cut this guy into pieces again and again, and the opportunity was right in front of him. The murderous aura in Spider-Man's heart was completely aroused. Norman Osborn was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back. He fell to his knees and almost turned into a pile of mud. But the dignity of a villain forced him to kneel on the ground without any feeling of falling. Little Spider-Man was beating Norman Osborn like crazy. He was beating like a madman. The first and second generation Spider-Man in the distance all rushed over. Looking at the scene in front of them, Maguire's face looked very solemn. He knew that young Norman Osborn was the villain, knowing that Norman Osborn in front of him killed Aunt May, little Spider-Man. This is an irreparable pain, but if Jing Osborn is still a human being this week. If Spider-Man breaks his no-kill rule, he will no longer be Spider-Man. He will no longer be able to follow his own creed, he will start killing, and then bloom in the frenzy of killing. And in the future, the terrifying power coupled with the unscrupulous criminal means, Spider-Man will surely make a big mistake that he cannot undo. It is even possible that Spider-Man will become an inadvertent villain and be used by others. Spider-Man should be the calmest and most composed being, able to think clearly at all times. Everything can be clear and the right decision can be made. At this moment, little Spider-Man was completely crazy. He was getting more and more angry as he punched. He was sweating profusely because of the crazy punching. The numerous wounds on his face looked hideous, and many of them were torn open by his fierce punches. Blood trickled down his cheek. But this can't solve the hatred in his heart at all. At this moment, little Spider-Man still has the principle of not killing in his heart. He knows that he cannot kill Norman Osborn in front of him. He also knew that his fists could not kill this guy directly. But he just couldn't make up his mind to kill this guy once and for all, so he used boxing. The crazy beating, even though his fists hurt, the pain was nothing compared to his heartache. Looking at the culprit who killed Aunt May, this BD villain, Holland's little Spider-Man, he couldn't control himself at all. Finally, he threw a punch. Bang! This punch directly sent the Green Goblin flying, while Spider-Man stood there gasping for breath. He's all over, I don't have much strength left, and the next moment, the little Spider-Man, whose anger was burning to the extreme, looked at the flying skateboard next to him. It was this thing that knocked Aunt May away. Aunt May was seriously injured and even died in the end. It was precisely because of this thing in front of her that Aunt May died. He looked at the flying skateboard in front of him, the extremely sharp spikes, like a dagger, should have been a very cool shape. He gently raised the flying skateboard. His chest rose and fell. He no longer had much strength left, but the flying skateboard weighing several tons in front of him, it's like lifting a small toy. Easy as pie. Norman Osborn, who was beaten like a puddle of mud, looked up at the little Spider-Man in front of him. His cheeks were deformed, his face was covered in blood, and even his open eyes had swollen eye sockets. Norman Osborn no longer had the strength to speak. He couldn't even get up and could only kneel on the ground. Finally, little Spider-Man broke his own principle of not killing. He raised his flying skateboard high, it pointed its extremely sharp end at Norman Osborn. Ah! With a scream, he stabbed the flying skateboard in his hand fiercely. Earth, before the video. Countless people held their breath when seeing this scene. From the previous accident to now, everyone was holding their breath, wishing to tear Norman Osborn alive. The villain can kill any ordinary person without any bottom line, and he actually regards Spider-Man as his own kind. He used his villain principles to demand Spider-Man, he even killed the family members who raised Spider-Man. His behavior is tantamount to It was the direct fuse that ignited Spider-Man's anger. And Spider-Man is also in his plan. At this moment, my heart was completely ignited by anger, and I no longer had any of my previous rationality. He broke his own principle of not killing. To kill Norman Osborn once and for all. Norman Osborn didn't resist at all. He just let Spider-Man beat him crazily. He left the final death to Spider-Man. It seems that this is the Green Goblin's original intention. He wants to train Spider-Man to be the villain of this world. Once Spider-Man breaks his own principles, his principles will be lowered again and again. Horrible, too terrible, this is a terrible plan. If this plan succeeds, the Spider-Man in this world will eventually go crazy, and he may even become a demon who kills without blinking an eye. Spider-Man's 4.5 strength is so terrifying that no mutant can fight Spider-Man head-on. The same is true for Norman Osborn. Before, he just took advantage of the kindness in little Spider-Man's heart and launched a crazy attack, catching Spider-Man off guard. No, little Spider-Man, don't kill this guy in front of you, this is his plan. Countless people looked at the crazy little Spider-Man in front of them, their eyes were full of prayers. Once Spider-Man breaks his own no-killing principle, is he still Spider-Man? The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. What is the meaning of this sentence? Avengers Tower. Everyone sat in their chairs in silence. After the little episode just now, looking at the crazy little Spider-Man in front of me, the terrifying fighting power burst out. Captain America touched his chin with his hand. He finally understood why. Nick Fury. Need to recruit little Spider-Man. Iron Man sat in his chair, not even drinking his wine, and looked at the scene in front of him, thinking deeply. Others are not good people either. Hawkeye was once a top mercenary. Its dynamic vision is strong and can reach 100 steps to hit the target. The reason why it uses bows and arrows is that it's all out of habit. If you give him a gun, he can become a top agent. The same is true for the Black Widow beside him. Almost every one of them is a murderer without blinking an eye. At this moment, they really want to see how far little Spider-Man can go. Peter Parker, the Dutch brother, was also shocked by the scene in front of him, and he was so angry that he had lost his mind. The figure of Peter Maguire, the first-generation Spider-Man, appeared in front. He stretched out his hands and tightly grasped the little Spider-Man. Chapter 96. The flying skateboard stabbed down. Peter Parker from the Netherlands gritted his teeth and tried to stab the flying skateboard in his hand with almost all his strength. Maguire Peter fell to one knee and tried his best to resist the sharp stabbing. The next moment, Maguire Peter gently pushed the flying skateboard up. But, for a moment, little Spider-Man once again tried his best. Maguire was forced to kneel on one knee and couldn't get up. He wanted to use all his strength to release the murderous intent in his heart and completely kill the green demon in front of him. But, Maguire's eyes in front of him were so firm, he just wanted to stop the little Spider-Man in front of him. Once little Spider-Man releases the murderous intent in his heart, releases the demon of murderous intent, if he breaks his own principle of not killing, he will become a complete killing machine. There will be no more scruples in future battles, because the bottom line has been broken. When facing a crisis, the will to not kill in his heart will be broken again. Finally, looking at Maguire in front of him, the murderous intent in Peter Little Spider-Man's eyes slowly faded away. He understood Maguire Peter's intention. Every Spider-Man has his own principles, but in principle, the three Spider-Men in front of us are the same person. His strength gradually weakened, and he reached out and gently put down the Green Goblin's flying skateboard. But suddenly, Base the Green Demon behind him suddenly used the wall avoider in his hand. It stabbed into Peter Maguire's lower back fiercely, leaving a wound. When it was pulled out, a drop of blood spurted out. Maguire Peter's expression changed slightly, and his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Garfield Parker hurried over from a distance. Looking at the scene in front of me. He was breathing heavily, his eyes also full of anger. The dying Green Goblin got up from the ground. He stood up slowly, looked at the little Spider-Man in front of him and said in a hoarse voice, "He died because of you. Maybe it was me, but you." The Green Goblin's cheek is almost distorted, 13 hoarse voice, "Old face, ha ha ha, you killed him. Ha ha ha." The Green Goblin's voice was so sharp, like that of a devil, and his laughter was like the croaking of frogs in the fields after the rain. The original Garfield Parker was so angry when he saw this scene that he threw the antidote in his hand away. Little Spider-Man has regained his sanity. With a snap, he reached out to take the antidote, pressed it on the antidote, and forced it into the Green Goblin's neck. The Green Goblin's laughter stopped abruptly, and he widened his eyes, full of disbelief. He didn't believe that his final masterpiece would actually restore his sanity because of Peter Maguire, and his plan completely failed. He turned back into the ordinary Spider-Man, and the Green Goblin's body fell heavily to the ground. See this scene in front of you. Peter Maguire lying on the ground, a smile appeared on his face. Little Spider-Man didn't follow the path of the Avengers after all. This means that the future is now known, he will always be the one and only Spider-Man. His principle of not killing will be maintained to the end. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Little Spider-Man watched the Green Goblin fall to the ground, the anger in his eyes did not dissipate. The Green Goblin, who was so arrogant just now, suddenly looked strange. He looked at Peter in front of him and said calmly, "Peter." Norman Osborn returned to his true nature. He suddenly turned his head and looked to the side. Peter Maguire was lying on the ground. At this moment, with eyes open, Dr. Norman Osborn took a deep breath, and a look of remorse appeared on his face. What did I do? He was originally a doctor, had his own company, and had a bright future, but because of his family disease, he had no choice but to develop a genetic drug. The medicine was very successful. It successfully suppressed his disease and also made his body stronger. Possessing incredible power, however, his personality changed as a result. He became manic and developed a negative personality. Every time I wake up, there will be news about the Green Goblin. And he knew nothing. He gradually discovered his second personality in the mirror, and the consciousness of the original body and the Green Goblin diverged. At a certain time, the Green Goblin controlled his body and acted recklessly as a villain throughout the world, destroying, killing and robbing everywhere. That kind of madness is like an innate mania. Norman Osborn was panicking, but the Green Goblin's consciousness was getting stronger and stronger, and the time he could wake up was getting more and more limited. In the end, the Green Goblin took control of his body. Garfield Parker ran over and looked at Maguire lying on the ground. "Are you okay?" Maguire Peter nodded slightly, and he just lay on the ground, saying weakly, "It's okay, I was stabbed." Apparently it wasn't a fatal injury. "That's good." Garfield Parker nodded with relief, looking at Maguire Peter lying on the ground, his eyes full of worry. Little Spider-Man jumped over here and landed next to Peter Maguire, saying in surprise, "Oh my god." 87. Garfield Parker casually complimented. His face was covered in blood. The sweaty little Spider-Man also smiled, "You live in a good place." The two men looked at each other and praised each other's business, but the important key was Maguire in front of them. "Is it successful, or am I going to die?" Maguire asked the two people in front of him. There were large patches of sweat on his forehead, but, crash, a special sound rang out from the sky. The sky was cloudless before, at this moment, it was like a mirror shattering rapidly. This scene was extremely terrifying, and the whole world seemed to be turned into a mirror. "Is there anyone in the sky?" Peter Maguire suddenly asked in surprise. And right now, on top of the Statue of Liberty, Dr. Strange looked at the world that was gradually breaking apart. His entire body was shaking slightly, and he was madly running magic, controlling countless spells. The world is constantly breaking apart. If we still cannot send the people in this world back to other worlds, then this world will completely fall apart. Okay, I should go now." Little Spider-Man said this, and without even looking back, he immediately ran towards Dr. Strange. "Are you okay?" Garfield Parker's eyes were full of concern for Maguire in front of him. Dr. Strange's body slowly floated up from the Statue of Liberty, suspending everything around him in the sky. Because of these traces of magic, the world is constantly mirroring and fragmenting. What happened? Little Spider-Man quickly used the spider silk to swing under Dr. Strange, looked at Dr. Strange in front of him and asked. He looked at everything around him in amazement. The world was constantly fragmenting, and more fragments were slowly melting away. The world seemed to have cracks that were difficult to repair. They all broke in, I couldn't stop them. Dr. Strange shook his head slightly, the breeze blew his hair, and his resolute face, his cheeks were trembling slightly at this moment. "You must have a way. Can't you cast the spell again?" Looking at Dr. Strange in front of him, little Spider-Man said anxiously. He pointed to the broken sky beside him. Everything around him was changing that day. "It was me who messed up the spell earlier. It's too late." Doctor Strange interrupted immediately. The whole world is like a mirror, constantly breaking into pieces. In the broken space, you can see countless strange colored spots that are constantly flashing. These lights, of unknown origin, seemed to be intersecting with the world before our eyes, and countless worlds were communicating with each other. There was even a special light flashing among the mirror fragments, just like a human-shaped life form. They are here, all because of you. Looking at the little Spider-Man in front of him, Doctor Strange's voice was angry. Little Spider-Man messes up the magic spell, and everyone knows that Spider-Man's true identity is Peter Parker. So the multi-universe is linked, not only in this world, but also in all the people in other worlds. Everyone knows Spider-Man's true identity, and the situation becomes extremely critical. People from other worlds, villains from other worlds, they all came to this world in front of us, precisely because of the magic props before. Countless worlds have merged. At this moment, Doctor Strange doesn't know much about the multi-universe, so he sees this scene. There is no way to solve it. Little Spider-Man was silent. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Looking at Doctor Strange in front of him, he showed regret. Suddenly, he looked up at Doctor Strange and asked sincerely, "What if everyone forgets about me?" There was a pleading tone in his voice, his hair was wet and draped over his forehead, his face was covered with scars, and he looked miserable. But at this moment his eyes were extremely serious. In the long time since Iron Man passed away, little Spider-Man has actually grown up a lot. At this moment, his expression was no longer childish, but full of confidence. What? Doctor Strange was slightly stunned when he heard this, and didn't react to what this meant. They're here because I'm Peter Parker, right? Little Spider-Man asked wisely. Then cast a new spell to make everyone forget who Peter Parker is. Make everyone forget that I. Little Spider-Man looked at Doctor Strange in front of him and asked in a pleading tone. This sentence is so heartbreaking. Once this spell is successfully cast, everyone in the universe will forget. Little Spider-Man's true identity is Peter Parker, but it will also make everyone forget that he is Peter Parker. This would be fair to everyone, but it would be the most unfair to Spider-Man. Everyone will forget little Spider-Man, leaving little Spider-Man alone to live. Looking at the child in front of him, Doctor Strange immediately shook his head, no. In his eyes, the little Spider-Man in front of him is just a child. He is the famous Dr. Strange Stephen, he is the most powerful brain neurosurgeon, he was once so successful and well known in the adult world. His fame and power are unprecedentedly high. When I go out, I always drive a super sports car. After experiencing a series of things, he completely integrated into the world in front of him. He learned magic and became teammates with countless people. He joined the Avengers, studied magic seriously, and accepted the title of Supreme Sorcerer from the Ancient One. He is the only Supreme Sorcerer left in the world. He is the guardian of Camartage. He is Doctor Strange, he is an adult, but he sees the child in front of him making the whole world forget him in order to take responsibility for his mistakes. This spell, Doctor Strange can't do it. It'll work, right? Little Spider-Man looked pleadingly. That's right. Doctor Strange nodded slightly, agreeing with this statement, but his eyes were hesitant. But you have to understand that means everyone who knew and loved you will forget you. Doctor Strange's look was one of disbelief. He shook his head slightly, saying such serious and affirmative words in a negative tone. Looking at the child in front of him, he couldn't bear it and said, "It's like you never existed." Little Spider-Man spat softly. He opened his eyes, looking at Doctor Strange in front of him, even his left eyeball is bloodshot because of the eye injury in the previous battle. Hearing what Doctor Strange said, it was like a bolt from the blue. It struck hard in his mind, he knew the consequences of the matter, the figures of countless people. It kept passing through his eyes, it flashed through his mind. His favorite MJ, his good friend Ned, just met two Spider-Men, Maguire Bird and Garfield Parker. Do your best to save the villains. 250 Everyone in the Avengers Alliance. Thor. Dr. Banner, Colonel War Machine Rhodes, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Captain America. Iron Man. Countless figures gathered in his mind. They had fought side by side and they had known each other for a long time. They grew up together, and they experienced countless lovers finally getting married. After going through a lot of hardships, defeating one villain after another, mastering more and more skills, and understanding more and more things. There are relatives around me, leaving one after another. There are important people, always make yourself stick to the bottom line and never break it. The most important friend in front of me, just like Doctor Strange, no matter when, it will be because of his request. To help the spell that almost destroyed the world in front of him, that is why, he is no longer a child, he is an Avenger, he is the famous Spider-Man, he is a well-known good neighbor. He is Peter Parker. Finally, little Spider-Man nodded gently, I know, let's do it. Do it. Doctor Strange also understood the little Spider-Man who had a confused look in his eyes just now but now had a determined look. Little Spider-Man's unshakable heart at this moment. As an elder, he could not bear to turn his head away and looked at the broken world in front of him, it's better to say goodbye, there is not much time left. Thank you, sir. Little Spider-Man nodded slightly and slowly stood up. Call me Stephen. Doctor Strange said seriously. No matter what he did before, he always thought that the guy in front of him was a child, young and naive. When I do a little bit of work, it chirps and hums. Regardless of the previous civil war, or the several battles that Thanos experienced when he invaded the Earth later. The little Spider-Man in front of us is still a child, at least that's what Doctor Strange thinks. But, he recognized the little Spider-Man in front of him and recognized the little Spider-Man as a like-minded friend. Recognize the growth of little Spider-Man in front of you. So he always asked little Spider-Man to call him sir to distinguish between elders and juniors. But, at this moment, the name has changed. Little Spider-Man was slightly stunned, thank you, Stephen. Doctor Strange smiled, a smile of great relief. He still used magic to support this world. But he still looked at little Spider-Man and said comfortingly, it still sounds weird. Little Spider-Man also smiled. His bloody face was covered with wounds, which made people feel distressed. He opened his mouth softly, see you later. Whoosh! As soon as the spider silk shot out, the figure of little Spider-Man quickly swung away into the distance. But looking at the little Spider-Man in front of him, Zhou Baoang's eyes were full of heartache. Goodbye, kid. Chapter 97. The robes fluttered behind him. Doctor Strange is still releasing his magic to stabilize the world before him. Watching the little Spider-Man drifting further and further away, and he continued to cast magic one after another, mending the broken mirror of the world. Orange magic energy, the moment I touched the mirror, the shattered world, like the brilliance of a mirror, was also constantly recovering. Click, the figure of little Spider-Man fell steadily from the sky, landed on the steel shield, and landed in front of Garfield Parker and Maguire Peter. Looking at the two Spider-Men in front of him, little Spider-Man smiled and said, it's now, you're almost home. $700. Maguire Peter nodded slightly, he was supported by Garfield Parker and was obviously seriously injured, but not dead. Well, I wanted to say thank you guys. I just wanted to. I wanted to tell you guys. Looking at the two Spider-Men in front of him, little Spider-Man was so excited that he couldn't speak incoherently and couldn't even say it after a long time, I really can't say it. 119. Garfield Parker reminded. I want you to know that I. Looking at Garfield Parker and Maguire Peter in front of him. Holland finally mustered up the courage to say. However, before he finished speaking, Maguire Peter, already looked relieved, you know, we are that kind of people. At this moment, the three people were in sync. Yes, that's who we are. With his penetrating eyes, little Spider-Man also sensed the common qualities between his two best friends. He was about to run away when he immediately turned back to explain, okay, I have to go find Ned and MJ. After a slight hesitation, he quickly rushed over and hugged the two Spider-Men in front of him. The three Spider-Men are not only in the same frame, but also hug each other at this moment. Little Spider-Man's eyes are slightly red, thank you. After hugging for a while, the three of them separated and looked at the little Spider-Man in front of them. Garfield Parker couldn't help but nod slightly. Peter Maguire, the big brother next to him, also recognized the little Spider-Man. Everyone looked at each other and little Spider-Man waved casually, see you later. Goodbye. $700. The drama ended, and little Spider-Man immediately turned and left, while Garfield Parker and Maguire also smiled. Looking at the figure of this little child, Yook couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Are you in terrible pain? Garfield Parker asked softly. That's right. Maguire Peter nodded quietly. The previous injury was too severe. His body was completely pierced. That extremely sharp dagger even has a reverse blade. The moment he pulled it out, Maguire felt like his whole body was about to break apart. Whoosh! Little Spider-Man swings a spider silk, the figure leaped high into the sky, then landed steadily in front of Michelle and Ned. You're fine. Looking at the little Spider-Man in front of him, he had many wounds on his face and even his eyes were a little bloodshot. My condition is very bad, my body is no longer as safe as before. Michelle's lips moved slightly, full of heartache. So proud of you. Ned beside him couldn't help but say. At this moment, the three of them hugged each other tightly. Little Spider-Man looked at Michelle and Ned in front of him and asked softly, "Are you all okay?" "We are all fine." Looking at the little Spider-Man in front of her, Michelle also smiled. But the next moment little Spider-Man immediately screamed, "Oh my god, you're bleeding." He didn't care about his own injuries at all, but looked at Xian's forehead with worry. The little wound caused by the collision. Michelle held little Spider-Man's hand tightly and looked at the man with the heart in front of her with a serious expression. The three of them reunited, and the sun shone again in the distant sky. Feeling the sunlight on his face, Zai's expression became much more stable. At least this meant that all the previous battles were meaningful. But, looking at the rice noodles in front of him and Ned beside him, little Spider-Man finally spoke out about this matter. "You will forget who I am." Hearing this, Ned froze in his tracks. "What? What are you talking about?" Michelle's expression froze, and she looked confused. The confused expression at this moment is simply heartbreaking, because the future cannot be determined. Little Spider-Man can say this shows that he has his reasons, and it is very likely not a joke. They may really forget about little Spider-Man Earth, before the screen. Countless people saw this scene, and they couldn't help but reveal expressions of heartache in their eyes. In the end, little Spider-Man will have to shoulder all the responsibility, and everyone will forget about him. Even his beloved will forget him, and he will never be as free as before. Even the person who loves him the most will become a complete stranger. The person who cares about him the most can only become a passerby. Seeing this scene, almost everyone fell silent. This is something that cannot be solved at all. Only by casting a spell to make everyone forget Spider-Man can the world return to normal. Otherwise the world before our eyes will be destroyed. Little Spider-Man did something wrong. This is the consequence he should bear, but it is also not the consequence he should bear. After all, he is just a child. As an elder, I really can't bear to see a child suffer such consequences. Ah, maybe this is responsibility. With great ability comes great responsibility. In the video, little Spider-Man, who everyone was most concerned about, looked at Michelle with a serious look. "It's okay, I'll go find you and explain everything. This is the best outcome." He looked at his beloved and said, "It's the best outcome for you to remember me. You won't feel anything about this, okay?" Michelle's eyes were slightly red, and tears could not stop falling. She immediately asked back, "But what if I can't remember you? We all don't remember you? I don't want this." He shook his head gently. The two of them had been through a lot before they finally got married and were together. And after experiencing many adventures, the little Spider-Man in front of him has become the most important person in his heart. Now it was cruel to make everyone forget about little Spider-Man and let her forget about her own love, but Zeker felt that she couldn't do it. Little Spider-Man was silent for a moment. "I know, MJ. Is there no other way?" Michelle asked, still unwilling to compromise. Ned, who was standing next to him, looked at Spider-Man in front of him, and the breeze blew his hair. As a good brother, Ned was a little stunned. "Don't you have any other plans?" "There must be." Michelle was incoherent. She obviously didn't want to give up the experience she had with little Spider-Man, nor did she want to give up the hard-earned relationship. Memory is the most precious thing a person has, and memory can store all a person's energy. It can store all the beauty and disappointment, happiness and fantasy in his life. If a person loses his memory, he loses the most important thing in his life, all his previous experiences. It's all completely meaningless. Little Spider-Man pursed his lips slightly. There were many wounds on his face. He looked at Xian seriously. He couldn't answer this question and finally shook his head slightly. Looking down at the ground, this is an answer that has no solution at all, there is no other way. The breeze blew everyone's hair. Michelle looked at the little Spider-Man in front of her. She didn't know how to answer this question. She couldn't even answer the question. But everything will be fine. Little Spider-Man looked at the rice noodles in front of him, and their eyes were full of affection. In each other's eyes, surrounded by tears. This is a permanent solution to all problems. Ned, who had been silent, now saw the little Spider-Man and asked, "You promise?" His eyes were full of trust and tolerance, allowing little Spider-Man to personally answer this unsolvable question. "I'm afraid this is the final solution. The whole world is falling apart." He had the talent of a mage, so he naturally felt that the whole world seemed to be collapsing. At this moment, I just want to hear the answer from my friend himself. The two grew up together and are considered the best of friends. Ever since little Spider-Man was just Peter Parker, they have been inseparable partners, picking up girls together, playing together, and going to school together. This moment made him suddenly forget about little Spider-Man. As Ned, he couldn't accept it at all, but he had to accept it and face it. "Because the person next to me is..." Spider-Man. Hearing this voice, little Spider-Man turned his head to look at Ned, tears falling from his eyes. "Yes, I promise." He understood the look in his friend's eyes and also understood the scene before him. Ned nodded silently, showing his tolerance for the scene. Then the two of them shook hands gently, performed the last friendly gesture ever. They held each other in their arms and hugged each other tightly. Ned could no longer stop the tears in his eyes. In fact, the most gentle thing is the embrace of a friend. And the kind of friend you can trust completely. "I'll come find you, okay?" little Spider-Man asked in a soothing tone. "I know." Ned broke down in tears, but he still struggled. "Let yourself hold back your sadness, especially after the battle, little Spider-Man still has important things to do. Start to feel Michelle next to you." She was also very sad, but her eyes were firm. As a girl, she had a strong character. "I must." Looking at his beloved, little Spider-Man couldn't answer this question. The experience of the two Spider-Men before him, even all his experiences put the people he loved most in danger. He has lost his Aunt May. Looking back on the past, it is very likely that after Michelle forgot about herself, little Spider-Man will no longer drag Michelle into a series of dangers. So at this moment, little Spider-Man remained silent. He couldn't deceive the person he loved the most, especially when he was looking into her gentle eyes. "Otherwise I will find out. It's not like I haven't done it before." Michelle shook her head slightly. She was also very determined. "Never retreat even a bit. Never give in. I promise I'll take care of everything." Little Spider-Man swallowed softly. Michelle finally softened a little. "I hate magic." Under the countless rays of sunlight, the scene of the two people looking at each other was completely frozen. "Me too." Little Spider-Man nodded. As they gazed at each other affectionately, Michelle finally spoke first. "I love you." She stretched out her hand to block the little Spider-Man's face and looked at the little Spider-Man who was so close to her. Her eyes are gentle. "I love it too." Little Spider-Man just came back. "But I didn't think," Michelle spoke up, staring at the little Spider-Man in front of her, with a hint of a smile on her face. "I'll tell you next time you find me. This is an agreement between two people." "Good." Little Spider-Man has a sincere look in his eyes. Ned, who was standing next to him, showed his strong magical talent. He looked up at the sky. Staring at the broken space, his look became hurried and his expression became tense. The next moment, Michelle and little Spider-Man could no longer hold back and moved closer to each other and kissed passionately. With the sun as the backdrop, the two figures look like the scene on Titanic. In the sky. Crash! Doctor Strange's figure floated high up, with countless spells floating beside him. These spells were linked together to form a special magic circle. The incomparable Fa Zheng's life force gathered together and bloomed with a special color. And the next moment, Doctor Strange created one magic circle after another. The villains who had traveled from other worlds before, a special white light mist lit up one after another, and their figures slowly disappeared. Looking at the world in front of me, they wanted to remember this scene. Electro was the first to disappear, followed by Dr. Octopus Alto, Norman Osborn, Green Goblin Sandman Ford Linear, and Lizard Dr. Connor. The sky was clearing up, and all the figures disappeared completely from this world, except for Doctor Strange. Floating high, on top of the torch of the Statue of Liberty, surrounded by countless magic runes, he was at the center, casting magic. On that huge amounts of S.H.I.E.L.D., Garfield Parker also looked at Peter Maguire in front of him and made a yeah gesture with his hand. Peter Maguire gently extended his hand and waved goodbye. The two figures also turned into white light and disappeared, and the little Spider-Man who remained in this world slowly separated from Michelle. The sun shone on his face, and he finally made the final decision and said goodbye to everyone. With a last reluctant look in his eyes, he slowly stepped back. He reached the top of the stairs and jumped high. This was the most critical moment. But his heart was still filled with reluctance. Doctor Strange in the sky nodded slightly to the little Spider-Man below, which was the most critical part of the plan. Now has come the crucial moment, that is, to forget magic. Little Spider-Man couldn't hold it back any longer, his tear glands were secreting tears like crazy, tears were gathering in his eyes, he didn't have time, but he still turned his head. Looking at his girlfriend Michelle beside him. I love you. Michelle's tears rolled down, her eyes showing infinite affection. The breeze blew her hair, and the tears in her eyes just rolled down. This scene, it was so tender, both of them were so affectionate, but there was no way, she had to forget little Spider-Man, this is also little Spider-Man's own choice. This is the last resort to save the world in front of us. Their eyes were so full of application but helpless, little Spider-Man took 2 deep breaths. He immediately jumped up high, stretched out his right hand, paw. A thin spider thread connected to the steel frame in the distance, and Spider-Man's voice rose high into the sky. Boom! Doctor Strange opened his hands. Countless orange magic runes were emitting light, flashing and shining. The magic runes had completely gathered together. The next moment, whoosh! The magic rune immediately expanded to the surrounding area, sweeping across the entire world at an extremely fast speed. The sky was completely clear, the sun shone through the clouds, reflecting a golden glow, and under the sun, the world returned to normal, leaving only the Statue of Liberty standing alone. The battle came to an end, this scene was so beautiful. The cut-off part of the Statue of Liberty's torch has not yet been restored. Guardians of the Galaxy. Chapter 98. Xingyun seemed to have forgotten the fruit in his hand, and his right hand loosened, and the fruit fell directly to the ground. Almost everyone's eyes turned to Nebula at the same time. Why are you looking at me? Being stared at by everyone, Xingyun turned her head and looked at everyone. She looked embarrassed but still held on. Rocket Raccoon shook his head slightly. Apparently, no one has reacted yet, they are too immersed in the play. And at this moment, I never thought that Spider-Man would sacrifice himself without hesitation for the sake of the world in front of him. Mantis looked at the video of the eyes, and her eyes were also sparkling. I was actually moved by the video in front of me. The Destroyer clenched his fists, muscles bulged on his arms, and his huge size perfectly complemented his image. Earth. I didn't expect that the multi-universe era has begun. I wonder if there will be a Star-Lord in another world. Star-Lord next to him, leaning on the cockpit with his arms folded, said with a speculative look. Of course there is. It is also possible that there is a Black Star-Lord who was directly exiled to the Dung Beetle planet. Rocket Raccoon grinned, a sly smile on his face. 2. Star-Lord directly raised his middle finger and rolled his eyes. If something goes wrong, Rocket Raccoon is definitely a very reliable teammate, but in normal times, Rocket Raccoon is definitely the most dangerous person. This made him think, when everyone met for the first time, they had to escape from the gravity prison together. Everyone had a mission. And his mission is to snatch one of the cripple's legs. Finally I realized that this artificial leg actually has no meaning. Rocket Raccoon just wanted to play a trick on Star-Lord, but he didn't expect the star body to be stolen. That was embarrassing for him. Earth, Avengers Tower. All the Avengers were shocked when they saw this scene. Watching the video in front of me. Brazenly preparing to make everyone forget about Peter Parker, Doctor Strange shook his head gently. Children, you are just a child. This price is too high. Yes. War Machine, Colonel Rhodes nodded gently, sometimes some things need to be handed over to adults. But you shouldn't be so naive, you must change in the future. He looked at Spider-Man next to him. $308. Little Spider-Man nodded slightly and looked down at the table. Everything in the video happens in the future, but this is obviously something he might do, and something only he would do. The initial magic spell went wrong and caused all the villains to travel to this world. The world is collapsing. Then, she was kind and wanted to save all the villains, which cost Aunt May her life. In the end, everyone forgot about his fate. This result, Spider-Man is silent. Not what he wanted. Iron Man remained silent, but when he stood up to pour the wine, he patted little Spider-Man on the shoulder. Seriously. The little Spider-Man in the video is very similar to his style, especially the super heavy development equipment, even when fighting with others, there are various styles of painting. The first and second generation Spider-Man relied entirely on his own spider suit, while the third generation Spider-Man relied on the Iron Spider suit. This is a child who has not grown up yet. Maybe when he grows up, he will become a true Avenger. Iron Man looked at the people in front of him and said frankly, "He's a good and responsible kid." Captain America also looked over, looking pleased. On Earth, in countless squares, countless people are watching the video in front of them, and the video is experiencing scene after scene. It's really gripping, even every scene that happens. The battles are simply extremely cool. Whether it's the Iron Spider suit, the Spider Silk Shooter, or the mutant generation Spider-Man Peter Maguire. Oh my god, so handsome. It turns out that our good neighbor Spider-Man is actually Peter Parker. He and I are schoolmates. Oh my god. I finally know. Last time at the obelisk, it was Peter Parker who saved everyone. He and Michelle are a couple, what an enviable couple. In the end, little Spider-Man would rather sacrifice everyone to recognize his own memory and use magic to restore the world to you. Damn, it made me cry. By the way, did you notice a problem? When the little Spider-Man Holland didn't pick up Michelle, the second generation Spider-Man Parker's eyes were so shocking. Garfield Parker, with a look of deep affection and gaze, as if he was looking at the person he loved deeply. And there's a heartbreaking feeling. I don't know why, but I felt that gaze pierced my heart directly, and it was very painful. I once lost the most important person to me, and after going through countless pains, I still couldn't get over it, and finally closed my heart. Did the second generation Spider-Man also experience something? FK, please play the video. I want to watch Spider-Man 2. I don't know whose voice suddenly sounded, drowned out everyone else's voice. And the next moment, boom. The video contains the sound of a beating heart. Everyone looked over at the same time. Could it be that what that person said just now really came true? Do we really want to play Spider-Man 2? Garfield Parker's figure appeared on the screen, and this scene was when the painful and helpless Holland was at the top of the tower. His eyes were full of affection. I'm going to Gwen, she's my MJ. In an instant, his voice became choked. And the next moment, gee. The sound of light music sounded, and that brisk sound seemed to strike everyone's heart. Crash. The sound of the waves passing by rises high, like a brush, gently brushing everyone's heart. One string at a time. Maguire Spider-Man World. Just after watching the video in front of him, Maguire Peter reached out and picked up the teacup from the table next to him and took a sip of the slightly bitter coffee. Gently pick up the original spoon and stir the cup. This is the way Peter Maguire likes, not bound by life. The next moment, with a slight smile on his lips, he said, "Cool." From the beginning to the end of the video, his eyes never left the little Spider-Man's iron suit. After reading all, even though his eyes were focused on the teacup in front of him, he couldn't help but marvel. If only he had the Iron Man suit and the web shooter, he could try out other things too. At this moment, he was once again attracted by the video in front of him, as if there was some brand new video being leaked. Garfield Spider-Man World. Garfield Parker changed to a comfortable position and lay on the roof again. In the video, he felt himself. 0146022135 Philo 144562340 Mood swings ahead. When he saw Spider-Man's MJ, it reminded him of his own MJ, Gwen. He couldn't get over it at all. He only caught a glimpse in the previous video. That glance seemed to last forever, and he just wanted to touch his lover's face again through the video in front of him. I want to kiss my lover's lips once, but there will never be a chance to start over again. At this moment, he wondered if he could go to another world and use magic to revive his own MJ. But, after a moment of excitement, he calmed himself down. There is a price to pay for everything. Since he could revive his own MJ, so, what's the price to pay? Let the world be destroyed? At this moment, Garfield Parker burst into tears. Even if he could get over it, he still had deep love in his heart. This cannot be changed in this life. He arched his legs, buried his head tightly between his legs, and held his head with his arms to prevent his crying from being heard. And at this moment, grandfather. That special heartbeat sound attracted his attention again. Garfield Parker's ears moved. The familiar sound of heartbeat made his pupils shrink slightly. And the next moment, he saw himself appear in the video again, and came to the place where he and Peter Maguire had persuaded each other. The scene with Holland's little Spider-Man. They all lost their important people, and he lost too. In the video, a blonde girl appeared in front of everyone, her blonde hair radiating golden light in the sun. Like the goddess of victory. BDDEF. Just like the fairy queen. A gentle face, a pair of watery eyes, and wearing a college girl's uniform. At this moment, with a face full of affection. Look at Garfield Parker. And the boy he was looking at, from the back, looked exactly like Parker. The warm sunshine sprinkled into Ji Wen's face. Her smile seemed to have some kind of endless magic. Her hair was tied up at the back of her head. At this point, Plaid is the only queen. Garfield Spider-Man World. Seeing Gwen in the video with a smile on her face, Garfield Parker could no longer control himself and burst into tears. Tears kept flowing, his body felt his extreme pain, and his tear glands kept secreting tears. Garfield Parker reached out and covered his mouth tightly to prevent himself from crying. He thought of this scene, this is before the two people have confirmed their relationship. The two people at that time were so innocent and simple. If he had the chance to go back to the past, he would not hesitate. Knowing the queen in front of him, he didn't start again. The sweet road that the two of them walked, even if there were 10,000 chances to choose again, he would still choose to be a couple without hesitation. Choose to love the person in front of you. Gwen in front of me. The piano is gently tapped, with a slightly crisp sound. Spider-Man Parker regains his handsomeness. The golden checkered pattern was in front of his eyes, and his eyes showed deep affection. As if they had become boyfriend and girlfriend, Garfield Parker reached out, holding Gwen's face. Gwen was smiling so happily at that time. Her eyes were filled with love. The grinning mouth corners represent the happy mood at the moment. Garfield Parker's right thumb poked into Plaid's face, creating a small dimple. The two people approached each other, the scene suddenly changed, and there was no kissing scene. On the date, Gwen was wearing a blue scarf. She saw Parker coming. The smile on his face is so sincere and full of affection. The two of them took a photo together at the graduation scene, after taking off their clothes. Garfield Parker in a white t-shirt, he held Gwen in his arms. Garfield was wearing a spider suit on a rooftop. Gwen had taken off his hood. The two of them were so close to each other. Even the tips of their noses are touching. A tender scene. They touch, every scene is kissing, every scene represents such a strong love. At the top of the tower, at the graduation party, in the dating place. They kissed, hugged, knew each other, loved each other. Gee. The piano sounded again, Garfield Parker appeared in the camera, still in that tall tower, and she persuaded Holland with a sincere tone, I will never forgive myself. Garfield Parker pursed his lips and even nodded slightly, which was a double confirmation that he could not forget in his heart. Pain. The scene changed. It was an amusement park. His good friend Harry was wearing sunglasses and looked cool and handsome. Asked that sentence, so who is she and what's her name? Garfield Parker smiled and looked at me lovingly. That kind of smile comes from the bottom of my heart and cannot be concealed at all. Asterisk. It was like the little bear had tasted the delicious honey he had been longing for. Just like a child who unexpectedly gets the toy he wants most when he is feeling lost. Just like every child has a dream, and when he finally realizes his dream, the heart disease bursts out from the purpose. The smell of that smile. Obviously, Gwen is the most important honey in Garfield Parker's heart, sweetening his whole world and illuminating all the darkness on Earth. Countless people in front of the video are watching the video in front of them. They finally understood the video in front of them, and it seemed that they heard the new request of the person before. The video in front of us, the music is so sensational, hitting everyone's heart with heavy blows. He squeezed the heart in his hand again and again, kneading it 3 times shallowly and once deeply. That kind of. It seems like there is a silk thread hanging above my heart, and the sound of the piano is like the fingertips gently brushing across it. That thread, bring a little bit of sensitive but not painful touch. And every scene in the video seems to be bungee jumping towards that very painful ending. Garfield Parker. After the ultimate sweetness comes the ultimate pain. That's why he had such a heartbreaking expression. That's why he tried his best to save MJ from little Spider-Man. They are all Spider-Man, and they all have their own beloved ones. Asasos. Some people couldn't hold back their tears, and those who were highly emotional couldn't hold back their tears. The tears could not continue in the salt mine. They flowed down my cheeks, past my lips, and dripped onto the ground. The knife has already started. Is this the FG beginning? Let the knife hit harder. Damn it, I can handle it. Come on, hit me hard. I have to carry a bag of rice to several floors, and my wife has to carry a bag of rice to the earthen building. Wow, Oshawa, pen, spicy Scorpio. In the video. Pag. The piano sounded more urgent, the scene suddenly changed, and it was still the same question as before. But, Garfield Parker has taken off his spider suit, and his body is covered with numerous deep scars. Bloody. His chest seemed to be cut open by some sharp blade, even on his abdomen with 8 abdominal muscles, although the abdominal muscles are very attractive, and even the deep wounds loaded with abdominal muscles, at this moment, they form such a grand visual impact. But, everyone can see clearly. The deep scratch. This kind of horrific injury would definitely be fatal to anyone. Chapter 99. Garfield Parker, leaning on the sofa, his chest rising and falling, and at this moment, a tender white hand, holding a towel, came over gently, and supported Garfield Parker's neck with the left hand. And his right hand was trembling slightly, not even daring to touch the wound. Because the wound in front of him was so horrible, so hideous, the flesh and blood inside the wound could be seen. I don't know what kind of horrible thing Garfield Parker Spider-Man has experienced to be so seriously injured. This tender little hand finally grabbed the towel and gently approached the wound. Very gently wiping the wound in front of my eyes with a towel. If you touch it gently, you can see a little blood seeping out of the wound, but the scab has not fully healed. And the next moment, Gwen appeared in the camera, her elf-like eyes were now filled with tears. Her eyes were so gentle, looking at Garfield Parker in front of her, the deep affection in her eyes was completely uncontrollable. It was as if they were intoxicated, and even in the eyes of countless people, they were completely mesmerized by the sight before them. Garfield Parker, he was also deeply intoxicated by this gaze, he couldn't help but move closer, and then kissed Gwen on the lips. Her name is Gwen, Stacy. This is the explanation to my good friend Harry. When Garfield Parker mentioned Gwen in a joking manner, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face, revealing his extremely white teeth. All the experimenters in the laboratory were busy, including Plaid, who was wearing a white coat and had blonde hair tied up with a hairband. At this moment, Garfield Parker, wearing glasses and looking shy, looking at Gwen in front of him, he said gently, "I want to follow you, wherever you go." It was just like the boy's confession, even though it was not confirmed, the feelings at the moment were so sincere, and they came completely from the heart. Hearing this, Gwen was amused by Garfield Parker. But, she neither refused nor agreed, and the smile on her face was so gentle. The screen appears in Garfield Parker's small home. He held the flowers he had picked, which looked colorful and exuded a fresh fragrance, which was particularly pleasant. There are all kinds of books on the bookshelf behind him. Garfield Parker is also a nerd. The reason why I have such profound knowledge is entirely because he is also constantly encouraging himself. Spider-Man in every world looks like a top student. They can using the only chemical substances available, we created drugs to deal with the genetic mutations of villains. And they don't have professional equipment, just a little bit of laboratory equipment, which is enough to see the Spider-Man in each world. They are not ordinary people. Almost every one of them is a top student, and the same is true for Garfield Parker in front of us. In contrast, in Holland's Spider-Man world, Garfield Parker, wearing a spider suit, seems to be a warrior like Spider-Man. The Garfield Parker in front of him was just an ordinary boy. When facing love, hold all the beauty in your heart and express it with your true heart. Always follow the one you love, and advance and retreat together. The smile on his face is so natural and comes from the heart. When he is really happy, I can't hide the fact that when I mention Gwen, the excitement and joy that comes from the heart. Gwen in front of him looked like an elf girl with golden hair, a gentle face and watery eyes as she looked at the injured Spider-Man. The worry in his eyes seemed to be overflowing. Earth. Behind the little Spider-Man house. Looking at Gwen, who looked like a fairy in the video, Michelle's eyes were filled with excitement. After watching all the videos, she is now, it seems like I have really experienced all the disasters in the future with little Spider-Man. When I saw little Spider-Man say that he wanted to save the world and make everyone forget about him, Michelle in front of me. I also couldn't control the sadness in my heart and my tears kept flowing. And she was also very confused, why the second-generation Spider-Man Garfield Parker showed such deep affection in his eyes when he saved him. It's obvious that the two people don't even know each other. But that look can't be fake. Now, as the girlfriend of little Spider-Man, Michelle finally found out. In Garfield Parker's world, his girlfriend Gwen is so beautiful and considerate. Just like a fairy descending to Earth. In the video, looking at Garfield Parker who is holding flowers in front of him with a shy look on his face, Gwen nodded seriously, then reached out to take the flowers. The smile on the face of a girl with a happy and beautiful love, such gentleness, and Garfield Parker, perfectly complement each other. I want to follow you, wherever you go. Raffi Parker said this again. The next moment, two figures appeared on top of a tall building. Garfield Parker is not wearing a spider suit, and his beloved girlfriend is right beside him. Reaching out to hold Gwen's hand, Garfield Parker exerted force with his right hand, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Gwen's soft body spun gently, and then she was pulled into Garfield Parker's arms. The figures moved closer together, and as the temperature rose rapidly, the two people hugged and kissed each other. I will follow you for the rest of my life. Garfield Parker's voice was so sure. When you meet your true love, you must be brave at all times and never give up. On Earth. Everyone looked at this scene, and their eyes showed blessings and good wishes. When you meet someone you like, don't feel inferior or think you are not worthy of him/her, but don't be cowardly and pursue him/her bravely if you like him/her. Every young person will have their own regrets, but no one should have regrets. Because every boy is unique in the world, and every encounter is like looking back countless times. In the previous life, I broke the bridge of 3 lives, and in this life, I look back and smile. Every fate is independent, and every fate is arranged by God. God's arrangement is the best. Otherwise, I wouldn't be happy even if I married the Jade Emperor. Are these the most compatible souls in the world? I was in tears watching Garfield Parker and Gwen in the video. I couldn't stop crying. It reminded me of my first love and the beauty of it. One is a hero who saves the world, and the other is the unknown girlfriend of the hero who saves the world. Oh my God, so sweet. But I clearly know the result. I clearly know that the next knife will be sent, but I still can't help but wish them both the best. I hope the next knife won't make me stupid. Don't ever hand out knives. Oh my God, I can't take it anymore. The more beautiful the love is, the more painful it will be. Gwen is so beautiful. Why don't you cherish everything you have and lose it all? Every Spider-Man should go and treat his girlfriend well. Even if you are Spider-Man, you also have an ordinary identity, Peter Parker. Gwen and Garfield Parker in front of me, they are such a perfect match. Handsome men and beautiful women, they look so. Sweetness and true love. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the piano is melodious, coming out slowly and loudly. In Gwen's home, she suddenly stood up and looked at the window. The curtains of the window were blown up by the wind, and Garfield Parker, wearing a spider suit, a figure appeared at the window and he walked in. Gwen came gently to Garfield Parker's side. The scene of Garfield Parker being seriously injured appeared again. At this moment, Gwen wiped Parker's wound very gently. Parker's profile appears. Even though his body was in so much pain, Garfield Parker didn't show any pain on his face when he looked at the woman he truly loved. Instead, he looked at the woman in front of him with respect, his eyes filled with beauty and hope. Garfield Spider-Man was deeply attracted by Gwen's beauty. He stared at it intently, he was so fascinated that he stayed where he was, as if he had forgotten the pain. A feast for the eyes. Hag. The sound of the piano suddenly changed, and different keys naturally produced different sounds. Garfield Parker returned to the dusty tower again. Back to the place where I advised Spider-Man, with tears in his eyes, he said, I survived it later. Garfield Parker spat, he suppressed his sobs and the sadness in his heart. When he said this, he recalled all the good things in the past and the last time. Despair. Try to go on living, try to be. He looked down at the ground and tried to calm himself down, but the pain in his heart had already risen and he could no longer suppress it. Garfield Parker whimpered, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. In the video, Garfield Parker's door was gently pushed open. His haggard figure is no match for his former handsomeness, and his face has stubble. It seemed as if he had experienced the most painful despair in the world. He looked down and saw the spider mask in his hand. What comes to mind is all the beautiful things that the two of them once had. The reality made him so powerless. I know that's what she wants, but... Garfield Parker's voice is so gentle, calm, and soft, just like his character is extremely kind. Countless police cars appeared on the battlefield, with holes in their bodies and dense bullets. And at this moment a little kid Spider-Man, he took off his hood and saw the second-generation Spider-Man Parker squatting on the ground. He raised his right fist towards the child. Their fists bumped lightly, the kid quickly ran away, and Parker stood up. Behind him were countless policemen with terrified faces. The surrounding streets were destroyed beyond recognition, and Spider-Man was the only hero. Standing in front of all ordinary people. I became very angry. In Garfield Parker's voice, the scene changes again. Countless people were in deep sorrow, each with a sad face. They were wearing black clothes. Garfield Parker, with his hair styled up, he couldn't hide his haggard face, and at the moment he looked depressed. He was wearing a black suit, a black tie, and a white shirt. Standing beside him was Aunt May, who also had a painful expression on her face and still had tears in her eyes. They looked at the scene in silence. As the camera zooms out, it appears that this is a cemetery. Obviously, he lost his dearest and most beloved one, he lost his MJ, he lost Gwen. GGG. The sound of drums rang out, carrying with it endless sorrow. It's getting bitter. The scene where Garfield Parker admonishes Holland's little Spider-Man. This moment is so touching. Why did he say such affectionate words? Why can he use his emotions to admonish little Spider-Man? Because he has also experienced heart-wrenching pain. If possible, he would definitely drink a cup of love potion or a cup of mango soup. That kind of pain simply drilled into one's internal organs, deeply into one's bone marrow, cutting madly like a knife every moment. At every moment, it plays on people's heartstrings. Guess, hey. Extremely haggard background music. Garfield Parker stood alone in front of the tombstone. His aunt also left him. He didn't want to leave. He stood there alone, looking at the cemetery in front of him, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. In the distance is this event, another huge obelisk. The ground of the cemetery is covered with green lawns, and bright flowers are placed in front of each cemetery. All the people have left. Only this cemetery is left, with lonely tombstones standing here. They have experienced the wind and frost, blue sky and white clouds. The whole world is so vast, but in this vast world, human beings are so small. Garfield Parker's figure was so calm, he stood in front of the tombstone without saying anything, just standing there. Looking at the tombstone in front of me affectionately, or rather, he looked at the woman on the tombstone, the girl who was as gentle as an angel, with eyes as bright as an elf. It is the best gift from God to the second-generation Spider-Man, Garfield Parker. But he lost her. I just don't want you to end up like me. Garfield Parker spoke the last cowardly yet tough words, and his gaze deeply touched little Spider-Man. That scene is so warm. It was like a second-generation big brother looking at his younger brother, using his heart-wrenching words to admonish the little Spider-Man in front of him. Suddenly, what are you doing here? Garfield Parker in his spider suit, he appeared in front of a power plant, and behind him was the huge power plant. There was a danger sign on the ground. At this moment, he roared at Gwen beside him. This voice is full of anger, anxiety, and deep worry. But, Gwen, with her blonde hair, pointed at the electric field behind her, looked at Spider-Man, and said solemnly, I know this power grid. I can restart it. Little Spider-Man had no idea what to do with Gwen, and he was so angry that he jumped up and down. Gwen insisted. Garfield Spider-Man finally calmed down. He grabbed Gwen's shoulder and said seriously, you shouldn't be here. You can't be here. It's too dangerous. I'm not messing around. Gwen also got angry. Looking at Spider-Man in front of her, she said hurriedly, no one can make decisions for me, okay? This is my choice, understand? With a strong woman's tone, the person in front of her is the famous Spider-Man, but in Gwen's eyes, this guy is her boyfriend, the Garfield Parker who is always shy in front of her. She angrily scolded Spider-Man, and directly scolded Spider-Man, and lost her temper. Garfield Parker shook his head, not knowing how to explain. Gwen's figure appeared in the electric field. Pa! The electric field was completely destroyed at this moment. There were even exposed cables on the nearby instruments, sparks were flying. Where had Gwen seen such a scene before? He moved forward with a thrill and immediately came to the control panel. Looking at the iron lock on the console, she picked up the safety hammer next to her and hammered on the iron lock again and again. Listen to me, you are Spider-Man. I love Spider-Man. Gwen's voice was pleading, gentle, and weak, and seemed to contain a few tears. Chapter 100. Far away. Spider-Man set a trap in the power plant. He wrapped 6 spider silk threads around his hands and pulled the silk tightly with his whole body. The villain of this world, Electro, was floating in front of him, his hands releasing unimaginable electricity. He aimed madly at Spider-Man and released it. His body was electrocuted and smoke was coming out. The body was hanging on the electric fence and shaking wildly. The Electric Man is like God, totally invincible. The horror content of this scene is so terrible. In the control room, Gwen Stacy's chest heaved when she saw this scene, and her eyes were filled with worry. K.N.A. The sound of the piano was accompanied by the sound of the breeze, and the scene changed. Gwen Stacy, with her smooth blonde hair, let her hair down and cut her hair into bangs. At this moment, the eyes are so sincere and affectionate, continuing from the previous sentence. But I love Peter Parker more. GGG. The sound of music once again touched everyone's heartstrings. Pa! Large patches of electric light poured madly into Peter Parker's chest. The spider suit he wore was not invulnerable. At this moment, his body was shaking from the electric shock, but he still held the spider silk tightly with both hands. Gwen Stacy, watching the scene in front of her, was standing in front of the control window. She immediately opened the safety valve according to all the procedures. Just like a strong woman, open all the safety valve switches. The scene returns to the world of little Spider-Man. Bang, bang, bang. The huge steel shield was broken by the doctor's magic. The steel buildings simply couldn't withstand the impact of the huge object and broke into pieces. Ah! Michelle's figure was out of control and fell to the ground on the shaking building 833. The whole world is being hit by madness. Boom boom, the building shook violently, and everything was out of control. Seeing this scene, the little Spider-Man jumped up without saying a word and jumped down from the cliff of the Abbott's building. And the next scene, Garfield Parker, the second-generation Spider-Man wearing a spider suit and a spider mask, also emerged from countless broken places. He fell madly from a height to a cliff thousands of feet high. In his eyes, there was a figure falling madly. That figure, and that blonde goddess, they were perfectly matched together, and that elf-like gaze was now filled with fear. The world of Spider-Man. Michelle, who saw this scene, put her hand on her chest and felt a sharp pain in her heart. The tears in her eyes could no longer be stopped. She finally understood why Garfield Parker saved her. Such emotions will be revealed. The figure of the little Spider-Man jumped up high, then suddenly jumped down from the sky, chasing after Michelle. He is ready to extend his right hand, holding Michelle tightly in front of him. On the other side, Garfield Parker looked at Gwen falling to the ground in front of him. At this moment, it seems as if the space has frozen. He stretched out his right hand at an extremely fast speed, and with a very familiar gesture, he shot a spider silk towards Gwen. May I have your name? Gwen's voice was so familiar. Parker, Peter Parker. Garfield Parker's voice was a little shy, but still very serious. Okay, okay. From the sound of it, Gwen seemed very surprised, and even had a little excitement in her tone. The figure of Dutch brother little Spider-Man jumping down from high was instantly hit by the flying skateboard and flew out. Michelle was shocked when she saw this. Little Spider-Man was hit, there was no time to grab Michelle's hand. That fairy-like girl, the hair fell from the sky to the bottom of the tower, and was blown by the strong wind. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she was extremely terrified at the moment. Her makeup was delicate, but her eyes were filled with great fear. You're Gwen, right? Spider-Man asked this question in a shy voice. Gwen Stacy. Gwen replied with her voice thick with confidence. Her body continued to fall, and at this moment, among countless tiny broken parts, she even closed her eyes, ready to accept death. A spider's thread passed through the clouds, immediately grabbed Gwen Stacy's belly tightly. No. In the world of little Spider-Man, Michelle is seen falling from the sky, and little Spider-Man is knocked away. Garfield Parker was shocked when he saw this scene and roared in anger. Then, without any hesitation, he took 2 steps forward, quickly pulled out the spider silk and launched himself out, chasing after Michelle's figure. Snap! The spider silk caught the figure of Plaid, and Garfield Parker stretched out his left hand and grabbed the steel hanging in the air while falling. of bang. The spider silk is elastic and cannot stay there directly, and Gwen's figure is also. He fell from the sky, and the elasticity of the spider silk caused it to stretch, so he could have been safe. But in an instant, Gwen's body was pulled back, but her head, hands and feet fell backwards uncontrollably. It hit the ground hard. Garfield Parker on the other side jumped out recklessly. He hugged Michelle tightly in his arms, stretched out his right hand and shot out spider silk. Whoosh! The two figures landed steadily on the ground. The spider silk caught Gwen, but it was unable to stop the silk from stretching. At that moment, Garfield Parker fell from the sky. Wearing the spider suit, Spider-Man looked at the scene in front of him. He was a little bit unbelievable. After a slight hesitation, he immediately reached out and pulled off his hood. He walked forward and looked in front of him. Gwen is caught by the spider silk. His eyes were full of disbelief. He couldn't believe what was happening. There was fear, regret, annoyance, and even pain in his eyes. Garfield Spider-Man whirled. Garfield Parker saw this scene. He had already stopped crying, and even though he covered his mouth tightly, the big tears still kept falling. He lay on the roof in agony. He curled himself up into a ball, almost choking from crying. His voice gradually came out. Far away. On the square, countless men, women, young and old watched the video in front of them, and they were all silent. Everyone knew that Spider-Man was the hero who saved the world. But no one knows exactly what happened, because when the villain destroys the world, the scene cannot be broadcast live. They only know about the Lizard Man incident. How to solve it? Because the media who ignored it were present at the time. After the Electro incident, they had no idea how Spider-Man dealt with Electro, but the crisis was finally resolved. Later, we even experienced the Green Goblin incident. And later, why did Spider-Man disappear? Why is Spider-Man unwilling to reappear as a hero? Even as the whole city fell into a state of misery, the crime rate in the entire city soared. Spider-Man still doesn't want to show up. It turns out that he lost his beloved in that battle. Even though he is the extremely powerful Spider-Man, he is still a child. The love of his life at the age of 17, his first love, was extremely sweet, pure, and lovely, like a goddess descended from the earth, like an elf. But in that battle, Peter Parker lost Gwen forever. Spider-Man also lost his own MJ in this world. That's why he stretched out his hands with all his strength and hugged Michelle tightly in his arms, because he knew that spider silk. No one can be saved. Maguire Peter whirled. Watching the video in front of him, Peter Maguire's eyes were filled with tears. He sat on a chair and poured himself a glass of wine for the first time. Every Spider-Man has his own MJ. And he is the same. In this world, Mary Jane is a perfect woman. At least when he was in school, she was a very outstanding girl. He was undeniably in love with Mary Jane. At that time, he was idealistic and naive, while Mary Jane was realistic and lived, and had to work hard. Mary experienced love again and again. And he gradually changed from a confused teenager to a Spider-Man. After everything, Mary Jane knew Spider-Man's identity. But, for the safety of those around him, he resolutely rejected Mary Jane and chose to be alone. At Harry's grave, he completely let go of himself. The people in another world, Spider-Man from another world, also tried their best to save his MJ. Save Gwen from another world. Save Michelle from another world. Maguire Peter was silent. He looked out the window and the sunlight shone on his face. He didn't know if he had done anything wrong. But, looking at the portrait behind him and Uncle Ben's smiling face, Maguire Peter smiled with relief. At least he made a choice. The world of Spider-Man Holland hurried back. When he opened the door, he saw him sitting by the bed watching a video. Michelle, with tears in her eyes. Looking at the little Spider-Man in front of her, Michelle wanted to speak up. But, as soon as she opened her mouth, her voice choked with sobs, and she even sobbed uncontrollably. I understand everything. Little Spider-Man rushed over and hugged himself. My MJ, watching Garfield Parker in the video. Little Spider-Man sighed softly, feeling bad too. If it weren't for Garfield Parker, I'm afraid I would have lost my MJ forever. How are you? In the video, Garfield Parker hugged Michelle tightly, lowered his head and asked softly. The two people landed safely. Michelle had a terrified expression on her face. When she heard the voice, she nodded in panic, I'm fine. The deep sadness in those eyes seemed to turn into an indelible sorrow. The sadness that had solidified into reality seemed to have experienced countless heart-wrenching pains, but, the next shot turns, in the world of the Amazing Spider-Man. The spider silk pulled Gwen's body, but it couldn't stop her from falling. Garfield Parker overestimated his own strength. Underestimating the toughness of spider silk, he took off his hood, looking at the girl who had stopped breathing with sadness in his eyes. His pain, his sorrow, like an arrow piercing his heart, at this moment, his eyes were full of tenderness. He reached out his hand and gently stroked Gwen's face, but he didn't dare to use his strength. It's like touching a baby. His cheeks flushed as he watched the woman he loved so much die right in front of him. He wanted to touch the girl in front of him, but he didn't know where to start. His movements were as gentle as stroking a feather. He whispered, "Are you okay?" But Gwen had closed her eyes at this moment, she couldn't answer this question at all. Gwen suffered a severe blow to the back of her head. She had completely lost consciousness and was dead. Garfield Parker was in pain, his whole body trembling slightly. He looked at Gwen in front of him, with tenderness and deep affection in his eyes. At this moment he had no choice, he didn't know what to do, he reached out to stop Gwen, gently floating her hair, he was filled with regret at the moment, regretting to the extreme, and the pain in his eyes seemed to be able to kill everyone. He looked at the person he loved deeply, pursing his lips, with painful emotions, tears can no longer be stopped, and they keep accumulating in my eyes. As Spider-Man, he is powerful and invincible. As a man, he is upright and has never cried in this world. Even if he was seriously injured, he never cried in such humility and pain. But he gently stroked the hair on his arm, he was affectionate and painful, his voice trembling, "Gwen. Gwen. Asasos." Michelle asked softly. "Gwen." Michelle is heartbroken. A trickle of blood slowly seeped out of her nose and slid down. Michelle, who was rescued, finally calmed down. She looked at Garfield in front of her and was stunned. Garfield Parker couldn't suppress the pain in his heart, his voice sounded sad. Not just him. Michelle hugged little Spider-Man tightly, and the two felt each other's heartbeats. The pain of both of them reached the extreme. The girl's figure is still so warm, she is beautiful with eyeshadow painted on, and she is wearing beautiful clothes. The music sounded so emotional, Garfield Parker cried and trembled in pain, and gently held Gwen in his arms. "Are you okay?" Little Spider-Man was also stunned. He failed, he didn't do it at all, he is the extremely strong Spider-Man, but he couldn't protect the one he loved. The world of Spider-Man. It's like a memory, reenacted. 0146022135 Philo 144572040 But, I thought there were some wonderful collections of Spider-Man from other parallel worlds. Maguire Spider-Man World. It's all knives, it's all knives. He was stabbed silly. The golden hair was hanging down on her head, and the girl closed her eyes. She had completely lost her breath. At this moment, he was like a helpless child, his body trembling in extreme pain, and the girl's eyes were closed. Helpless and powerless, what a pale scene. Garfield Spider-Man World. How much Garfield Parker wanted to keep Gwen, who belonged to him, and how much he wanted to save Gwen with his own power. But, how could Garfield Parker be okay? How could he not be in pain? Watching the video of Garfield Parker nodding his head with great determination. Garfield Parker closed his eyes, unable to bear the thought of letting his sadness pass, and nodded gently. The world of Spider-Man put Gwen's head on his chest. Garfield Parker, who saved him, now had an unavoidable sadness on his face. With the squinting eyes, tears appearing, and the slightly pursed lips seemed to have formed a small habit because of the extreme pain. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.